I should be live now. Alright. Alright. Okay, good. That's working. Is YouTube alive? Let me double check. Yep, YouTube is working. Good. Alright then. Where to put that? Alright, let's get the music playing. Hopefully that's not too loud. We'll start from here. We got a bunch of stuff to look at later. Like a lot that I was sent in over the past couple of days that I didn't look at yet. Okay. Right. Hi Zenmeister. Welcome, welcome. Did you hear about the freaking news on the Switch 2, man? We're straight up at fucking, like, handheld gaming PC pricing now. Oh, no, here's the funny part. Oh, it gets worse. It gets a lot worse. Because typically, so, like, here's the funny part. For people in Australia, this is where it gets hilarious. Buying a plane ticket to Japan to then buy a Switch 2 and then bring it home, if you live in Australia, would be cheaper than buying one locally there. When you do currency conversions and stuff, because the JP pricing is cheaper. Because the Japanese pricing is cheaper. For Australians, it would literally be cheaper for them to fly to Japan, buy one, and then fly home. Which is just really ridiculous. Because otherwise they're gonna be paying like what? Like 700 plus and then tax or something Australian dollars. But then like if they buy like compared to like US dollar pricing. Like here's the thing, right? So like they're selling it for like what? 450, 500 US. Right? So that's like $700, $800 Australian before taxes, then taxes on top, whatever, right? But in Japan, the way they price it is like typically a lot of the things like 30% cheaper when you converted the currency. Like a lot of the stuff. So it's like at that point when the price is like that, you can actually just buy a plane ticket if it's cheap enough. Which, you know, considering where Australia is on a map, it would be. Yeah, no. That's the thing though, that's only for Australians, right? If you're on Australia or New Zealand or whatever, it's literally cheaper for them to fly to Japan, buy one, and then fly home. Which is just hilarious and sad. Like, actually cheaper for them to go to Japan and buy one of all things. What a world we live in, man. What a world we live in. Yeah, that's just for them though, right? They get it cheaper that way. Otherwise, they basically just pay what? US dollar pricing to sit like everyone else, converted to the currency plus tax. Right? And the Canadian pricing is like also really bad too. Like it's really fucking bad. Honestly, like, the thing is, too, right? The price, they're gonna raise the price of the games, man. And it's already just, ugh. And here's the other thing, too, right? When you're at that price point, right? You're at handheld PC price point. It's like, what? You can buy a Steam Deck OLED for cheaper now. And, oh, here's the worst part. You can only use SD Express cards. Which, I don't know if you've ever looked at the market pricing for SD Express cards. But, like... it's a big yikes, because it's like, what? Like, the price of, like, a 256GB SD Express? No, NVMe is cheaper. No, like, you can literally buy 2TB NVMe drives for the price of a 256GB SD Express card. Like, nah, NVMe drives are cheaper, man. And like the NVMe drives, even if you get like a Gen 3 NVMe drive, like a really cheap Gen 3 NVMe drive, that's still gonna be way faster, and a lot of them still have a DRAM cache. Because it wasn't until Gen 4 for NVMe drives where they had the feature where you could put your where you can use your DRAM for NVMe, like as a caching protocol for your NVMe drive. That was added in like the PCI Gen 4 revision for the drives. That was not present on Gen 3, so some like cheaper, nicer Gen 3 drives can even get like the storage, the DRAM for the cache. It's like really fucked up, man. I don't know if like I like actually like watch the full presentation as a react and just upload it as a video for once. Maybe I'll do that. We'll see. Maybe. We got other stuff to look at later too. Oh yeah, and then there's this other thing that came out of nowhere. That was basically like if you took RuneScape and Genshin and put it into a blender. It's on Steam, but in Chinese only. We might look at it for the lulz. It's not like Chinese only has ever stopped us from playing something. Right? It's not like that can stop us. Right? So we might do that too. Well, we might look at that today, either today or tomorrow. We'll see. We got reacts and stuff to go through as well. So that can be fun. But yeah. Yeah, I don't think that's ever gonna happen, man. You got your Switch at 3.317 in Midtown. It was the 7th in line. They only had 10. So what I did was like, on launch, I didn't buy a Switch, right? I bought a launch model Switch like a couple months down the line. When I found out about like the easy exploit, and I just bought one that could be exploited. I bought one. I bought a used one that could be exploited, and that's it. To run custom firmware. Eventually, I got a second one that I don't have modded, but I like don't use it. Like, here's the thing, man. When I did get my Switch, I basically played like a few games on it, right? But like the games I would play most of the time on it were like a bunch of JRPGs that I could play elsewhere. The only reason why I played them on the Switch was like the Switch was easily portable, and look, it was more convenient to play it on there than on my laptop, right? Because like at the time I did have a gaming laptop with a GTX 1060, right? That was also around the same time frame of release of the Switch. Actually, no, before that. So like I got a gaming laptop back then and had a GTX 1060 and 6th gen i7, so only 4 cores, but whatever, right? It was great for the time. I've experimented with plugging in my Oculus Rift and trying VR on it back then. But yeah. So that was like back then, right? But like, you know, right, like, you know, I was like playing games there, but like, yeah, eventually when I saw a good price point on the Switch, whatever, in the used market, I bought one, right, whatever. I bought a pair of Joy-Cons. Joy-Cons are expensive. After like a few months, they started drifting, and I basically had to go in and replace the fucking analog sticks on them. But I also needed like a grip case, otherwise the Switch was just not comfortable at all to hold. I don't have freaking big hands, you know, but like, it's still incredibly uncomfortable because like, there's like nowhere to like grip it and hold it and whatever, but that's besides the point, right? Like, before the before Pokemon Legends came out on the thing, right? Before that game released, my most played game on the Switch was just East 8. Right, that was my most played game on the Switch. I've 100% cleared that game multiple times over. As scuffed as it looked on the Switch. East 8, right? So if I go here... This one. Yeah. I've 100%ed this like multiple times, and I've beaten it on multiple difficulties. This used to be my most played game on the Switch. Anyways, like I would play all sorts of things back then, right? And then what? 2022 was it? Rolls around. I hear about the Steam Deck in 2021. I tried to snipe a pre-order. I wasn't fast enough within the first minute, so I was sent in the second batch. So like what? It was like, was it May or April of 2022, right? The second batch of Steam Decks being shipped out. I got mine, right? And basically after that point, when I would go out, I stopped using my Switch. And like, at that point onwards, right, if I was to go play a game on my Switch, some years I wouldn't even touch my Switch at all for like one of them. And then the other, it's like maybe I would use it for like, if I combine the entire time I have it like used up, maybe like 3-4 days. Like 4 days of playtime, maybe? Like, my use case for the Switch is just completely dead. It also, like, doesn't help, right? Because it's like, it lost the convenience factor. That was, like, the big thing for the Switch. It was convenient because I could take it with me. Right? And it was cheap enough then. But now, you eliminate the price, right? So now the pricing for the Switch 2 is awful. In some countries, it's literally cheaper to take a plane, to fly to Japan, buy a Switch 2, and then come back home because of how fucked up pricing is for people in Australia and New Zealand. Probably South Koreans as well, because of how things get priced, because of regional pricing stuff. It is like actually cheaper for them to like take a plane, fly to another country, buy it in another country, and then go home. Because, yeah. Well, happy birthday, Young Water. Right? But yeah, so anyways, like, they're no longer convenient, right? Like, they no longer have the convenience advantage. The price is high as well. At, like, the same time, right? So, like, when I want to play games portably, right? I've already said, I have the Steam Deck. I've had it for like 3 years now. Been using it for 3 years. It's great, right? And, you know, I buy a game on my Steam Deck. I can play it on my computer. I can play it on my cloud, on the cloud service that I have, that I pay for because I was experimenting with that thing. If I feel like it, I can play it on the Steam Deck. Heck, I can play it on the fucking, on the cloud thing, on the cloud app that's built into the TV we have in the living room. Right, I can just plug in a controller to the TV and literally just play a game from my Steam library there. Using the cloud version or just Steam in-home streaming. Right? Like, the Switch and the Switch 2 no longer have the convenience factor. Yeah. I mean, that's the problem with RNG gear stats in these games, man. You do have a higher chance of winning the lottery. It's really bad. It's really bad. When you put that many layers of RNG and actually calculate probability as a whole, it's awful. Like, I've known it for a long time, but like no one bothered to break it down. I used the freaking local Lotto 649 here as like a good example. You know, which is one of like the bigger lotteries that we have here where I live. Where like, yeah, you have like prize pools in the, 10 plus million. There's like another lottery that's, you have even higher like prize pool here, but like, that's like the big one people think of here, but yeah. You played Zelda for 3 weeks, it was awesome. Okay. Yeah, like, that's just the reality, man. It's bad. Right? It's bad in, like, in Genshin, it's bad in ZZZ, it's bad in Star Rail or whatever. It's just that no one bothered to really put into perspective. But they do it on purpose. Because the idea is if you're never going to get what you want, you're just going to keep logging in and repeating the same thing over and over again. It's how they farm, like, extra engagement. Right? It's not anything new. Like a bunch of MMOs tend to do this type of thing with gearing as well these days. Especially if you're a Korean one. They're notorious for being extremely awful with that stuff and having things like actually break if it fails. That's its own other thing. They got violent on Treehouse, oh boy. Yeah, the pricing is just really bad, right? And then, like, the thing is new game pricing. So here's the thing, right? $80 in my local currency is $115. Tax here is 13%. A physical game copy, right? So $90, that's gonna be about $130. It's like $128 or something. But like, they're gonna round it to 130. That's how they do things here, right? And that's again before taxes. But let's say, because like, for me, I always believe buying digital on consoles is a scam. Because of all the shady shit that they do from time to time. I do not trust them, like, ever. Like, you buy a game on console, always physical. Right? Yeah. So, like, here's the thing, right? 13% tax on $130 is like $145. $145. $145. Like, what the fuck? And don't forget, they like to release the things unfinished. Right? In completely broken, unfinished states. Right? A lot of these games these days, they come out like that. Completely unfinished, broken to Kingdom Come, and all that, right? And then they'll have, like, DLC for them that cost even more to buy than the entire game itself. They'll be, like, popping in all these seasons passes and shit for some weird, bizarre reason. Right? That's, like, the norm now. Right? We can't forget about those. Because that's the world we live in now. Right? It's just like, ugh. And then, yeah, because, like, here's the thing, right? When you're Nintendo, you have a good enough influence. And guess what? People are going to copy it. The other companies are going to be like, oh, so we can charge more now. So they're all going to charge more. Right? They're all going to do it. And then what? Right? So they do it first, and then everyone else is gonna follow suit. Yeah, cash in now, you get it later, man. I mean, they already are. At the same time, too, though, like, in a year, I don't even use my Switch for a week. In a given year at this point. Right? And like, they want to charge more. You know, if you have an older game that's on the regular Switch as well, to make it like actually not Pepega to play, they want you to pay even more as well on a thing you already bought. to unlock the frame rate, man. And just tell the game run it at a higher resolution. Like, why? Yeah, undock it sometimes being the battery, yeah. I mean, then the Switch dock is awful, man. The actual Switch first-party dock is awful. But yeah. I mean, Nintendo's already starting it, man. They don't even need to wait for GTA 6 to try to raise the price. They're already doing it. What do you mean gemstones? What? What gemstones? Jade stones? I don't know, man. Gacha fake they quit. I mean, hey man, I don't play most gachas. Honestly, I kind of do want to make like a rant video on like my stance on a lot of them. Because like, you gotta admit, it's kind of ironic. I freaking I play, you know, some gacha on stream, but at the same time, I can't freaking watch any gacha content because I find them all just, you know, like, I find them extremely boring to watch. The irony there. The irony. Yeah, I know. There's a reason why, man. Because a lot of them are shit. And like, honestly, like, I would go over things on like my stance on the freaking skip button in games. Because I'm gonna be honest, with a lot of these single player gachas, if you skip if you skip everything, man. If you skip the story, right? It's like, what's left? If you want to skip, if all you do is click, walk from point A to point B, to then like press the skip button, like what's left? Like actually, what's left?
It was you. My sweetheart.
Yeah.
I will avenge you.
It's like, honestly, what is left? You log in to do what every day? Because you're forced to, basically. To do chores all day.
This can't be.
Alright, cool. Got that cleared. Did my joint ops. Do I have anything else I need to get done? They actually privated the stream? Nice, good. How bad was it? On a scale of 1 to when Denuvo made a Discord server, how bad was it? On a scale of 1 and when Denuvo was like, let's make a Discord server, a public Discord server. How bad? How bad was it on that scale? I'm curious. What do you mean Switch 2 specs is insane? You know, a fucking Steam Deck is cheaper and it's gonna have similar specs. And can already play all those games. A fucking Steam Deck can. A fucking Steam Deck OLED is like the same price or cheaper. Lenovo is releasing the Legion Go S. That's also going to be cheaper. I'm like, what the fuck is up with that pricing, man? Yeah, sure. I'll believe it when I actually see it, man. Support for HDR, all these devices have that, man. They all support HDR. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Remember when Nvidia announced the 5070 and they called it a 4090 performance? You're not actually getting 4K. You're not getting 120 FPS. You're getting the fucking fake 4090 performance out of the 5070. What they're basically doing is using multi-frame generation to generate fake frames. Your 120 FPS has your game actually running at like 20 FPS. And then it's generating fake frames to meet that. And then the same thing, the game is actually going to be running at like 720p or below that. And then using DLSS to upscale it. That's going to be the reality, man. That's the reality. Like, if you're actually that curious on what's gonna happen, that'll be the reality. You're not actually getting 4K. You're not actually getting 120 FPS. You'll have the frame rate there, but you'll have the latency of 20 FPS. 20 to 30. That's the shit they're pushing around. Like, here's the thing. Not even the 5090. Okay, the 5090. $2,000 graphics card if you can get one at MSRP that draws 600 watts of power. The fastest graphics card you can buy. Not even that can handle 4K 60 FPS without fake frame generation and DLSS upscaling. Not even the 5090. Okay? And that thing freaking draws like 600 watts. You have people burning power connectors because of how high of the power draw the 5090 is. I keep that in mind. They're being made by the same chip maker. Their fastest product on the market can't do it. Let's be realistic. And that thing draws 600 watts. Alone. Alone. More than half a kilowatt alone. That can't handle it. The Switch 2 ain't gonna handle it either. Let's be real. Let's actually be real here. The fastest product can't handle it. That you could technically buy in theory. Assuming you can find one in stock. And not get one that's like scalped to like 10x the price. Which at that point you might as well buy the RTX, what is it? The RTX, what, 6000 I think it was? Like the newer one? But yeah, like the enterprise version of that card. Because like if you're buying a scalped one, you might as well get like the nicer one with 96 gigs of VRAM. But yeah. VA now? Why don't we do it on the weekend, actually? Because we're gonna go through reacts in a bit. Wait, can you, like, can you help me skip some Origin of War floors? Let's skip some Origin of War floors. I need to skip through. I know, like, I heard this season's easy right now. Yeah, sure, let's just skip to 21. Quick skip to 21, why not? I'll take a quick skip to 21. It's probably what difficulty is 21 now? 21 is what difficulty? Like... Nah, I think we'll be fine. What difficulty is it? Like the thing is, it's like at that point you might as well just. Is it still 1600? Or maybe skip to 20. And we'll skip to 20 then. But like at that price point, it's like, yeah, we'll just skip to 20. Right? Like at that price point, why not just freaking buy a handheld PC if you wanted something portable? So at the same time, at that price point, man, you can literally buy a fucking handheld PC. The Steam Deck is literally cheaper. No, like, I'm like actually serious. The fucking Steam Deck is cheaper. It's like, what the fuck is this pricing? See, easy. Yeah. No, but like actually, like a fucking Steam Deck is cheaper. It's like, what the fuck is the pricing, man? They are like extremely out to lunch. No, 21's 1,000. We could do let me get 22 probably. Easy. Yeah, but I already bought Elden Ring on PC. I bought it like, what, 2 or 3 years ago? I never finished it, but I bought it like 2 or 3 years ago. Why would I buy it again? Yeah, and I haven't looked at the actual thing. I don't actually watch the presentations. I don't actually watch the things. I only heard the news from people, like, just looking on Discord. I don't actually watch their shit. I don't actually like watching the fucking presentations because they're kind of boring. I don't watch them. Maybe if I reacted to them and made stuff out of it, maybe I'd have more of an incentive. But like outside of that, I don't. Yeah, you know what? Maybe we'll react to it later. I'll just like snip it out and upload it as a video after. Because then I can make content out of it, I guess. Oh damn it, I died. Wait, maybe if I did... Is it this one? Alright. The Devil May Cry one? Okay. Alright. We need to get Soul back here. We never played the game, enjoyed it? Okay. Oh, Soulbake just melted. What the fuck? God damn it, I hate how Colton just has like so many iframes. Those fucking iframes are annoying. Oh, they're dead. I mean, IGN scores are IGN scores, man. I don't exactly trust them. Oh damn, what even are the buffs this season? Up in Destruction, Land of Fear. I have like none of the buffs, man. Wait, Courageous, we only get Courageous Heart 1 down. They don't even have like Courageous Heart 2. So we just lose HP on 22. I don't know if I even want to farm right now. What are like good buffs to get on a lower floor? Oh, there's like strong fighter is good. What else? What else is even good? Like there's strong fighter there. And then strong fighter 3 is on 22. Yeah, we could probably just do it later. It's not like we need to do it now. It's unfortunate how Altered never gets anything that they can use in the top left slot. They should give Altered a buff in the top left. Like, something to use. It feels sad for that Altered. They don't get a buff. Yeah, I doubt Nintendo's actually rethinking it, man. I doubt it. Because at the end of the day, people are still gonna pay it. People will still pay for it. They will. They will still pay for it at the end of the day. They're not gonna rethink it unless it actually flops and they actually have to. And that would be like months down the line. They're not gonna rethink about it anytime soon. If we're gonna be realistic, let's be real. They won't actually rethink it. At least not for a couple of months. Remember, at the end of the day, these companies are not your friends. Okay. Oh, we got a top event calendar for 4.8. Cool. Oh, here, we can go look at it. What? Here, top 4.8 event calendar. What we got here? Usual 10 pull supply run. And then another, what is this? 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700. Another 1,000 dark crystals here. Okay. 1,000-day event rewards. Another 2 pulls here. Okay. Challengers task list. Another 2 pulls here. They forgot to put the dark crystal count in here that they always give us. Weird, but okay. And then 6 more from this other event grouped event thing. Right, so that's 6, 7, 17, 18, 19, 20. And then another thing there. Right, this is just the event stuff. Right. 20 pulls from event plus another 1,000 dark crystals right there. Nintendo will probably drop the price before the console. People were so confused with the price of games. Nah, they're not. They're not going to, man. You think they actually care about doing that? We're talking about Nintendo here. Let's be fucking real. Yeah, like, Challenger's task list usually also gives what? How many dark crystals from Challenger's task list? I forgot to count that in there. Or do they ever count it? Or is it the other one that gives the dark crystals? I don't know, I completed them all a while ago. Oh yeah, I still have to do this, but we still got time. It's not like I have to do it now. I'm sorry, a reaction video called Deep Critique on Genshin and mediocre storytelling? Yeah, they've always been mediocre. What do you expect, man? People confuse quantity with quality. All of the fucking time. Like, it doesn't sound surprising to me. All I can tell is that the comment section of that video is gonna be hilarious. Because, the people or their minds are breaking down. You mean they only pay attention to the cutscene, man. That's because their attention span is only looking at the cutscene. At the end, it's just wasted production value. Okay, cool, they got nice shiny cutscene, and then what? All they pay attention to is the flashy cutscene. They don't care about the context or anything else around it. Just the cutscene. That's why they act that way. They said it was emotional. They're talking about the cutscene. That's all they care about. No, it makes us cry too out of laughter. Out of how Pepega they are. Oh, which one was I upgrading? This one? Oh no, I need another one of these for that one. Sure, he can keep saying that all he wants, man. They can keep saying it all they want. Alright, they can keep saying it all they want. I mean, here's the thing, he doesn't play any of his shit anyways. Here's the thing, right? He never plays it. What are you talking about? Keep in mind, they all have pilots. They don't actually play it. Do you think he actually plays it, man? No, of course not. Oh, look, what's this? New player? New player over here, look. Actual new player, guys. Damn, they got Hilda over here. Hilda Shiro. We always need more Norns. Most of the time, he's not playing shit, man. He's just talking. He's just doing reactions and talking drama. Like the rest of his friends. They don't actually play shit on stream. If you ever go in there and like actually watch it for an extended period of time, they're not playing shit. They're too busy looking at the next drama and doing another react for him. You sure? Because I've seen the opposite, where they go in the category, they don't play anything, and then you know, they're just doing drama farming. Unless it's like new patch came out, and they're looking at new patch crap, and then they're looking at new story. Outside of that, like, they don't play. Is my terminal broken? Why can't I get the thing? Oh fuck, it is. What the hell? Why did my terminal break? Yeah. That's why. Because then they have to... They have like 7 hours of dialogue to go through. Of them just regurgitating the same crap over and over again. Yeah. That's the only time you'll see him actually playing, if you can call it that. Outside of that, he doesn't do shit. Because there isn't anything there to do. There never has been and never will be. That's the only time he'll do it, man. He had to find something to fill the time. That's the only time he'll do it. He's already said in the past that he has people doing all the shit for him. He's not actually gonna play the shit outside of that. He was just already there. Gotta read between the lines, man. Wait, is my alt's terminal also dead? It might actually. Let me check. Alright, let me go to the repair thing on my alt one. I ended up putting my alt on my cloud thing again. But it's like, hey, I already paid for the cloud service, I might as well use it. And to just keep my alt on there. Oh yes, my alt thing is broken. 2 minutes and 38 seconds for repair on my alt. How about here? 2.5 minutes now here. Alright, I can let that sit. We got new Gacha Enjoyer. We got actual peak content to look at. We got new Gacha Enjoyer. Let's go. New Gacha Enjoyer right here.
Holy shy sir, Wuthering Waves is in full desperado mode to be running this many ads for the launch of 2.2. And this is the historical highest number of ads they ran post-launch. In comparison, this is the normal amount of ads other games in the same genre are running. And this is how Wuthering Waves compares, literally more.
What? They keep showing so many ads. Yeah, man, you know what's funny? The other day when I uploaded that video comparing the thing, I was checking on it on my phone because I got a notification on something, and I got a woo ad of my own video. They're all over the place, man.
More than double of the second highest.
It's Gacha Enjoyer.
And
this guy
if
makes
you look at
content,
the interest
man.
they garnered on Google Trends, you can see that despite running more ads, they failed to reach the interest of 2.0. This indicates poor player retention, which explains their aggressive marketing now.
Yep. Cinema. It's like the Snow White one. The Snow White cinema memes. Nobody there to watch it.
Kuso Games' desperation can also be seen in their push to release on Steam. And then what next? Nitaku.
Nutaku. Oh yes, Nutaku.
On top of that, they decide to use these 600 ads to push their latest heavily sexualized salute that is just gonna be nothing but another empty shell of a wife for the main character. On top of that again, they are also rerunning another of their heavily sexualized character alongside this one to milk their players. 600 ads with 2 sexualized characters. This is looking to be their strongest banner in history. But damn, is it disappointing?
Oh yes. I don't know who Gacha Enjoyer is, but they saw my joke about it's a fucking car. It's a crappy car. It's this crappy car thing. The Chang Li car.
In 2.2, we can witness the historical moment when Kuso games go
Angela
crawling back to their
Breasty.
roots, which is to lazily copy their favorite company. Wuthering Waves pride themselves in the edgy dark theme, which obviously failed, so they have to make a feature that makes Wuwa look just like Genshin.
You could not live with your own failure. Where did that bring you? Back to me.
Yep.
Very poetic. Moving on, many Wuthering Waves players like to compare the game to ZZZ for some reason. It seems like their original goal of competing with Genshin is unachievable and they have to settle with competing with an instance-based stage game. And
Yep.
the CEO of Perfect World explains why.
Wuwa wasn't competitive with Genshin. Never was, never will be. I don't know why people still bring up Genshin. Not even HSR, a fucking turn-based game, bro. They're on the same level as ZZZ. And somehow still slightly losing to ZZZ.
In that case, we shall measure community engagement objectively with numbers. In Exhibit A, we observe that by sorting by top posts of the month, we can see that ZZZ posts typically hovers around 15 to 20,000 interactions.
Uh-huh.
Meanwhile, Wuthering Waves only gains about 4,000 to 8,000 interactions. However,
Yeah, I
the
know.
Pearl Slaves are known to refuse objective facts. Therefore, we shall conduct a little experiment. In Exhibit B, we coincidentally found 2 similar posts in both communities posted 2 hours apart. The premise of the post is to call upon the community to send images under the context that the poster has lost all of theirs. The Wuthering Waves post has
Oh, they're
more
what?
time to gain interactions, but that's okay. We can give Wuthering Waves a bit of a handicap. As you can see, the ZZZ community has double the interactions too. Consistent with Exhibit A, but that's not enough. We have to cross-reference with other sources too.
Okay.
In Exhibit C, when filtering artworks for the month of March and removing AI art, we can
Yep.
observe that ZZZ has more than double the artwork of Wuthering Waves, consistent with Exhibit A. Lastly, in Exhibit D, we shall
I
look
wouldn't
at Rule
play.
34.
I think we've seen a lot of games start to do that. I think Wu was doing it too. You may have seen all the recent characters and been like, wow, they're really pushing the sexualization of characters, right? Like
Yep.
more than was before.
Well, that's half true. They have always been pushing the sexualization of characters ever
Yep.
since the beginning. And
Yep.
don't forget the kids too. They are a fan favorite. Wuthering Waves have lots of skimpy outfits showing bare skins and sexualizing females. Surely they will win in this category, right?
No.
Let's take a look. Okay, this is way worse than half what the fuck. Are you saying that nobody cares despite the devs' desperate attempt at selling sex? This seems like an interesting
can't,
topic to
Tara.
investigate in the future.
They
Now
can't.
then, with the toxic Wuthering Waves community parading their game online, the contradictory data makes this hilarious. Do you think this best represents the Wuthering Waves community?
Yes.
Leave your comments below.
Yeah, you gotta love Gacha Enjoyer, man. Always peak. Let's read the comments here, man. Wow, throw away all the darkness to be even more like Genshin. Desperation move. Tell me you haven't seen 2.2 without telling me. We just saw the freaking color filter. Why would I play the wannabe version when I can play the superior one? You watch it. Uh-huh. Barney the dinosaur will save them. No, they need Luigi. They need Mario Party collab with Luigi. They got the best QTE events, man. You press 0 buttons and you still win. Just like Luigi and Mario Party. A lot of gacha game fan art is actually ship art between character. Will the story only give dialogue between Rover and the character? Barely see any others. Okay, sure. The thing is, this regardless if this happens or not, people will still make whatever random ones they want if they actually care enough. Even if it's not even mentioned at all. And then Rover forgets the old wife once he meets the new one. Yep, how do you connect everyone? That's something that looked like it was slapped together in a hurry. Better than the power of friendship swap? I don't know, man. That's the point. Wu has almost no interaction besides Rover. Is it something good? No. Cheapens the character development and characterization. At the end of the day, they're all just Rover glazers. Yep. They're PvP in here. Peak cinema story. Wife gathered. Horse sold successfully. No plot developed. No foreshadow. No real character development. No gameplay mechanics. Brain dead puzzles. New forgettable zone that once completed, there's no reason to come back. Good job, Kuro. Yup. Oh wow, the guy has to rebuttal the slur. You can tell they're mad. Kokomi tried to save Wuthering Waves, but met an unbreakable obstacle. And Chobi Cow Wrestler, don't worry. Zanny and Chang Li Coffee will save. Surely. Surely. Surely, man. It's always just funny to like look through the comment section here. Making words pro community. Hilarious. Oh yeah, here's the best part here. Tencent released their 2024 annual results. But there was not a single mention of Uwa. Yeah, probably because they're not making money off of it. It's probably because they lost money. That's why they don't mention it. If they actually made money, they'd probably mention it. In the public report. No one's saying they're gonna shut it down, but as long as it's not loss-making, they should be happy. I'm pretty sure it's been loss-making. How else do they afford their 600 plus ads? And all the other crap. They're 1,500 Yandere devs. They got like they got a cloning machine and cloned Yandere dev 1,500 times. And got them working on it. Don't know why they need that many people for what they put out. You guys do know. Don't forget the story peaks some of best story gacha gaming where we offer memorable writing plot, previous plot points were connected. Why? Nope. Nope. Another episode featuring Rover getting glazed non-stop. Yep. Or hype opens, facial expressions, unnecessary puzzles and gameplay. Inverting towers every 10 seconds. Yep. Absolutely cinema. Yep. They went from that. At least it can be ZCC. It's just hilarious when you just look at this stuff here. Right. It is just funny to see. Yeah. Please give us money, Tencent. We do, but you broke on ads. You should be using that money developing your game. They spend it all on ads. They have nothing else to put in there. I don't know why they need 1,500 people if that's all they can put out. But yeah, it's always just fun to see this shit here. The freaking Gacha Enjoyer. Peak content as always. Gacha Enjoyer is always peak. Right. Let me end that session. Okay, what else do we have in Reacts? We got a lot to look through. Let's see, where do we go next? Oh, let me go look through the things. We can do that did not go well after. Let's see. Did we see the thing on the passive thing? I think we did. I don't remember if we saw this or not. The Cosmos ZR one. I think we did. Oh wait, no, we did. I remember from the stream the other day. Let's just. We'll go look at the one on the writing one first, and then we'll do the Nintendo stuff.
I personally.
Right. Oh boy, we got 3 notifications up here. Oh yeah, this one, the guy that was not happy. Ah yes. The one where I'm just reacting to freaking numbers here. They're mad. It's a re-uploaded clip, man. Of a reaction. They mad. They mad because I broke their minds by saying, yeah, they're not more generous. Using their freaking copium charts that they like to make. They got mad because their false reality was disproven. They're not happy. Hey, you guys want to see the like-dislike ratio? They're not happy. They're not happy that they got disproven. You prove them wrong, they get mad. We got 10 hours watch time on this. Cool. Engagement here. They don't even watch the full video, they get mad. They get mad and click off, man. They get mad and click off. 37% like ratio, like to dislike. We know how much they watch. We know where they drop off. Of course I did. I mean, the last time we made them mad was when? We usually have really high ratio. Oh, last time we made them mad was when I told them gatekeep them from Arknight's Enfield. But we didn't get that many comments on it. Before that, that would be... which one? Did we also make them mad? Oh yeah, the combat one. This one has like 19% like ratio versus dislikes. This one made them mad. When I said their combat is shit. And it was like, and I put it beside a comparison to NTE combat. Because yeah, the combat sucks in both. This one made them mad. This one made them mad. Oh well, that's what it is here. Right? This one made him mad. Made them mad. This shit makes me laugh too, man. Oh, well, anyways, we can move out of that one. Right. Oh, we close out of that. Okay, here, we're gonna make a marker here. Okay. You know, we'll probably record this and I can upload it as like a regular video. I'll wait for the ad to end first. There's like an ad playing on Twitch. I'll let the ad end first. No, I just leave it there. I just leave it there and ignore them. Right, I just leave it there and ignore most of them. Right, they just get tossed into the void. Just like their feedback when they send them in. They get tossed into the void, they just stay there. It's free engagement. Get enough engagement and gets boosted over. I mean, we probably just put 1.5x speed. I could re-upload this as like a regular video later or something. Playback speed, maybe 1.25x. His daily scramble. It would be funny, he goes and sees it. No, he sees the freaking one with the calcs on the freaking RNG where like, it would be hilarious, winning the lottery is easier. It would be hilarious. Right, it would be. Okay, where's the record button? Because I can just straight up like re-upload this as a video later. Okay, we got the video here. A deep critique on Genshin Wuwa's mediocre story writing. Alright.
I personally think Genshin and Withering Waves have mediocre story writing. These are the two biggest open-world gacha games today, but there's something about the way their characters and plot are presented that I just can't get into.
Yeah.
Static characters with only one trope, mountains of lore that's uninteresting or unexplained, and dialogue bloat that just keeps going in circles without any actual substance.
Yep. Because the way they like to write these, man, is as if they're trying to meet a word count quota for their next college thesis, rather than actually writing a story and having like genuine conversations and dialogue going through. Like nobody speaks the way the characters in these games do. But like, this is honestly not just exclusive to Genshin and Wuwa. I see this in literally like almost every single Chinese gacha I've played with the story. Like, I've just seen it across the board, not just in Genshin and Wuwa. It's just that like these are like by far the worst offenders of this. They're like by far the worst. But like, yeah, it's like you read this, like, yet the Sentinel remains in the state of healing and still requires a mortal representative. Following the Blessed Maiden's departure, I was granted new authority to cleanse the aftermath of the Dark Tide. But you couldn't just say, the Sentinel is resting or something and requires requires a representative following this person's departure, right? And then he was like, and then you can say, yeah, I was appointed, you know, or I was given a promotion to help clean up the aftermath of this disaster that happened. You know, they could have simplified this and completely changed it to make it a lot more natural. Limbus is not Chinese though. That's a Korean game. There's a reason why I specifically mentioned Chinese and not the other ones. Because like from the Korean ones that I've played, they've genuinely been like okay. One of them was one of the ones that I did play that was Korean was literally just panels from a webcomic just stripped out and put into the fucking game. Right? The Japanese ones, sometimes they have this problem too. Sometimes, but they're generally usually okay too. It's usually just the Chinese ones that feel like they need to pad everything out because it sounds like, to them, it sounds like quantity is equal to quality when that's far from it. But like, yeah. Like, this whole freaking thing that they said could be restructured to be a lot more natural. But it's not.
This is a phenomenon that I thought Withering Waves would learn and be able to break out of.
Nope.
But I feel it's fallen into more or less the same trap. Why is it that even though both companies have written some good stories in their previous games, that they failed to keep up the momentum here? Today, I want to talk about it. Like, really talk about it.
Yeah, okay.
The more I looked into the topic, the more I realized that this trend of lackluster story writing may have seeped into the gacha space as a whole. Normally, I don't like this.
Yep, like I said, I've seen it as a whole. It's just that these two are generally like on the worst end at being offenders of this. You realized why DG called create was created? Yeah. Of course. I mean, if we have Falcom writing is just its own level of crazy. Right? It takes a lot for everything to build up. But at least they're not wasting your fucking time. But yeah.
Discussing the big titles in the gacha market, but since this has seemingly become a trend in these open world games, I want to make this video as a warning and critique on why I think this is happening and what people can learn from it.
I don't think it's really that much of a trend, at least from some of the other ones I've played. The ToF does not have this issue at all. Right? Enfield kinda does, but it's like not anywhere near this bad from what I played in the closed beta. The NTE one, it all depends on how they localize it. Because, like, yeah, I did play the NTE closed beta. The story seemed fine, at least from when I grabbed the... when I used Mort to OCR the whole thing, right? You guys can still find the VODs on my channel of when I played through all that, right? We go over here. NTE VODs, right? You can rewatch those. We did translate the story in them. It was like, what, Chapter 1, Chapter 1.5, and Chapter 2 in there. As well as the prologue that got translated. And then, like, a side story quest. Right? That's all they had in the beta for story. They had other stuff we messed around with, but yeah. Alright, you have a good night then, Zenmeister. But yeah. Right, that's like... there. It wasn't a problem there, but like... sometimes I think these problems happen after localization. So I don't know how they're gonna handle it. Right? Honestly though, like, I think the main thing though with a lot of these is when they get dubbed. The characters are just like... maybe they're putting on a fake accent, but they're just reading lines. So the dubs just end up making it worse. Because, like, they're basically extremely monotone just with a very specific accent for a lot of them in these. Either that or they're just completely missing voice lines at, like, period. Right? Because, like, it's like, oh, no budget. They ran out of budget or something happened and they couldn't record it or whatever their excuse is that we've seen. So you have that too. But like, even then, it's not like they're actually acting when they're reading the lines. But that part, again, like, it just makes it worse because it hurts the immersion.
I know when tackling a topic as subjective as story, I want to make it clear that the information provided in this video is from my own opinions, and you are allowed to disagree or critique it as well. My name is Psyche, and after holding off on talking about storytelling in gacha games, let's finally get into it. If you know me, the story is one of the few aspects of a gacha game that I don't review. The reason for this is twofold. The first is that, as mentioned before, storytelling is extremely subjective.
Alright.
If your response to someone else critiquing the narratives is, well, I enjoyed it, that's great. I'm glad you did.
Yeah.
Don't let anyone tell you how to enjoy your favorite game. It's like eating the food and listening to the music you like. Why do you like eating hamburgers? I don't know, I just like the taste of it, I guess. You don't need a concrete reason to like or dislike the story in any medium, and I feel it's sort of a moot point to try and prove that someone else is enjoying something the wrong way. The second reason is more specific to gacha games. As you know, some of them have extremely well-written narratives. One problem, gacha games also have this unbreakable curse that the story only starts to ramp up after a long way from the beginning.
Yeah, they tend to take way too long to get anywhere. If they get anywhere.
And as a content creator with limited time to spend per video, I don't know how far in before the story gets good, and I don't know how long it'll take for me to get there. Spending that much time to invest in something that might get good is simply not an efficient use.
And that's the key word there, might. Might is the key word. For all you know, they might end up in just being like... what? They might end up having just the same amount of depth as, you know, playing Super Mario Bros. On the NES, making it to one of the Bowser's castles, you go beat Bowser, and then you just see this pop up, you know, Toad just says, oh, thank you, Mario, but the princess is in another castle. And that's really the only relevant and important piece of information you get straight up. I wonder what game that sounds like. Just replace the thank you Mario with thank you Traveler, but your sibling is in another castle. And then you continue to waste the rest of a year waiting for that next patch. The next major patch. Or then when you then get to go to the next area for them to then repeat it and tell you, oh yeah, thank you Traveler, but the princess is in another castle. That's the TLDR of Genshin's story. That's all it is. Which, honestly, there's nothing wrong with it being simple, whatever. It's just that the other stuff around it is what makes it Pepega. But yeah, even Limbus, its first 3 chapters are good, but later chapters are way better. Canto 3 is when is like, wow, this is good. Okay. That's mainly because the first 2 cantos are more just introduction. Fair enough. They can never be top. Libra Arc, Azure Tree, Great Twilight Events, Trails. Yeah, but we're not talking about Trails here. You know, we might have Trails from Zero BGM playing right now, but nah. Waiting 2 minutes for the next level to load up. No, 2 minutes for the next section of the same level to load up. How about that? How about that? You're still in the same level, but you gotta wait 2 minutes for the next section to load. We've seen that before. Alright.
Use of my time, and I should just explore the aspects of the game that can be judged from a more objective perspective. Now, storytelling and writing, while most of it is subjective, there are absolutely objective qualities that one can observe. These are issues that I find pretty prevalent in the 2 biggest open world titles out right now. Please note that I've thoroughly enjoyed playing Genshin and Withering Waves. I spent 2 years on Genshin and the past 6 months on Wuwa. They both have many other good qualities that I can praise all day, but this is a critique on purely the story writing and nothing else. Also, since these 2 games have a sort of a war between the fan bases, just so people don't label me as a Hoyo or Kuro shill, instead of playing sides, I'm just gonna roast both of them. To establish some rules, I understand that certain creative directions can be restricted by the live service model of gacha games. You can't really expect them to do any major branching storylines or altering the world to a drastic degree.
I mean, even without a live service, it's not like a game series has not existed where they've basically been doing just that over the past 20 years or anything. I wonder what game series I'm thinking of right here, where they literally just continue the story from the last one that leaves off, right? And they completely continue to expand on everything, and even like go to other places on the continent or whatever, introduce a new cast while bringing stuff from the older entries and continue on that. I wonder what game that is. I wonder what games those are. I wonder. Is there any good live service story? To be honest, I don't know, man. Like I remember back when I used to play World of Warcraft, I was like super into the lore there. But like, the problem with WoW's lore was like, all the good important stuff in there isn't in the fucking game. It's like, you'd think they'd put it in like all the quests and stuff as you go through all the zones and stuff like that. Like, back when I used to play WoW, I've gotten many lore master titles of several zones. But like, there's barely much that actually ends up happening, a lot of them. You end up like finding more if you read the freaking novels that they write. So like, what I used to do back when I was super into it, I think it was like Nobel 87 or whatever. I think Danger Dolan or who else I think I would watch. And they would like go into like deep dives on like the lore and the stuff like that by reading because like they would actually read the novels and stuff and make videos of the stuff back then. I think it was those. I might be wrong though, I don't know. I don't remember. It's been a long time. But like, I used to watch this stuff all the time back then. and a couple other stuff with WoW. But yeah, like I used to watch like lore videos of the stuff there while I was doing something else on the side. But yeah. Like yeah, like the like like in terms of just actual games, like a fully interconnected, long-running story outside of Trails, I can't think of any other game or just game series that actually does a good job with that. Like I just can't. Like nothing comes to mind. Because like the thing is, like Final Fantasy, a lot of the games are their own separate thing, right? Each version number, each number, whatever, it's its own separate thing for the most part. Very few of them are actually connected. And same thing with like what else? Right? But you only followed up to Warcraft 3 lore. You did not play WoW, fair enough. Warcraft 3 was fun, man. Too bad Blizzard killed it when they made the Warcraft 3 Reforged. I used to play a lot of custom maps back in the day in Warcraft 3. It was great. Warcraft 3 custom games are great, man. But like, yeah. Like, what else? Right? Like, I can't really think of what else would be, like, super connected, man. But yeah, hi Dan47B. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I can't. I'm drawing a blank. It's funny how we're still only 3 minutes into this video. Frozen Throne was great, man. Frozen Throne, yeah. Like, nothing just comes to mind. Because a lot of them, like, they don't come anywhere close. Not even. Maybe they'll have, like, a sequel or two, but, like, they're not gonna keep it going for an extended period of time.
Any choices that the player can make is inconsequential or minimal at best. Maybe it changes how a small portion of the world looks.
Yeah, I mean, like, if it wasn't for Warcraft 3 custom maps, it wouldn't even have Dota. Dota 2, League of Legends, none of those would have existed. If it wasn't for Warcraft 3 custom maps. They're the reason why they exist.
But these games can only tell stories in a linear fashion. It's unreasonable to expect any player choices that actually amount to much.
Yep.
And that's just due to how these games are set up. There are plenty of ways to tell a good linear story, but this is the first thing I want to bring up. Something else that open world games can do easily compared to other genres is environmental storytelling.
But
This is actually done pretty well in both games, and it can be done in multiple ways. Since Teyvat and Solaris 3 are littered with regions and sights to see, random loot in the world can often lead the player into side quests and other rewards. If there's something shiny or interesting, players will naturally be drawn towards it. It's like when I explored Reinx in Withering Waves. Wandering the streets, I noticed there is a polymorphed bathtub creature. It's then that I saw a prompt to enter it, and your character will just sit in it while the tub lazes around. This doesn't do anything, but it's still cool and goofy to experience. Later on, while exploring the region, I saw a boat in the midst of a dark ravine. I boarded it, jumped through a waterfall, and was greeted by a breathtaking vista. The game didn't tell me to do these things, I found them out myself, which makes the experience more memorable and organic.
But what does that have to do with storytelling? That's just, oh cool, you can look at this shiny, pretty thing. Where's the storytelling on that one?
Presentation is clearly the strong suit of these games. Both
That's all they have. It's just presentation. That's all they have. You get to say, ooh, shiny thing, or ooh, shiny cutscene. And then it's like, okay, and then what?
Scene and environmental designs are stylized and flashy. There's a shiny coat of paint on top of whatever story is being told. I don't think many would argue that these games look bad from a visual perspective. They're often a sight to behold, and I can even recount some instances I stopped exploring just to take screenshots. Now that we've gotten the pleasantries out of the way, let's discuss writing. For this video, I will be honing down on Genshin's Natlan storyline and Withering Waves' Reinx storyline.
Okay,
both are the most recent major explorable regions in their respective games. I will be bringing in callbacks from other portions in the story, but I will be mostly narrowing down on these two specifically. Let's start from the absolute fundamentals. A common question that I often ask myself when it comes to engaging with story writing is, why should I care?
Exactly.
The first piece of the puzzle begins with setting expectations.
Why
The
should
central
you care?
goal of Genshin's traveler revolves around finding his or her sibling. This is their ultimate objective when wandering around the world of Teyvat. While most of the regions sidetrack the traveler quite a bit, the interlude quests guide you back on track while giving just enough motivation to remind you what you've been fighting for all this time. I often enjoy these quests as I felt more connected to the traveler at a personal level, and when I felt my motivations were most aligned with the traveler's. When Aether finally meets with an image of his sister, it gives off a sense of catharsis that you just don't often feel while playing the game.
You're the only one in this world who calls me that.
Journeying to Natlan was a bit of a strange feeling right after having completed, in my opinion, one of the more emotional interlude quests, as I felt that Natlan didn't have any direct leads that would allow the traveler to reunite with their sibling, but rather they were just journeying there just for the hell of an adventure. To start, however, I actually quite liked the first act of the Natlan Archon quests. You meet Kachina first, an aspiring warrior hoping to participate in the upcoming tournament, but her former allies doubt her strength and leave her without a team. This might be a wild take, but Kachina, in my opinion, is the only well-developed character in this questline. She has some degree of personality, has personal aspirations, has room for growth, and serves as a good vehicle to introduce you to the region. There's even a portion of the story later where she reminisces on callbacks to your adventures. Yes, the only character I felt some sort of emotional attachment to was a 4-star. As you roam the painted cliffsides and lovable wildlife, you meet Kanich and Mulani in preparation for a tournament to decide the best warrior that will lead the nation to battle the Abyss. Again, Act 1 is a good start. You have the excitement of a competition to flow into how the Nation of War does its traditions, while also introducing the Pyro Archon, Malvika. There doesn't need to be a lot of stakes since the job is to welcome the player to Natlan's distinct culture, and Act 1 does it really well. In the Nation of War, when worthy warriors are killed in combat, they can be resurrected via the Ode of Resurrection. Shortly after, the inciting incident is when the sacred flames start dying out, and fails to bring back Kachina after she fell in battle. This actually upset me a bit when I got to this part, since I felt more connection to Kachina than any of the other Natlan casts. I think seeing her fall in battle would have made it hit even harder, but hey, this is a family-friendly game. We can't show stabbing, that's way too violent. In any case, the nation must find some way to rekindle the fire and repel the Abyss before it's too late. Not to mention before the general populace notices and loses morale. Malvika had already come up with a plan to defeat the Abyss. By resurrecting herself while Natlan rebuilt itself 500 years ago, 6 warriors will be chosen that will eventually fight alongside Malvika against the Abyss. It's admittedly a clever and ambitious plan, and it does show off her reliability as a leader. It's then that the Fatui Harbinger, the captain, comes to take the region's Gnosis. He argues that since only half of the 6 warriors have been chosen, a better strategy is to use the power of the Gnosis to strengthen the ley lines in Natlan instead. He wishes to achieve the same goals, just with a more extreme method. This establishes that the captain shares the same interests as Natlan and has some ties to the region. Whether or not he has ulterior motives remains to be seen at this point. There's a couple other chapters featuring the other Natlan cast members, though I wasn't able to form an emotional connection with them, to be honest. Most of them came off as rather friendly to the traveler, and aside from surface level development, there was no significant change to their relationship. It's hard to get invested in their characterization if all their personality and motives are expressed through dialogue instead of being shown what they actually do. For example, Shilonen is an expert craftsman who knows her way around a forge. One of the main driving forces of the plot is forging something called the Ancient Name for the traveler. Given that they are a foreigner, it's especially difficult to forge one. And she goes on a tangent on just how impossible the task sounds. Well, a couple acts later, she just forges it and gives it to you. One of the most important plot points.
So the important plot point, nah, she just does it off screen. Okay, done. Easy. Easy job. Easy clap, guys. Easy.
Of the entire arc just happens off camera. Thanks, I guess. One of the other frustrating aspects is the characterization of Malvika. She's regarded as too perfect, and that's kind of the problem. When a character only has one side or trait to play off of, then they can rarely be considered as multifaceted or dynamic. These traits are more suitable for your generic one-off NPCs and side quests, but for a character that's considered the focal point of this region's entire story, it pales in comparison to what MiHoYo was able to achieve with the previous 2 nations. I'm sure some will be quick to point out that Malvika has other backstories in the form of an animated short that portrays a more vulnerable and humanistic version
Too
of
bad
herself.
it's not nothing to
But
do with
something
the
I want to
game.
bring up is that when it comes to consuming any type of media, whether it might be a TV show, movie, or game, aside from the direct media itself, very few people in the community actually engage with content associated outside of it.
Exactly.
Even you watching this video represents a minuscule minority of the Genshin or Wuwas community. The majority of players won't even know that this short exists. And if
Yep.
such important details relating to character development is out there, then why isn't it portrayed within the game? This is far from the first time Genshin does this, and Wuthering Waves
You
has
forgot
even
that
followed in
anime.
similar footsteps.
Uh-huh.
Lore implications relating to a character shouldn't be hidden in a profile page, a separate manga or animated short, or in the most egregious of cases, locked behind a time-limited event.
Yep.
The second aspect that the Natlan
They shouldn't do
storyline
it.
lacks is conflict. I'm sure everyone learned the literary techniques of writing conflict in high school. There's many ways it can be created, and even more ways to express them. Man versus man versus self, man versus society, man versus nature, you name it. Conflict
Yep.
is the central obstacle that the protagonist must overcome to achieve a goal. And it can
Okay.
be split into other smaller conflicts that creates even more nuance or develops a character in some way. When two allies start disagreeing with something and things get heated, when the protagonist starts doubting themselves and breaks down in denial. Any conflict the Natlan storyline portrays is either quickly resolved or trivial in nature.
Rip.
Whether external or internal, conflict is a major driving force in creating urgency and tension, and it's something that's not explored nearly enough in these two games' writing. Anyways, eventually, the Abyss lays siege on Natlan. There's a pretty
Okay.
cool Warzone minigame where you have to defend certain points on a map and the amount of casualties are tallied on a chart. I'm sure the intention was to show the brutality of war, though it's hard to care about those that perish in the war because they're just numbers on the screen.
Yeah, Rip, they're only numbers. You don't actually see them being involved or whatever. Actually, sad, man. Oh, you gotta go defend these points. I remember playing freaking games on the PS Vita that at least had the NPCs and shit you were defending. At least they would try to do something to help you and fight back, and you could hear their voices pop up, even if their model wasn't displayed. I played games on the freaking PS Vita era that would do more. And like, the minimum requirements to fucking run Genshin is way higher than the performance of a PS Vita. Right, like Genshin won't even run properly on the Switch if you have a model of the Switch that can actually run custom firmware and install Android on the Switch to then put the Android version of Genshin on it. Like, it's not even gonna get like 30 FPS standing still in Mondstadt. It won't even hit like 24 FPS from when I tried to do that on mine. But like, yeah. That's why you don't have Genshin on Switch. The Switch can't run the game.
It's like how if you see an NPC with the generic face and eye structure, then you know they're not going to end up mattering. Genshin
Yep.
has established a rule that playable characters cannot die. This already
Yep.
removes some emotional baggage because none of the important cast is actually in any danger.
Yep,
Nothing
no
of
one's in
value
danger.
is lost, and Malvika shows no sign of doubt or weakness amidst all this. The final warriors are chosen, and the team ends up defeating the Abyss, accompanied by very flashy visuals. However, the Abyss is not eradicated from
Yep.
Natlan for good. So after the Traveler receives their ancient name, they tag along with Malvika into the Night Kingdom to put an end to everything. As the battle
Okay.
concludes and the duo emerge victorious, amidst all the celebration, Malvika goes missing. As it turns out, being able to access the ability to resurrect fallen warriors came at a cost: the eventual death of the Pyro Archon. As
Oh.
Malvika goes to the god of death to sacrifice herself, the captain arrives at the last minute and offers to accept him as a substitute instead. He explains that he was once a Conrian that fought in the war 500 years ago, and was
Okay.
given the curse of immortality. In order to release the souls of his fallen comrades into the ley lines, he offers to be merged with the Lord of the Night, altering the rules of the ley lines so that the souls of Conrians are accepted too, while also allowing himself to be freed from the curse of immortality. A perfect
Okay.
solution to the conflict.
That sounds way too convenient, but yeah. You'll hack Switch for Homebrew Android Edition and still Genshin. That's how you can play Genshin on Switch too. Yeah, sure. You just gotta make sure someone finds an exploit to do that on the Switch too. But honestly, for the price of a Switch 2, it's not worth it, man. If you actually wanted to just go play something on a handheld device, those games, doesn't like stuff like what? Can't you just get like an Ein Odin or something? It's a lot cheaper too. Yeah, you can get like an Ein Odin. Is this a 2 portal? Yeah, 329. Switch is 450. You can get like the max version, the pro version. That's still cheaper than Switch 2. You get your 120 Hz OLED. You can dock it and stuff like that. 800 nits brightness. All that stuff. Right, Snapdragon 8 Gen 2. You know. Yeah, you get all that. If you really wanted to play that type of stuff. You can get more storage. The max variant has 16 gigs of RAM with 1 terabyte of storage for 500. You can put an SD card to expand it. They have different colors and whatever. Like, you could just get one of these. There's like a couple other of these things there. This runs Android though. This is like one of those Android ones. Yeah, exactly. It's like, you can get other things that would probably do a better job. But yeah. Snapdragon Elite, latest one. Yeah, here's the thing though. Like, if you're talking to like phone SoCs, right? Most phones don't have a fan inside to cool the SoC in there. Or have the option to run it at a higher power draw. Those handheld devices, they can actually run them at a higher power draw. And have active cooling. Unlike phones. So they can still get a bit more from less. At the same time though, like, it is a cheaper device than those phones. Keep that in mind.
This is what most refer to as a Deus Ex Machina in storytelling.
Okay.
A plot device where a seemingly unsolvable problem is conveniently resolved for the protagonist without logic or setup. Nobody knew that the captain held the Curse of Immortality or his backstory until he walked in. There's a lack of build-up to this moment, so the resolution feels less like the cast earned it, but rather, they got lucky, and it just happened to work out. The Traveler is showered with praise for the length of an entire quest, almost to the point of comical. Look at me having a jolly time. Wait, why am I in Natlan again? Something about finding a lost sibling?
Nah, they
now,
forgot
I hope
about
you haven't forgotten about Withering Waves, because as much as I
Withering Waves, he just said Withering Waves, right?
thought a sci-fi apocalyptic world will be able to break Genshin's curse, I was wrong. I recently played and completed the Rinascita storyline up to the most recent Act 4.
Yeah, I only played the initial 2.0 Rinascita story, man. That thing was funny. Yeah, all the QTEs were hilarious. You could literally do nothing and still beat them. You could just AFK through most of it. It's funny.
This expansion that borrows influence from Italy, and its map suspiciously resembles a page out of Elden Ring, but that must be in my imagination. Worth mentioning that the Rinascita storyline is technically not entirely finished, though the first 3 acts released in 2.0, with the 4th having been released just a few days ago, wrapping up a portion of the arc nicely. You can make the argument that it's not fair to judge an unfinished story, but the way I see it, 2.0 already presented a fairly complete storyline, with the additional arcs taking on after it, and I don't see how the story would end that would change my opinions. Now, Rinascita has improved the game in many ways in general, and I'll be making a 1-year review on the game sometime this month, but in my honest opinion, the story was not one of its improvements. The world of Withering Waves takes place on Solaris 3, where the humanoid enigmatic being known as the Rover descends on the planet. They're on a journey to figure out who they are and what their purpose is. A quest for self-actualization, if you will. The primary issue I have with Withering Waves' overall story premise is that it's too abstract. The Rover's quest for self-actualization is too vague to have a goal to cling on to. Unlike Genshin's Traveler, whose mission is to reunite with a loved one, is relatable and tangible, finding one's purpose in the world can literally be about anything. I don't know what the Rover's end goal is, so it's harder for me to relate to them as a protagonist. Withering Waves follows the classic Chosen One trope, where the rover is
Yep.
portrayed as very powerful, wielding extraordinary abilities. They possess great combative skills and are generally well liked by everyone. I feel there's a lot of parallel in the characterization of the rover compared to Malvika.
Okay.
Once you draw the comparisons, a lot of the
They release unfinished? Yeah, that's the norm. They all of these games do this, Tara. They all do it.
same problems start to arise. One, at no point in the story does the rover actually struggle or sacrifices something significant
No, they just all conveniently is always able to go through it, overpower it,
to
or whatever.
achieve something. Every battle ends in their triumph, and it gives off the impression that they can overpower any foe. In
Yep.
other words, a lack of conflict. This is a far cry from what Crow Games was able to achieve with Punishing Grey Raven.
Yep.
I'm making my way through the campaign, and I gotta say, what the hell happened with Wuthering Waves' writing team? In PGR, there are
Yeah.
numerous times where you actually lose.
Yep,
The new
a
foe is
lot.
just too strong, and you either have to face some losses or sacrifice in order to continue.
All the time.
You are not always the hero in the story, but it makes the payoff in the end just that much more worth it. You can't experience the highs without feeling the lows. I often found that because of the vague premise, I found myself having some difficulty relating to what the rover's actions are. I can tell they have some way to convene with the deities of this world and are supposed to fill a big role. Yet I have no
Okay.
clue what it is, nor has
Yep.
the game given me a reason to care. Take the Black Shores questline for example. We
Okay.
learned that the rover played a big part in building this place, and that their loyal companion Shorekeeper has been waiting for their return. The issue is, I don't know what the Black Shore is. I don't know who Shorekeeper is. So
Yep.
instead of experiencing a heartwarming reunion, I feel like a third wheel watching from afar. Like,
Yeah, because, like, you don't know who anyone is. You know, you might as well be that saber, like Thanos is like, I don't know who you are. Because that's the experience there.
I can tell you're very close to one another, but where am I in all this? When Aether finally enjoys a short reprieve to chat with his sister, I share his sense of longing. The build-up feels proper, as even the player knows that they haven't been able to get together like this in a while. You can't expect the audience to care about a relationship between two characters without any setup, which again ties back to that original question. For the record, I don't have a problem with the unpredictability of Wuthering Waves' overall premise. Some might argue that the Traveler obviously can't reunite with their sibling until the entirety of Teyvat is unlocked, given the live service nature of the game, and I
Yep.
can certainly see some validity in that. A lot of the best gacha game stories I've read in the past also have fairly vague premises, but something that makes those click for me is how self-contained each portion of the story is. For
Okay.
example, saving humanity is obviously a very abstract concept. It's usually broken down into smaller chunks so that it makes more sense why you're doing certain things.
Okay.
Take PGR's Chapter 16 for example. You know, same company and all. The punishing virus's effect on the Earth's surface is as great as ever. In order to have a chance of developing a weapon that can combat it, a mission was devised to send the Grey Raven squad to the front lines of an operation to
Alright.
extract a sample from a densely corrupted area. Your squad is chosen because of your recent victories that will further bolster hope should you succeed. The overall goal of the game is pretty vague, but each chapter presents a tangible goal that you're working towards. But let's talk about Reinx. What's that all about? Well, Solaris' environment often experiences natural disasters known as the Lament, where certain
Okay.
locations warps and transforms, breaking the logic and physics of the world. This results in the wave-worn phenomenon, where laments can create gates where deformed creature-like beings known as tacit discords spew onto their environment. And they can take on many forms based on the wavelength of the disturbance. Defeating one may transform them into an echo, in which you can harness their powers yourself. During the rover's journey, they manifest a small creature
Okay.
from the tacit mark from their hand, which they believe to be an echo. However, Abby is fully sentient and can speak, a trait unlike other ordinary echoes. After the Black Shores questline, the rover decides to venture to Reinx, a region well known for its echo technology, in the hopes of figuring out exactly what Abby is and why its frequency seems to be fading. Plus, a vision of the rover's past self says that they have once made a pact with the Imperator. I got no clue who that is yet, but
Yeah, who
sure,
is that?
this is a good step in
Okay.
the direction of figuring out the rover's identity. So,
Sure.
let's do it. Your wife, Shorekeeper, explains that the
Your
rover
wife?
even received an
Gathering Wives allegations, guys. You gotta keep the Gathering Wives allegations. It just straight up says your wife.
invitation
Nice.
from the Montali family, one of the major ruling factions in Reinx, requesting their aid and granting entry into the region. So there's
Okay.
no reason not to go. This is a good
Yep.
start. It gives you something to cling to, though my main gripe is that aside from being a quirky mascot character, the story has not made enough effort to build up emotional ties to Abby. But hey, this goal is definitely related to their quest for discovering who they are, so maybe I'll just see how the story goes. As they set sail in the dense fog, they're shipwrecked by a giant whale-like beast, and are saved by Captain Brant's ship. He presents himself as friendly and hospitable, while you meet his crew of cuddly-shaped echoes. Even the ship itself is one too. You get a slight glimpse of a sinister-looking flower embedded into the whale that attacked you, hinting that maybe it was under some kind of mind control. As Brant bids you farewell at the harbor and into Raguna City, you're greeted by Phoebe, an acolyte of the Order of the Deep, the de facto governing body in town. You surely meet Zani, a banker that works for the Montelli family that offers to show you around. As you lounge around for a meal, you witness an echo suddenly attacking people. At the last second, you see a brief vision of the Sentinel requesting your aid. Carlotta, the daughter of the Montelli family, explains that Reinx's echo technology is restricted to the locals, but there lies a way to make it available to everyone. However, the Order believes that this technology is too dangerous to be shared with the outside world and should be safeguarded. But Carlotta believes that they just wish to harness its powers for themselves, hence why she invited the rover here to help with ending this dispute. During your investigations, you find evidence of the Order, the Phasalia family, and the Fraxidus attempting to throw the region into chaos. Even some in the Montelli family has been corrupted to join their side. This scheme seems to go deeper than it looks. You end up separated on a nearby island. It's then that you meet Brant once again. He explains that when someone has broken a law of Raguna City, the Order proclaims them as fools and banishes them to this realm part of the Pilgrim's Sail, which they must meet with the fabled Sentinel of Reinx and atone for their wrongdoings. Unexpectedly, this desolate place full of destruction is the actual place that all fools end up, and all they really meet is their doom. Brant survived the sail and formed his crew to help others that end up here with a new purpose and a new life. This basically cements the Order as a overtly evil faction that condemns criminals to death. The fools come to the conclusion that the opposition will try to disrupt the upcoming carnival happening in Raguna City. So after practicing a dance with Carlotta for some reason, you set for the festival, just in time to foil the plans of the Fraxidus. The Order, please—
Oh yeah, that's right. When I did this, you can completely AFK that and you would still clear it. After a while, it would just let you do it. You could just completely AFK it and then be like, okay, fine.
With the crew with restoring the peace, offers a cooperation that will allow them to perform within the city. This marks the end of 2.0, but there's still so much that needs to be answered. What was the relationship of the Fraxidus with the Order? What was the Phasalia's family's role in all this? So let's analyze this part. In case you notice there's a lot of jargon and foreign names that were brought up, you'd be absolutely right. It is complex, and if you really dig into it, there's a lot of information to appreciate and digest. But the player isn't presented with a good moment-to-moment story. Aside from that, I never felt emotionally invested in any of the Reinx characters at this point. They're neutral or friendly to the rover, have no character arcs or development, and have no noteworthy traits or actions that make them memorable, aside from some fan service.
Yeah, they just need only the fan service, man. That's all they got. Not to mention,
it gets the rover no significant progress to figuring out what Abby is, which is the reason why they traveled here in the first place.
Yeah, they completely forgot about why they were there in the first place.
It's the same set of problems as Nalin. Now, I'm not saying that the entire plot needs to follow the rover's quest for self-actualization, since I don't have a problem with writers just doing their own thing and creating a contained story just for this region. I'm saying that the payoff is just not there for the long runtime that the first 3 acts had. So, does Act 4 improve the story? Well, actually, I would say it does do a couple things better. This arc involves finding out the identity of Cardathea, a mysterious girl that appeared at the end of the Carnival. Basically, there are 2 types of deities in Withering Waves, Sentinels and Threnodians. The Sentinels are essentially the guardians of humanity, aka the good guys, while the Threnodians represent destruction and unleashed chaos across the world. They both have their respective resonator that's supposed to be, in a way, their right-hand man. According to Fenrico, the Primus, or head of the Order, he is the rightful resonator to Reinx's Sentinel. Meanwhile, the girl you see before you had deceived everyone in the events of a catastrophe 20 years ago, and is actually the resonator for the evil Threnodian instead. I will say, in terms of the writing, I did feel a couple moments here and there that made me feel attached to Cardathea whilst exploring a gravity-defying floating ruin. I'll save the critique for the environmental design in a separate review video, but overall, because the story focuses on bonding with a single character, that it actually achieves some degree of development. Oh, I guess Cantarella's there too, but she's just kind of there on the side. If you also notice, none of the previous characters in the first 3 acts are involved at all. At most, Carlotta leaves you a short
Well, of course, they're always like, okay, we're done with this one, on to the next one we gotta sell. For like $300 to $400 a copy. They're always like this. Completely forget about the last one, we got the new one to sell.
Message before she sits back in the cuck chair. The game has shifted the story's focus to the next set of cast at this point. Even so, because the majority of Act 4 screen time is focused on Cardathea, not even the one other character involved in the plot is given enough time to develop. I'm someone that judges a character's actions not in the degree of impact, but rather the emotional meaning it brings. If Mortefi walked up to the rover and said, "I just solved world hunger and found the cure for cancer," my response would be, "Cool, I guess."
Cool, yeah.
Mortefi is an extremely minor side character that barely has any presence in the story. So anything he does, even if it's the most heroic deed ever, has no meaning to me. The degree of impact of his action is high, but carries no emotional significance.
Just like, who's that character again that's on the thumbnail or the icon for the game when you boot it up? Who's that again? I think that was Rexlet, right? That was cross-dressing Rexlet, right? It's someone else, right? The character on the Wuthering Waves icon when you boot up the game. It's only just Rexlet when he's cosplaying, right? Not cosplaying, when he's cross-dressing. It's just cross-dressing Rexlet, it's no one else. Looks like a Void Piercer wedding skin. Wait, let's see. Wait. Okay, yeah, Void Piercer wedding here. Yeah, that's Void Piercer wedding. What's her name? Cantarella? Okay. Yeah. I see what you mean. Yep. Just change the hair color a little bit. Get rid of the flower in the hair thing there too. The hairstyle's a bit different. Her hair is tied up. Cantarella's is not. But yeah. Alright.
Now, I'm a big sucker for romance stories. One of my absolute favorites to this day is 2004's visual novel Clannad. The protagonist, Tomoya, is just a regular high school delinquent that found a new purpose in supporting a new family with his loved one, Nagisa. Both of them are neither rich nor extraordinary. Residing in a small house, Tomoya's body aches all over after a grueling day of working as an electrician. Just as he slumps home tired and beat, Nagisa is there to welcome him with a meal. In this turbulent society, Tomoya realizes the weight of adulthood, and he now has a purpose protecting and nurturing this small family. Just maybe, everything will work out in the end. The degree of impact is low, but the emotional weight of the action is high. This is what I want to see in storytelling. Because building a
that's Clannad, alright.
unique bond with a character takes a lot of effort. And this is why Cardathea feels more organic, since the game has actually spent an entire arc dedicated to spending time with her.
Too bad the dialogue is not organic, though. It probably isn't. They still have that weird thing that they like to write things as if they're writing a college thesis, instead of actual dialogue between characters.
As for everything else, though, I can't say the same. So when Cantarella sacrificed the powers she obtained from a second awakening, that sacrifice is meaningless to me. I don't know what struggles she faced while making that decision. The story has not built enough rapport with her to know exactly what that entails. It's the Shallonen Ancient Name case all over again. Later the same evening, I read the first section of Punishing Grey Ravens, chapter 17.
Okay, yeah.
And it is a night and day difference. So much so that I almost can't believe the same company made both games.
Yeah.
Stuck in an overcrowded refugee camp with limited supplies while enemies are closing in, the Grey Raven squad must find some way to evacuate everyone to a safe place. All the while, the Commandant is still unconscious from a previous injury. Even though the place is cramped with nameless NPCs, the writing does an extremely good job of capturing the hopelessness of the situation. The unrest of the crowd is there might not be enough time to evacuate everyone. The small glimmers of hope as Liv performs a song amidst the despair. The troubled debates in the upper commands on how to combat the newly evolved enemies.
Well.
This is visceral storytelling. It's not that Wuthering Waves' writing doesn't have anything to show for it. It's just that compared to the game that the same company has made, it is a laughable downgrade. I think a good twist would be if Cardathea was actually the Threnodian's evil resonator, and she was just stringing the rover all along to fit her own agenda, and that Fenrico was actually in the right. It would flip the narrative entirely on its head and subvert everything you know about Reinacida. The comically evil guy wearing the ominous mask was the righteous one all along. Now that would have been something. To sum it up, do I think Wuthering Waves has better storytelling than Genshin? My answer is a resounding no.
Yep.
Critiquing the story is one thing, but I will say
Not
this.
surprised.
One of the most frustrating responses from hardcore fans that I see whenever someone brings up a critique is, you just don't get it. These stories are actually really well written.
I don't know, man. I think he gets it a lot more than those people.
There's so much lore and background info that you're not understanding.
Yep.
You fail to notice the finer details that make you appreciate the writing. That is true. Both entries, especially Genshin, have a rich backlog of all the lore and timeline happening during—
No, they no. Half the viewers probably stopped watching like 20 minutes ago. They probably stopped watching 20 minutes ago. What do you mean at this point? They probably stopped watching around here. They watch him attack the Genshin one and then they click off when he gets to Mua. Which ends up being more than half this video.
And before the events of the game. So much so that some people online are dedicated to discussing Genshin lore. I'm not saying that a complicated story is bad. Quite the contrary. I think a good story should be complex with many moving parts. But this is where I disagree with some of these fans. People are not stupid. The average player can easily understand the lore.
I mean, we're talking about gacha gamers here, man. Trying to get gacha gamers to draw a fucking triangle, much less a straight line. Or not stand in the fire. It ain't gonna work. It don't work. Imagine.
Lore and the background info the story is trying to tell. The issue is that it's not done in an engaging manner. Humans are innately curious. If you present a scenario that's intriguing to follow but leave behind some subtle unexplained lore crumbs, people will naturally want to learn more and seek out additional knowledge that could help them understand the story better. Both Genshin and Wuthering Waves have this weird fixation that somehow throwing many specific and complicated—
the naming section of monsters is really bad, yeah? You just end up seeing so much random jargon, it means absolutely nothing to you. The worst part is they flood it with you like from the beginning of the game, as soon as you start. Can you imagine if you had amnesia or something, and someone started saying like these random ass words in there? You're thinking they'd be trying to like doing some weird incantation for some sort of curse or something. You know, like I'd probably be terrified. If anything, if I just heard all these this random nonsense that doesn't mean anything. If I was in the main character's shoes. Like, what? It's like, what, can they just speak like a normal person? Like, especially when someone has amnesia. They don't know what the fuck is going on. The last thing you want to do to them is create more confusion. You gotta ease them in. Exactly, the stuff means nothing. It means nothing at the start. It means absolutely nothing.
The jargons and info dumps on the history and changes of the local regions makes the player more engaged. It doesn't, and it only serves as fluff to make the story more bloated than it needs to be. One of the biggest offenders is exaggerated by Paimon. She often just recaps what was implied by the dialogue and tells you exactly how you should be thinking. Here's a brief snippet of when Mulani and the gang follow the Archon to express their concern for the deceased Kachina. As the scene plays out, Malvika was able to calm them and guide them towards the next goal. As a viewer, you can easily read between the lines and infer that she is a capable leader, able to quell the concerns of Natlan's people. So, what does Paimon interject with?
Wow, Paimon thought things were gonna get heated for a second, but the Pyro Archon took the time to explain everything so patiently.
This kind of interjection by Paimon hurts the dialogue in two ways. Not only does she take away any possible nuance that the player can interpret from the dialogue by explicitly telling it to you, she ends up bloating it with useless information even further. Putting the bloated
I mean, even without Paimon, they already bloated it already. Like a lot of these games like to do it. It's just a pain. To the point where if like, with a lot of them, with these gachas, a lot of them, when I do play them, I'm like, if they're not going to, if they're not gonna voice it, it means time to skip because it's not important enough for me to care anymore. And then the thing is, though, the skip button, it's like, okay, the more I keep clicking the skip button, the more it's like, what else am I even here for? It's not like they have anything else. Anyways. Right? So it's just like, eh. And then my incentives to keep playing, it just drastically goes away even faster until I'm just like, yeah, nah, I give up. No more.
Dialogue aside, the moment-to-moment story must be good in order for the player to care about the lore, not the other way around. I can even demonstrate that with the same game. I'm sure a lot of people clicked on this video and are almost shouting at me. Genshin does have good story writing. Just look at Sumeru and Fontaine.
Oh god, no, not Sumeru, man. I remember when I played the Sumeru Archon quest when 3.0 came out, man. I got fucking Vietnam flashbacks from the Haruhi Suzumiya Endless 8 arc. I just wanted it to end. I wanted it to end. Heck, I wanted to fucking burn down all of Sumeru. Just like drop a bunch of oil everywhere and ignite it. Fuck, man. I wanted to start shooting up all the characters in there or whatever. Shit was so painful. Fuck no. The heck, that was like the final straw, man. After coping for like 2 years, hoping they would just bring back why even gave Genshin the time of day to even try it in the first place. Like hoping, oh hey, maybe they'll give me that Genshin, not that Genshin, that Zelda clone I wanted. Because not even Nintendo's making Zeldas like the way they used to. I was like, yeah, no. If this is what I'm gonna keep getting, and then it ends off with it just being like, oh yeah, thank you, Traveler, but the princess is in another castle. I'm like, fuck this shit, man. Like, fuck this. If I could, I'd burn down the entirety of Sumeru. Fuck, I'd lock every single character inside a cave and then burn it down, so that they can either die from being burnt alive or having all the oxygen burnt up, and then they'll die from suffocation. Whichever comes first, I don't care. You know, that's what went through my mind while playing it. I'm like, fuck no, heck. Watching the entirety of Haruhi Suzumiya Endless 8 is faster. You can watch, like, it's faster. You can watch it twice, and it'd still be faster. And that shit was painful. The characters in the game will have the same facial shape and plot. The female characters in the game are all fans of the protagonist. Yup. The story flows as they push without any preparation, no progression, no build-up, no nothing. Yeah, that's what I remember when I played it. The story flow is, yeah, it's like that one. And then when there's a crisis, the protagonist needs to solve. It's in the, it's like, they call, Mason and the gameplay, not much different except for the story. No. The gameplay and the story in Wuwa, most of it, you can literally just stand there, AFK, open up Balatro, start playing a game, right? And then like just keep playing Balatro, and only alt tab once whatever story stops autoplaying, where they do the random check to make sure you're still awake because you haven't been bored to you're not bored enough to be put to sleep. To click on the next random ass dialogue choice selection that doesn't mean anything because no matter what you pick, it's going to give you the same response anyways, right? Or you have to walk to another point to do the thing all over, because even the combat sections, a lot of them, they give you like 1,000,000 HP so you can't die, and there's like other NPCs or whatever to help you. So you can, again, just keep alt-tabbing out and wait for it to clear itself for you anyways. And then, God forbid, there's a QTE event, which you can then completely AFK and still completely clear. So you can still go and focus on playing an actual game like Balatro. It was hilarious when we played that on stream. I'll eventually re-upload that VOD of when we played the Wuwa 2.0 story. I mean, when we played Balatro, because that's really what we did. We played Balatro with Wuwa in the background. That's really what was going on. Right, we just ended up playing Balatro. And you can feel the stressful, endless hate of Haruhi, yeah. You don't watch it on release. It's pain, man. The only way you watch it is, like, you watch the first episode of Endless 8, you watch the last episode of Endless 8, and you continue on if you ever want to watch Haruhi Suzumiya. But the rest of Haruhi Suzumiya is good. It's just Endless 8 is extremely painful because you're effectively just watching the same thing 8 times over with very, very, very minor differences. Right? Like, yeah, that's why it's like Endless 8, because it feels endless. And not in a good way.
You are correct. Ask anyone in the community, most would agree that the storyline for these regions were major step-ups for Genshin. But why? Why are they generally considered so by the community? Let's look into this.
Okay.
I want to pinpoint a certain quest in the Sumeru storyline that stuck out to me, and I'm sure to a lot of other players as well. The exact moment that made players realize that Genshin can tell a good story if it wanted to. Act 2. The Morn 1,000 Roses Brings.
What?
The Sub-Suru's Festival. Dunyarzad, a devoted follower of the Dendro Archon, arrives at Sumeru City in hopes of reviving the Sub-Suru's Festival, a day that celebrates the birth of the newly...
They're talking about the Endless 8, man! No! Not this thing! This is the one that made me want to start murdering all the characters in Genshin. Like, burn down every fucking thing in here. Burn it all down. No, not this one. The fuck are these people on, man? What the fuck? What the fuck is wrong with their brains, man?
The appointed Archon.
No!
Since she was struck by a terminal illness, she wishes to see the celebrations one...
Oh no, she's struck by terminal illness. Let's help her. We'll make it actually terminal. End it faster. You know, we'll pull an Arthas succeeding you, father. Except nothing to succeed there, you just kill him.
last time before it's too late. After a day of seemingly ordinary festivities, you find that the Grand
1 kilogram of the finest stuff. Yeah, no, we just disenchant her. We'll let someone else deal with it.
Sage
you know?
of the Academia disapproves of the festival, and has cancelled the dance of Sub-Zeros in which the dancer Nilo was supposed to perform. Saddened by the news, Dunyarzad bids the traveler farewell. Reluctantly, you head to bed after a long day. But upon waking up, the traveler finds that the day has been seemingly reset, and every time that they sleep, they get stuck in an endless loop repeating the same day's events. And with each passing loop, Dunyarzad's body grows weaker.
Okay.
Following the Traveler and Paimon's discovery of this after many loops, you can feel the frustration start venting up as the Traveler already knows which cup at the guessing game contains the best candy through the dialogue choices all containing the same options. That's a really clever way to express the silent protagonist's thoughts without any spoken lines. It's then that the duo notices a childlike figure that sticks out from the crowd. The child introduces herself as Nahida, but doesn't reveal her identity yet. However, she seems very knowledgeable with Sumeru's Akasha terminals, and looks to be the key to unraveling this mystery. Following a deduction minigame, you now have to gather what you know of the time loop phenomenon and how to break out of it. What happens if I try to eat something I've never eaten before? What happens if I try to leave the premises of Sumeru City? What happens if I take off the Akasha terminal?
Too bad we didn't have the one, what happens if I just go on a spree murdering everyone? That's what I would have done. It's like, oh, okay, anyways, it's gonna loop anyways. I might as well have fun with it.
In order to solve this conundrum, I have to understand how Sumeru's Akasha system functions. You now have a sense of intrigue and urgency in order to break out of this unknown force keeping everyone in the loop, and help Dunyarzad recover. But this also introduces the lore in an engaging manner. The audience now has a reason to care.
There's also Ito's twig arms. There's resulting about it. Okay.
Going through this story quest, I'm reminded of an alternate ending in the 2010 visual novel Steins Gate. Branching off from the main plot, the protagonist...
No, don't drag Steins Gate into this. Steins Gate was great. No.
Okabe can choose to use the time leap machine to transfer his consciousness back by 48 hours, in order to prevent one of his friends from a tragic death.
Yeah, you mean, Mayuri's death, but she dies constantly every single time until they undo literally everything to stop her from dying. Yeah, and she dies in so many different ways. Yeah, I remember that. But no, don't drag Steins Gate into it. Steins Gate actually did a good job with the whole thing there. And how you built it up with all the other characters. And the things you did with them. This is not the same level as Steins Gate, no. This is nowhere near close. They literally had to undo everything and come up with a different solution there. Right, and then they made a game about the other solution in Steins Gate 0, and they went even further deep around like the whole background of everything there, of what went on. But like, yeah. No, it's not the same.
In this route, Okabe would have to experience the exact same 2 days over and over, while his friends and the rest of the world all live in ignorant bliss every time the timeline resets. Eventually, his senses are dulled by the same events repeatedly.
And the thing is, all of this also ends up with him creating the machine to track which world line he's on. Right? This is like, it also helps explain how he created the machine to keep track of everything as he kept experiencing this. It was it all connected and really built up with everything. It's not the same. It's not fair. It's not fair for Steins Gate. Don't insult Steins Gate by comparing it to that fucking trash Genshin Archon quest. Fuck no. No. Don't do Steins Gate dirty, man.
Repeating indefinitely, to the point of losing his sanity. What started out as a noble goal of preventing his friends from dying has turned into a nightmare. Each loop is a fresh new adventure for everyone else, but for Okabe, another needle jabbed into his mind as it deteriorates further. Some of my friends think my actions are questionable, but who cares what they think? Who cares if I intentionally try to put one of my friends in danger? Who cares if I say things that are out of character? Everything would just reset itself anyways. In these 2 days, I am the god of this world. Eventually, Okabe is driven mad by the same monotonous cycle over and over. He begins to form some very dark and intrusive thoughts. After all, no matter what crime or heinous acts he commits, everyone will be none the wiser once the clock rewinds again. If I'm stuck in this perpetual loop of immortality, I might as well enjoy it. No one can tell me what I can or can't do within the law. Theft, assault, murder. Think of the possibilities. Barely able to suppress the urges, he wonders how long he can hang on for. That is, until one loop, the self-proclaimed time traveler Suzuha notices the strangeness of Okabe, being cold towards his friends, and seems like none of the nerdy scientists everyone knew, pulls him aside and alludes to the unsatisfying conclusion to the movie Groundhog Day, and drops the following. You've been here before, haven't you?
Yep.
Now, I won't spoil the ending of this route in the visual novel, but this is my benchmark for quality when a story is doing a whole bit on time loops. To see Genshin of all games trying to pull this off is pretty remarkable. Fontaine was also a surprise hit in terms of...
Keyword was try. The keyword was try. They tried it, it was awful. It was awful, man. No.
Quality. The storyline opens with a trial to prove the innocence of Linny, the traveler's newfound friend, in court against the Hydro Archon, Farina. This first act knocks out two birds with one stone. Not only is it a fun little deduction minigame Ace Attorney style, it also introduces how the Nation of Justice operates and what its leader is like. This bratty pipsqueak is the one governing over the nation? While I thought the overall Fontaine's Archon quest had hits and misses, like how some characters clearly matter more than others, or how the whole Meropede section was dragged out and uneventful, something where the story really treads new grounds is how much they can make you root and care for a character.
I don't know.
Farina by far is the best written character in Genshin. She acts childishly innocent around small pets, pleads for her life when threatened, and silently cries in her room afterwards. There's something very human about that. Showing a vulnerable side like this just isn't something you see Genshin writing do. Everything looks cheerful when Farina parades around the city, but as time goes on, you can tell that behind the facade, something isn't quite right. She's putting up a front amidst having a tragic backstory, and it's your job to figure out what it is. In order to save Farina from a cruel fate, you have to understand what Fontaine's prophecy is regarding the Hydro Archon. Again, just like the Sub-Zero's festival, the player now has some emotional attachment to a character to cling to. Not only is Farina given time to grow within the story, it has also organically incorporated complex lore so that the player now has a reason to learn more about it. Everything ties back to that original question. Why should I care? Sumeru and Fontaine clearly...
Exactly, like at the end of the day, it's like, it all just boils down to like, yeah, why should I care though? Why should
had a
I?
competent writing team behind it, so it was kinda weird to see Hoyoverse relapse with Natlan. Better luck next time in Snezhnaya. Now, story is obviously not the only aspect that any game has, but I think it's extremely beneficial for gacha games to invest in good writing. This genre has a lot of potential in building emotional attachment to its characters, and some quality writing can significantly drive up the interest in which players are more willing to spend money to pull on them. So why is this happening? Why have the two biggest open-world gacha games gone down this path? Well, I actually have a pretty good theory for it. This is something I like to call the gacha motive of storytelling.
Okay.
I'll start by asking a simple question. How do gacha games make money?
Selling the next
through
character.
the act of players pulling on the gacha. These games make the majority of their revenue on characters.
Right, like $100 is like 50 pulls. You know? How many times you gotta swipe that $100 to get enough to do, to get your guaranteed, right? Yeah, best written character in Genshin is like saying the best burger at McDonald's. They all suck, exactly, man. It's just why I like never eat at McDonald's. Not only is there just not one close to where I live, or rather the closest one to where I live is farther away than like an actual nice burger place. But also the pricing is just fucked. It's like so bad, man. You go get like a freaking burger combo, you're spending like $13 or something. $13 plus, and then tax and whatever. So go get your burger with fries and a medium drink or whatever. Just the burger alone is like, what, like $12 after taxes? $11-12. And like the burger ends up tasting like burnt cardboard. With a bunch of sauces smeared all over it. Like, yeah, no, fuck no, that ain't worth the money. I can go to like if I'm gonna go to like fast food burgers, I live closer to a Harvey's, and I live closer to an A&W. I'll get a burger there instead. It's a lot cheaper. Like, there's a funny thing with like Harvey's, where if you download the app, you can get the regular burger for $3 when you do an online order through the app. A funny thing though, they don't ask for any verification and stuff. So like, big brain thing you could do is just use salted emails, load it up on an Android emulator, right? And just throw in a bunch of different accounts in there, right? You could be like, okay, today's date is, let's say it's April 4th. So what I would do is like, I would like do plus 04042025. It would be like what I salt the email to if I feel like having a burger. And then I go buy my $3 burger, right? And like that burger is gonna be in a lot of other places. And like the way Harvey's stuff works, right? It's like, yeah, I ordered like the regular burger, but like, I don't know what if you guys have something similar where you live, but here in Canada, Harvey's is a fast food place where you can get burgers. They grill it in front of you, fresh off the grill, whatever. And then when they put it in, right, you can put whatever you want as if you're making a sandwich at Subway. Right? So it's basically if Subway was making burgers. That's what that place is. So like for fast food, I would like go there if I wanted a burger. There's also A&W's burgers. They're decent too. But like there's other funny hacks there I would do. But yeah. There it's closer to raw cardboard. Oof. But like yeah, like McDonald's is not great. Shit's expensive as hell. And like the thing is, like that regular burger, if I didn't order it with the coupon, that's still like $5 plus tax for the regular burger. Or like I could order like they have like on the menu, they even have Angus beef on there. Right? Like the best burger that McDonald's ever had on the menu, they took it off because the average person's a dumbass. They thought, you know, 1/3 is less than a quarter. Because 4 is bigger number than 3. Except they didn't understand it's a fraction there. Right? So the only time they actually had quality meat in a burger at McDonald's, it didn't sell well because the average person's completely stupid. So they took it off the menu after really poor sales. Right? Because they labeled it the 3rd pounder. And they had like the 1/4 pounder. They're like, why is the 3rd pounder more expensive than the 1/4 pounder? 4 is bigger than 3, right? So why is the 3 one bigger, more expensive? Is probably what was going through their minds. But yeah, you better get a shawarma or kebab or meat pocket style. Yeah, you can also do that too, right? Go to another place, right? Like, here's the other thing, right? I could get a large pizza, extra large pizza, for the same price as, like, a regular burger at McDonald's. I could go to, like, Pizza and just order, like, a 3-topping with a walk-in special. I get to, like, pick, like 2 or 3 toppings, put it on a pizza, get a large or extra large one. Right? Any 3 toppings. Right? They don't count cheese as a topping. The cheese or the sauce. I know some pizza places do. They don't though. Like, so I can get that. Anything I want on there. So if I wanted like some of the more expensive ones, like adding ground beef or like bacon strips and stuff to it, I wouldn't be paying extra and I could just get a pizza. I wouldn't be able to finish it, right? But like, hey, you get the pizza, you can share it, easy, right? You not only are you fed, but like, you know, your friend or your family members can be fed. But yeah, in some weird pedantic number system, maybe 1/4 is bigger than 1/3. Nah. Nah, that's just the intelligence of the average person. The average person's fucking stupid. That's just the reality. That's just the reality, man. If the average person was actually intelligent, we wouldn't be living in a world where buying a brand new TV, you know, your 4K UHD TV, you know, if buying a brand new one of those wasn't the same price as like 2 to 3 weeks of groceries, or like you could, or like, you know, buying a new TV didn't like buying, no, you could buy like 5 or more new TVs of that, like those TVs for the price of 1 month's rent. We wouldn't be living in that type of world if people were actually intelligent. You know? Like, if, like, the freaking cost of things wouldn't have been as absurd as they are if people were actually intelligent. The heck, if people were actually intelligent, man, the Xbox Live thing where they were charging for online on consoles wouldn't be a thing anymore. It would have flopped. Same thing with PlayStation Plus, or whatever they call it now, and Nintendo Switch Online. If we lived in a world where people were actually intelligent, those things wouldn't exist. They wouldn't. Let's be real. Right? A lot of the stuff in these gacha games wouldn't exist either. If people were actually intelligent. Again, let's be real, man. Let's be real. But now, like, we're at a point where it's like, they've gotten so big that the reality is you can't even vote with your wallet anymore, because it's either you're voting for it or you don't vote at all. It's not that you're refusing to, it's not that you're voting against it. You're just not voting. And that's just how far they've gone. It's the point where now it's just, you're not voting or you're voting for it. And nothing else. Right, that's just the reality. Right, again, like, at the same time, people wouldn't be, like, going crazy praising the fucking, AMD GPU pricing just because they slightly undercut NVIDIA by a tiny bit. While also giving less features. Because, price at checkout slightly lower. You know? You know what, if we still had, like, things priced accordingly to what they were back then, you know, your 5080 would probably be like $500, $600. Your 5090 would probably be like $750, $1,000, you know? The 5090 would be $1,000 if people didn't keep voting like this, and then praising AMD for basically giving NVIDIA another excuse to price hike their shit, and then leapfrogging off of that, because that's basically what's been going on ever since the RTX 20 series. AMD is like, oh, NVIDIA's charging this much. Let's just go look at what they're doing, and then subtract like 5 to 10% off the price. And then there we go, we can go charge, this one we'll charge for our card. In reality, when you consider looking at the feature set, NVIDIA can even, like, honestly, they freaking warrant even like a 20% price increase over the AMD card for the extra shit they offer. Like, that's just the reality, man. AMD helped force drive up the inflation just by slightly undercutting them by a tiny bit. Heck, you know what? If we actually had normal pricing and things were saying, you know, the 4060 Ti, you know, when that came out, they would have been like $200. You know, 200, 250 at most. But no, like, you add an extra 150 to that price tag is what they were actually selling for, right? You know, the 4070, the 5070 would have been like a $350 card. Much like how the, you know what, the 1070 was like what, like $329 when that came out, right? The 970 was around $300. You know, for going back like previous generations, and we would actually have actual generational like leaps, right? You know, remember, you know, in the past, you know, you bought like, let's say you bought a 980 Ti, from the 900 series, right? Or a Titan X, the original Titan X. 10 series, the 1070 is faster than the OG Titan X and the 980 Ti. 980 Ti was like a $700 card. And then like 2 years, no, not 2 years, 1.5 years later, it gets replaced by like a 1070. for like $320 or $330, whatever it was. The 1070. Right? It was faster. Right? And then you had like the GTX 1080 was like what, $500? Right? And then like again, like we go prior generation. Right? Let's say 700 to 900 series. The 1080 Ti, not 1080 Ti, the 780 Ti or the Titan Black. Not the original Titan, the Titan Black. Because the Titan Black actually had the full core unlocked, unlike the original Titan. And the 780 Ti is faster than the original Titan, despite only 3 gigs of VRAM on it. But we go back to that one, right? That was what? Again, like $750, and then $1,000 for the Titan. The 970, right? The GTX 970, faster than both of them. Right? It was faster than both of them. $300 graphics card. We go back another generation prior, right? The 600 to 700 series. The 770 is literally a 680. It's literally the same fucking thing. Nvidia was like, let's just rebadge the previous generation and just lower the number by 1, right? To the point where if you had a GTX 680 and a GTX 770, you could buy an SLI bridge and run them in SLI and it would work because they were the same exact chip. But again, you had the pricing go down like that. Right? Like, that's the thing, though. That's the thing. You were actually approaching the next tier up. The thing is, like, 3060 Ti versus the 40 series? The fucking 3060 Ti is sometimes faster than the 4060 Ti. If the game is memory bandwidth intensive. Otherwise, they're basically the same. Right? You have things like that. Except price go up. But performance don't. It's like, what the fuck? And then now you have, like, Nvidia's like, but we're not gonna, like, actually give you anything there. So instead, what we're gonna do is we're gonna use these fake frames, by using a feature that we won't add on our older products, but only on the specific newer cards to generate fake frames. So that we can say, oh yeah, you know, the 5070 is equal to a 4090. When in reality, if you put them both side by side, the experience is not the same. You're gonna have like 4 times the latency on the 5070 versus the 4090. You'll run into frame pacing being more unstable because you run out of VRAM on the 5070 as well. Like no. Like, actually no. But that's the world we live in, man. That's the world we live in. Right? And then, like, now they want how much for a 5070 at MSRP? They're like $500 for that? But if it was still priced accordingly, we'd probably be getting it for $350. Right? People are praising AMD for literally just giving us the same slop, but with less features, a dysfunctional encoder. So if you ever wanted to do any, like, video work, let's be real, you'd be better off buying a higher tier CPU and using a CPU encoder on it, or buying another NVIDIA or Intel graphics card to do your media encoding anyways, especially if you want to do AV1, because AMD's AV1 encoder is complete dog shit, and their X264 encoder, if you're gonna do streaming, it's still barely on par with the fucking GTX 10 series, which is an 8-year-old product line, almost 9 years old at this point. Yeah, no, it's like 9 years old now, actually. Yeah, because it's like already spring of 2025. A 9-year-old graphics card has similar video encoding performance for like X264 to the fucking AMD cards. Right, that's why, like, you know, when I go and use the, one of the cloud streaming services that I messed around with, they needed fucking 80 megabits per second bit rate to have the stream not look like shit. Because they were using an AMD card for the 7900 XT on the booster white streaming thing. You need a really decent bandwidth for just the video encoder there. It's worked in other ways, like the quality isn't. It's not that the quality is bad. It's just the quality at the same bitrate is awful. You need significantly higher bitrate to match, other than it being completely borked. For other things, like AV1. Right, like at the same bitrate. And like if you're streaming, surprise, surprise, Twitch limits your bitrate to 6,000 megabits per second. Not megabits, kilobits per second. YouTube limits it to 10,000 kilobits per second for your streams. Right, so it's like the AMD encoder is like scuffed for real-time stuff. You're better off doing CPU encoding or using another GPU. But then if you're going to build a streaming PC out of that, you might as well account for the budget of buying another graphics card. Or just buy the NVIDIA graphics card anyways, because it's only like 10% more. But it's going to use less power overall, because you don't have to power a second graphics card. You also don't have to buy a second graphics card. But like, yeah, that's the problem there. Right, it's like the slight undercut. It's just going to make it like, oh, we have this faster product, slightly faster, you know, 10% faster product. We can charge 10% more next generation. And that's what's been happening the past couple of years. Ever since they were completely uncompetitive with the 10 series. Right? I remember the 10 series, the best AMD could do was like, oh yeah, you could go buy 2 RX 480s and get a GTX 1080 performance if you run the 2 cards in Crossfire. I remember that being like an actual fucking marketing thing they had. They had Roger Kaduri go up on stage and be like, you see, you know, you can buy 2 RX 480s and get the same performance as a GTX 1080. Without forgetting the fact that it draws literally double the power to power 2 of them, because both the GTX 1080 and the RX 480 draw about the same amount of power. In some cases, the RX 480 draws even more power, from what I remember. Because I did use both at one point. I had an RX 480 in one machine, and my last PC, the GTX 1080, was literally my graphics card. I've seen how both of them perform. Like the 480 for the time, it was a good like value card, like $200 for what it gave at the time. But like the Copium with Crossfire is just dumb. The Crossfire Copium marketing they did back then was dumb. Right? Because like, you might as well just buy the 1080 when the price of 2 RX 480s is the same price as one 1080. Yeah, AMD's H.264 encoder, technically better at stupid high bit rates. Excess of 50. Yeah, that's the thing though, nobody's doing that. Nobody's actually going to be using that for 50 megabits per second, man. That's completely impractical. Right, 50 megabits per second, man. 50 megabits is like, what the fuck? Like, what is this? Who the fuck cares about 50 megabits encoding? Right? People are like measuring their encoding thing in kilobits per second, in the thousands of kilobits. You know, like 6 megabits per second is what people are using to stream to Twitch, not 50 megabits. Like, it's so impractical at that point. Like, here's the thing as well with 50 megabits. You weren't supposed to? You know YouTube's just gonna destroy it, right? Yeah, and YouTube's gonna destroy it and play it back at like 10 megabits per second. Right? Like what? If I go into like stats for nerds on this video, what's bitrate here? Oh, we have it playing back in AV1. Oh wait, no, this is my connection speed. What's actual video bitrate here? Did they even tell us? This is an AV1 though.
Not the music, not the events, and not the open world. You can do all that for free. In other words, it's their job to sell these characters to you. A simple fact about gacha games.
Yeah, like no, the freaking 1080p is actually at 1190 by 669 times 1.85x with an upscaler here as the resolution. Even though it says 1080p here. But like, yeah. No. Here's the thing, right? If you want to upload higher bitrate on YouTube, make sure you rescale the output at 4K, yeah. Have the output be 4K to at least retain some of the bitrate. But yeah. I know you can pull some of them off. You do need to, like, you know... It's just that for 1080p, you're limited to, like, I think 15 megabits per second.
Is that it must release new gacha targets over time to retain existing players. This can inevitably lead to character bloat, where either only some of the cast is actually relevant, or everyone just has surface level development. Because of the way these games are
Here's the thing though. There's a way to have all of these characters and still make use of them and make them all relevant. There's a way to do it. I've seen a game series that's been out and been releasing game after game for the past 20 plus years that does it. There's a way. But none of these games do it. None of these gachas do it. But there's definitely a game that exists that does this. Without the gacha part, and they introduce new characters with every entry, but still find ways to make use of all the old ones and build upon everything. After like 13 games at least, over the past 20 years. It's possible. These companies just don't bother. Yeah, just record at 4K to begin with, exactly, yeah.
Monetize, this motive can influence how the story is written. There can't be any nuance in designing playable characters' morals because they must be marketable. They must be shown in the most virtuous and positive light to incentivize as many people to pull for them. Any trait or personality that could enter them into a morally gray area might discourage a player from thinking they're the most ideal pull target and potentially spend money on. We see this approach in both Genshin and Wuthering Waves. These stories tend to cast a wide net, introducing many characters into the gacha roster instead of honing down on a small, focused cast. This approach is also the reason why characters don't seem to develop or change, at least in a drastic way. Wouldn't it have been so cool if Lisa accompanied the traveler to Sumeru, given that she's literally a former academia scholar? Or if Yang Yang went with the rover to Renacida to see the sights? This would have been interesting to see their relationship with the protagonist change and how their perspective affects the story. One problem: building up existing characters with more lore means taking away screen time from a potentially new character that could be marketable for players
I mean, they could just use both.
to pull on. The thing about having morally gray zones is that while a player might find one faction more relatable, picking one side means becoming enemies with the other. This cannot happen between two playable factions in a gacha game. It's never to a developer's advantage to design a character that people are actively rooting against. This means that while they might be inclined to pull a character from their liked faction from the gacha, there will be less reason to pull a character from the other. This is not ideal for the monetization model these games have. They want to give reason to pull all of the characters. Limiting that potential is just hurting the revenue numbers. The easiest way to do this is simply by having the surface level development so that no one feels too alienated from one faction over another. So how can one solve these issues in order to have a well-developed and dynamic cast in a gacha game? One method is to simply re-release a new version of a character once they have gone through enough change. Their voice lines and personality reflects their changed self. An alter character, if you will. Both PGR and Honkai 3 does this a lot, actually.
Yeah.
It's an indescribable feeling, because both MiHoYo and Kuro games are known to have written some very good stories in their previous games. And advancing to the top of the gacha industry has somehow caused them to neglect one aspect that a lot of players look forward to. 2 steps forward, 1 step back.
It's less of 2 steps forward, 1 step back, and more like a fucking marathon back. They run a marathon in reverse back.
Story and world building tend to be my personal
Parallax, except you go backwards in time. But it's also Claudia too, remember? It's not just Meryl that got it, Claudia got it too. You go backwards instead of forward. Funny stuff.
Personal gauge whether I want to stick playing a game continuously. I know myself and a lot of people want the storytelling to be good to feel immersed in an ever-changing world. So I strongly encourage the new open-world releases like Arknight's Enfield, Azure Parmelia, Ananta, and TE, Dual Night Abyss to invest in some good writers. Make me care about the world and its people. Don't shoehorn a bunch of one-dimensional characters in the attempt to make them marketable. Anyways, you heard me overanalyze free mobile games for the past 40 minutes, so let me know what you think. Did you agree or disagree with any of the points made in the video? I'll continue to enjoy both Genshin and Withering Waves, but this was a topic that was on the back of my mind for a while. If you want to catch more highly specific analysis on gacha games, you know what to do.
I'm gonna be honest though, from the games he mentioned earlier, right, the ones that are upcoming, technically Duet Night Abyss is not an open world game. It's mostly instanced, but they do have a couple big maps. That's Enfield is, despite what people think, if you actually have a machine that can run that properly and load the entire map at once, so you don't have to see loading screens. From what I played. That said, though, we've seen the story in them, and in NTE, it's like, I mean, we saw like Chapter 1, Chapter 1.5, and Chapter 2. We haven't seen any long-term of how they're gonna handle the stuff in there. In terms of how the stuff was written, though, because I only played it with an OCR on the Chinese version of NTE's 2 chapters of the story there, it was the least scuffed of it, because it didn't have like a terrible dubbing and with like terrible voice acting on top, and like it was more straightforward with the dialogue there, rather than having that weird extra fluff they like to add in when they localize and translate this stuff. Unlike what I experienced in the Enfield and the Duet Night Abyss betas. But like, you know, it's like we only saw the start of them, all of them. It's not like we know how they're gonna end up with them long term anyways. Right? But I don't exactly have my hopes up for any of them in terms of the story. Right? Because like we have yet to see how they go from there, but like, you know. And as for the others, it's like we haven't seen shit, so who knows how the hell the other games will handle it. But yeah. I guess we can look at the comment section here. Oh boy, surely this won't turn into a fan war in the comment section on why X is better than Y. Yep, it will. Oh yeah, it will. I saw like a screenshot somewhere before. Alright, here, this guy's disappointed with a critique, okay? The critiques were just comparing it to other game story, which this does not work, should have followed this thing. I mean, just as it is as a whole, the story is just shit. Okay. You know, shit, Paimon should be a dialogue choice. Uh-huh. Yeah, Genshin lore from literally everything except for the main story is better. And that's a problem too, because like no one's gonna fucking read that, man. Most people don't give a fuck. They're not gonna read it. Right? They don't like the comparison. We generated almost half a decade. It doesn't matter. Because PGR had these things going on since day one. Even without the half a decade of time to develop. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. A good game story can develop it like from the get-go. Lewis is literally going fucking nowhere with it. Like, they don't need half a decade for this shit. They don't. So why should the writers regress to what they were 5 years ago instead of continuing what they learned? Exactly. Literally making comparison like Genshin is bad, saying Natlin was bad because they regressed to what they did with Inazuma, they didn't make a job. Okay, yeah? Shares the same writers, it doesn't matter. It's like, where's the quality control of the writing team? They gotta do it from the start. They can't just regress, man. They're always going forward in a negative curvature space. Yeah, like the thing is, it's like the actual important things are not being fixed or addressed. The actual real important issues. They're too busy sucking off Solon or Kuro over here. They forget what they're even there for in the first place. But you know, they all know they didn't watch all of the video. They just mad that Kua gets critiqued here. They're just mad. Yeah, they hope they deviate. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. They're gonna keep selling more characters. More characters make way more money for them. You know, you're guaranteeing your 160 pulls for a single copy. Right? If you have no pull resources, let's say you have no resources. Well, $100 is 50 pulls, another $100 puts you at 100 pulls, and then another $100 puts you at 150. You still need another 10 pulls, right? So that's another, what, $20 for that other 10 pulls there? That's what? You know? You're at $320 now. Yeah, can't wait for Sato Test to react and completely miss the point. Yup. And not in a good way, exactly. Like, I mean, like, that's the thing, right? It's like I go play actual games instead, and then I get massive whiplash after. It's like if I go play a gacha. With how, like, scuffed these things are. I just tend to get, like, a massive whiplash feeling right after. But yeah, this is kind of how it is for that. Right, but like what you expect, man. What you expect. Okay. So, you guys want to do the Nintendo React thing then, I guess? I could, like, just straight up record it and, like, upload it as, like, an actual video after. We can do the Nintendo one. And then we can end off. There was something else I wanted to pull up, but, like, we can just do it tomorrow. Because of how long this shit's taking. Right, because there was this thing. And I have, like, the funniest title for it. What was that name of the game called again? It came out of nowhere. This thing. I thought it'd be funny. This is literally just, people complaining because it's not in English. They even said it's not coming out yet, whatever. Apparently they have an update coming out, the thing's under maintenance or whatever. But... This is basically if you took, RuneScape but turned it into Genshin. Like, it's literally just freaking, that. There's no gacha. It's not a gacha. It's literally just like if you turn RuneScape into 3D, like, 3D game with Genshin graphics. We could probably make like a funny clickbait title with this one. We could probably be like, we'll get like all of them, be like, Wuwa could never, Genshin X RuneScape collab or something. Genshin X RuneScape Fusion collab game. Or something. We could probably make that as like a title. Easy. Because like the gameplay loop like in this thing is basically RuneScapes. Like where you're grinding to upgrade all your skills and shit like that. They got mounts and stuff too apparently, but yeah. Hey, we could probably do this tomorrow or something. Oh yeah, we still had that open. What's here? Nothing got a like. Okay, cool. Alright, let me go pull it up. Where is it? Wait, did they freaking privated the video? What? They privated the Nintendo Direct? Well, I guess I can't react to it. They actually privated the Nintendo Direct. Cause like, I don't watch these freaking things, man. They actually privated the Nintendo Direct. Damn. Actually privated. That is hilarious. That is hilarious. Nintendo Direct got privated. That is hilarious. They actually privated Nintendo Switch 2 Direct. They actually privated it. Because of the backlash, probably. Oh wait, there's another one here. Oh wait, there's another one. We can watch this one. I don't normally watch these, but like, hey, I'll re-upload this as an easy video, easy content. I could literally re-upload this later. We can have clickbait title and stuff like that. I'm just surprised that this one number 3 on trending. Right, let me just double check something. Okay, that's on that track. I'm just double checking all my audio tracks. Okay, cool. But yeah. Well, I'm a bit late to the party, but let's actually look at this. Right, the things we've heard about it weren't great. Especially in regards to pricing and stuff like that. But like, yeah, I generally don't really watch these things, but hey. Let's see the train wreck for what it actually is. Right? Let's go with that. Date format trips and fucks you up, yeah. Okay. You kept reading it as the 4th of February. Damn. Alright. Some game footage captured in engine, okay. Oh, this is the new Mario Kart, right? Yeah, this is Mario Kart. I mean, if you have to say it wasn't too bad, that just means it was still bad. Right? If you have to say it wasn't too bad, that doesn't exactly give me confidence. Right? It doesn't exactly sound good. I don't know, you said not too bad. It wasn't too bad. I don't know, man. It just, the fact that you still had to use the word bad. You know, the way I look at things, if you have to use the word bad, that doesn't mean it's gonna be good.
Let's go!
Okay, we got Mario Kart. Right? Typical Mario Kart stuff. So they straight up turn into a boat now. Okay. Instead of just the glider thingy and the propeller thing, now like they actually changed to a slightly different vehicle. I mean, this is typical Mario Kart. So the freaking cow from Moo Meadows is gonna be playable, okay. Why the cow of all things? The cow specifically. What the fuck? Why the cow? I guess you got character customization, different hats and goggles and stuff. Okay. Then you can say when the cows come home, I guess. You're sure Mario Kart World, okay?
Hello everyone, I'm Koichi Kawamoto, and I'll be one of your guides for today's Nintendo
I think I'll
Direct.
just put the playback speed at 1.25.
I'm the producer for Nintendo Switch 2.
I'm Takuhiro Dota, the director for Nintendo Switch 2. And I'm
Because the
Tetsuya
narrator is
Sasaki,
typically
the hardware
slow.
design lead for Nintendo Switch 2.
What you just saw was Mario
They
Kart.
need characters to fill out 24 roster race. I mean, I guess. I mean, doesn't Bowser have his 7 Koopa kids? And then Bowser Jr., so that's already 8. Add Bowser, now you're at 9. Then you have Mario, Luigi, that's 11. Peach, 12. Daisy, 13. You could have Yoshi, now you're at 14. Right, add Shy Guy, 15. Koopa Troopa, 16. Paratroopa, 17. What else? They've already made them, Rosalina, now you're at 18. Who else can they add? Toad, 19. Toadette, 20. Birdo, 21. King Boo, 22. You can have Pretty Piranha, 23. What else could they put in? They could put in King Bob-omb, right? 24 now. You got King Bob-omb. Why not? Add the Bob-omb in there. Add a fucking Goomba for all I care. And then you're at 25 now. Right, we're already at 25. Yes, we did. We already mentioned Daisy. Oh yeah, we forgot Wario and Waluigi. Now we're at 27. We didn't even need to pull out anything outside of Mario. We're already at 27. Like, oh yeah, there's the Baby Mario variants, right? Baby Mario, Baby Luigi. You could add in Baby Bowser. We didn't even add Donkey Kong and Diddy Kong yet. Now we're over like 32 or something, right? They have a Baby Peach as well. You know, you could add those in too. Like, it's not hard to fill out the roster. Like, it's not hard. We're already, like, over 30. So we start counting those things in, too, that they always have in. Right? Yeah, you can add Funky Kong as nostalgia bait. Why not? Right? You can go add in King K. Rool because Donkey Kong adjacent. If you want. Why not? Yeah, they add Link and Inkling, but like I'm trying to keep it like Mario and Mario adjacent only. Right? We can still hit like 35 plus by keeping it only Mario characters and Mario adjacent through Donkey Kong. Right? If they want to, they can add, what was her name again? They add her in Super Mario Odyssey, and then she was also like what you would save in the Donkey Kong game. I forgot her name. You could add her in too. Right? You could add her in as well, you know? I forget. But yeah. Like, there's a lot they can fill in if they really want to dig through. Yeah, Pauline. Yeah, like you could add that in. Easy thing there. Yeah, Pauline, I forgot her name. But yeah. There you go. Rip spelling. Like, it's not hard for them to, like, actually pull out Mario characters. It just feels weird that they have to pull on the fucking, cow. The fucking cow. Right? They didn't need to pull on the fucking cow. They got lots to pick from. For Mario and Donkey Kong. Yeah, meanwhile Nintendo's like, oh yes, cow. Don't forget, they also have Metal Mario and Gold Mario too. For some weird reason, they're like, yeah, we'll put those as a character too. You have your Miis as well, if they really want to add the Miis in there. Right? Which is like, yeah, fine. We can add the Miis. Mario Kart, we had them. Donkey Kong Jr. as well. Pink, Gold, Peach. Like, actually, they have so many random dumb shit that they could choose from. They could easily fill in a roster of like 50 characters, now that I think about it, by only using Mario stuff. Like, they really don't need. Oh yeah, they could have put fucking Lakitu, right? Didn't the Mario Kart 7 have Lakitu as a playable one as well? Right? You could get Shadow Mario, exactly. Lakitu, Shadow Mario. You could get, what else? Well, what's the other good? Kamek? Right, you get Kamek as well? Sure, Toadsworth, why not? Right? You could get the other one as well. Captain Toad as well. You could have Captain Toad. Right? They have a Captain Toad, right? From that spin-off game. You can have Captain Toad. Easy. Like, you can easily get to 50. It'd still be only on Mario. Right? Like, it just feels weird that they have to stretch it with the other thing and pick a cow out of all the other things they could have put.
World, launching exclusively on Nintendo Switch 2. Now, what do you think this brand new Mario Kart game will be like?
A brand new entry in the Mario Kart series is launching exclusively on the Nintendo Switch 2 system. Welcome to this vast world. Kart races are held throughout various regions that span the globe.
Okay.
Depending on the time of day and weather conditions, the atmosphere will change.
Look, they got King Boo right here. They got fucking King Boo right there too.
And in this Mario Kart game, you can go off the racetrack and drive virtually everywhere in this world.
Okay.
In the Classic Grand Prix, race through 4 courses in a bid for first place. But don't sleep at the wheel. You'll also drive to the next course as part of the competition. With 24 drivers in each race, the most in series history, the competition is gearing up. Introducing
Knockout Tour, okay.
Tour. Race non-stop from one corner of the world to another. There are multiple checkpoints along the way. If you're below the placement shown when you hit a checkpoint, you'll be eliminated. Can you make it all the way to the finish line? You can also freely drive around this vast world in free roam.
Okay. Free roam, so like Kirby Air Ride?
By going off-road, you can explore new areas and routes.
So is this like Kirby's Air Ride then? You ever played like Kirby's Air Ride?
So drive wherever your heart takes you. You can also go for scenic drives with friends.
Yeah, Mario Kart 8 had like 32, yeah.
And even take photos together at different locations. A brand new race across the entire world starts here. Mario Kart World! The game launches on the same day as Nintendo Switch 2.
Okay.
More details about this title will be shared in an upcoming Mario Kart World Direct. So be on the lookout for more information in the future.
Sure.
Mario Kart World launches on the same day as Nintendo Switch 2. We'll share more details in the future, so we hope you're looking forward to it.
Yeah, putting it at 1.25 speed was a good
I'd like to
idea.
introduce some of the new features of Nintendo Switch 2.
Alright, new features.
These are the Joy-Con 2 controllers for
Yeah.
Switch 2. And on the right Joy-Con 2, we've added a new C button.
Uh-huh.
Let's take a look at some new experiences it offers.
Wow, a new button on the controller. Wow. Is that just the capture button that they have?
I'm still ahead of all of you guys. That was you? So quick.
Like, why would I need to keep Kirby's Air Ride a secret? What? I'm just talking about, like, the GameCube game they had before. Why, are they gonna put it on the, I heard the GameCube online thing? Like, that's an old GameCube game. Right? Old GameCube game.
Wait, no.
Nix, I'm coming for you.
No, I'm about to get
Come on, no.
Oh.
Introducing Game Chat, a new feature for Nintendo Switch 2.
Oh, they make their own freaking... No one's gonna fucking use this, man. Who the fuck is gonna use a Nintendo-specific game chat? Remember when they tried to do the thing with Miiverse? They tried to make their own social media platform with Miiverse? And then, like, a few years in, they had to, like, completely end the service? Because nobody was fucking using it? Right? Because, like, at the end of the day, everyone's just gonna go back to using Discord anyways. They're not gonna use this crap.
Hey, what's up? Can you hear me? Hello?
Hi, missed you. With this feature, you'll be able to communicate with friends and family while playing a game.
Should we follow you? Yeah?
Yeah, follow me.
Okay.
Let's for an adventure.
While using the Game Chat feature, your voice is recognized by a microphone built into the system.
Oh, okay. But you're still behind me, right? Alright, let's keep going. Okay. So
It can pick up your speaking voice clearly, even from a distance.
Yeah, that just means it's gonna pick up any type of noise. Here's the problem with this type of microphone. Basically, any noise can get picked up then, if it's this type, and not, like, a specific direction, right? Because, like, you know, typically with, like, a lot of microphones that people do like to use, like the nicer ones, they won't pick up sound from everywhere, but rather a specific direction. Right? Like, if I move off axis, you won't hear me on my mic. Like, you won't hear me at all. Right? If I move it off axis, you won't even hear me. Right? Like, freight train passing, maybe you have your, I don't know, maybe your family, you have family members, you know, or maybe there's, like, a construction thing going on nearby. You know, you hear that all that sounds are gonna get passed over, right? Maybe have someone else talking around, right? Maybe your parents are talking or something, right? Because, like, you know, Nintendo kid stuff, whatever. Right? Like, all that noise is going to get picked up. Oh, don't forget the TV, right? You have it docked, you plug it in, the game sound is gonna get picked up too. You might have a feedback loop with the other people's voices being fed back into the mic so you can get more echoes from them. Oh, like that. Those are kind of the reasons why you don't want to have like an omnidirectional mic, like this, right? Or you live in a block and the neighbor's using a drill again, or they're mowing their lawn, you know, right? They're using a lawnmower, or maybe it's the winter and like they have a snow blowing machine, to go clear the snow, you know, or maybe there's a big storm going on and you have freezing rain pelting your windows, so you get the loud noise from that. Which like what I was hearing all day yesterday. But you know, things like that. You know, things like that. You know, you maybe have strong winds and stuff going on, but yeah. You sure? Because if you can pick it up from any direction, the voice, that type of microphone means all of that sounds will get picked up. All of that will get picked up. Like, the thing is, like, when you go buy microphones, like, actual, like, nicer microphones, they will, like, talk, they're, like, different kinds, and they'll even, like, have an advertised pattern, right? So typically with a lot of, like, things for, like, vocal mics, they will get, like, a cardioid one, like a cardioid pattern, which means, like, unless you're in a specific zone, inputting noise, anything you put in, any other noise going out won't get picked up by the mic. But yeah, parents doing parent stuff. Exactly. You know, except, wait, no, since when do parents do parent stuff? It's 2025. They either can't afford it, because, like, really, who can? To afford the aftermath of that. And also, imagine parenting in 2025. They just leave the kid in front of the iPad, is what most of them do. I took both meetings, okay? I took both meetings. I gave it both meetings. Besides, it's not like people need to have sex anyways, everyone gets fucked. It's 2025, we're all getting fucked. No need for sex, we're all getting fucked already. Right, how you like those new tariffs? Right, how about you guys in the US? How's your egg prices? Right, we're all getting fucked. Why is it that, like, you know, buy a brand new TV to replace your 19-year-old TV that broke down? Well, that not really broke down, but, like, it's having issues now. You know, why is that only, like, the same price as, like, 3 weeks worth of groceries? You know? Why the fuck is, like, can you buy, like, multiple of those TVs? For the same price as 1 month's rent. You could buy like 5 of them or something. Exactly. Don't need sex. Government fucks me every day. Exactly. That's the world we live in, man. Yeah, I know they were high before the tariffs, but like you get what I mean. You get what I mean. Yeah, speaking of eggs, you know, at least the egg pricing here is not that fucked. Like, the other day when we got our groceries delivered, I think we got, like, for, like, 7 something, we got, like, 30 eggs. A carton of 30 eggs. For, like, $7 something. Canadian dollars, so, like, $5 US. At least the egg pricing here is not fucked, but... not as fucked, but yeah. I remember when, like, during the pandemic, I could buy a dozen eggs for, like, $1 something still. Until it eventually became $2 for a dozen eggs. And then now it's, like, $4, $3-4. But that's still another situation. At least it's not like you're like 7 something. Yeah, that's like 30 eggs here. Yeah, it's supposed to go down. Trump wants to get more farmers going to the US. I mean, the problem is they have other issues to deal with first. like the actual farming cartels, because that has its own problems. I don't know how bad it is there, but like here in Canada, the fucking dairy cartel, we literally have people dumping excess milk that gets produced so that the cartel can keep price fixing, because they produce way more milk than they need, and they're not allowed to sell it when they can't sell over quota, so they just dump it. They can't even donate it. They actually cannot give it away because of the fucking dairy cartel. So they literally, like, you can find videos of dairy farmers literally dumping milk. Just dumping milk because they cannot do anything with it when they produce excess. Also, they can keep the prices going up. Right? Because, like, you have organizations like that. And you have it applying to other food industries as well. You have things like that going on. So it's like, you can't just do that without solving the other problem first. Otherwise, it's just like, you created a new problem on top of the already existing problem. Legally, they can't do it. Legally, they're not allowed to give it to you. Legally, they can't. Even if you're, like, let's say from a food bank or whatever, want to collect it to, like, you know, for charity reasons, they can't. Legally, they can't, and they can get sued. They can get sued. If they get caught and stuff like that. Legally, they can't do it. So they just dump it. It happens in other countries too. Yeah. When they have like excess produce of, let's say, potatoes or whatever in some other countries or whatever, I've heard they have similar problems. Even in Asian countries, some of them have those problems too. I won't name which ones, but I know some of them actually do have that problem too. If they overproduce, they have to just dump it. They can't give it away or whatever because legal reasons. Start producing innocent money. Uh-huh.
Let's jump on here. Alright, let's keep going. Let's make a left right here. Let's make a...
When it's noisy around you, your voice will still come through clearly, letting you chat with ease.
How did you get...
How do we know that? They're saying this, but we can't test this. I don't trust whatever marketing stuff tells me, because I have to test it myself to actually see if it actually works. But at the same time, it's like, what if I want to use my, like, my $300 microphone that I bought recently? What if I want to use my nice $300 microphone connected to my my like $300 microphone interface? I mean, it's so hard to understand that one. But there's a lot of other steps involved first to even do that. But also, it's not like I could afford what, you know.
By a boat. Okay, nice.
It does look beautiful. It's okay.
And you can use this feature in handheld mode too,
Yeah.
letting you easily chat with friends and family. If you open the chat menu and turn on game screen sharing,
Good job, good job. There we go, there we go.
you can also share your game screen.
Did you see someone just like, go on top of that dinosaur?
Really? They can do that?
Can do it? You guys, I just did it.
I want to do it too.
Oh, shoot. Oh, ooh. Oh, he's trying to eat me, he's trying to eat me.
Okay, I got it. I got it.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Okay. You can chat to your heart's content, even while playing.
I mean, I don't have a massive mic though. Right, this thing is still smaller than SM7B. Right? I mean, the Switch 2, no?
Different games.
Yeah, I know that one. It's so hard, right? It's tough.
Oh, wow. I'm like in the sky right here. I fell. I'm falling. Okay, we got it. We're safe.
Kirby, look, you're on a star. That's so cute. So cute.
You can adjust the size of your game screen.
Okay.
Guys, I'm lost. Like,
where'd you go?
Or expand another friend's game screen.
You gotta get above that wall that's to your left.
You're almost there.
It's just like
So you look at someone else's screen. What about yours if you're playing something?
the wall. Like if she gets past the wall.
I guess you can't see it.
Wall ride.
Okay.
Need USB-C port? Okay.
Oh, I think I know where you are. Wait. Okay, I think we have to try.
Ooh, okay.
Oh, nice.
Let's take a picture here.
Okay, are you ready?
Smile.
Yay!
Oh, yo, that's sick.
I like your pose, Meeks.
On the right Joy-Con 2 controller, there's an additional button. With the C button, you can pull up a chat menu.
Oh, dang.
Oh, really? Wait, actually, guys, I got a call coming right now, so I'll be right back. Yeah.
Okay. Sure.
Here, you can quickly and easily mute yourself and more. And there's this.
Okay, so they're selling a fucking webcam. Why? Why? They're gonna sell you an overpriced camera now too.
Connecting this camera to the system.
Hey!
Hey, what's up? Hello. Yo. Yeah.
Hi.
You can see how scuffed it looks. You can see how scuffed it looks in isolating the background though. Look at it.
Hey, how's everyone doing?
You can see it artifacting
You
like
can appear on
crazy.
screen and video chat while playing a game.
Your face is on here.
Wait, Nick, how was your test yesterday?
It was good.
No.
Here's how it looks with just the camera feed.
There you go. I bet you like that.
Can you wait for me?
Please look forward to games which use your camera feed like this.
Oh,
that was good.
okay.
No, wait.
Good.
Go
That was
left, go
good.
left, left,
Oh, wait,
left.
let me
fix
go a
it.
little more this way. Oh.
Using game chat. Even when you're apart, you can play games and hang out as if you were together in the same room.
Okay.
Play together or compete in online multiplayer games. Chat while playing your personal favorites. Decide your own rules for a retro game competition. Or hold a sports competition between families. All together, anytime, anywhere. Game chat.
I don't know.
What did you think?
I mean, it's not like we can see the actual quality of the camera. Right, but I'm gonna guess it's probably gonna be like $20 tier quality. Maybe. For like $60. That's just my guess.
In developing Game Chat, our goal was for you to enjoy playing online with others more closely, including family and friends. Almost as if you're all playing together in the same place. The camera you saw in the trailer is the Nintendo Switch 2 camera, which will be available on the same day as Switch 2.
Uh-huh.
A Nintendo Switch Online membership will be required to use
Why couldn't they just plug in the camera to the dock?
Game Chat. Almost as if you're all playing together in the same place.
No, like, look. Why did they have to plug it up here? Why can't they just plug it into the dock? Right? Why don't they just plug it into the dock? Why does it have to be up here? Like, what's the point of this dock? It only supports 720p. It's probably 720p 30 or something. The guy on the couch?
So everyone can.
Sorry, we have the girl on the couch here.
Above that wall that's to your left.
You're almost there.
It's just like the wall. Like if she gets past the wall.
This is where I have to do a little wall ride.
Okay.
So everyone.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't like grip. I don't like how it looks to grip though. There's still nothing to grip onto. There's still like nothing to grip onto though. You're gonna want to get like a grip case if you're gonna play it like this. Like, you're gonna want to get a grip case. Just like on the Switch 1, if you ever want to use the thing in handheld mode, you're gonna want a grip case. Because, like, you can see she's not really holding on to anything. Her fingers are just propping it up. Like, this does not look like it'd be comfortable to hold long term. Right? Like, it's a bit bigger, so it's a bit nicer in that regard. Compared to the Switch 1, but, like, there's still, like, nothing to grab onto here.
Can watch them play.
Oh, I think I know where you are. No.
All together, any
Right, like this is just kind of a bit of a stretch there, but like, yeah.
time, anywhere. Game chat.
What did you
Yeah, they could have just made it more ergonomic from the start, man.
think? In developing Game Chat, our goal was for you to enjoy playing online with others more closely, including family and friends. Almost as if you're all playing together in the same place.
Pro controller's better, yeah.
The camera you saw in the trailer is the Nintendo Switch 2 camera.
No, I'm talking about like a grip for the entire thing.
Which will be available on the same day as Switch 2. A Nintendo Switch Online membership will be required to use Game Chat.
Yeah, no shit.
However, since we'd like as many people as possible to experience Game Chat, it will be available without a membership for a limited time.
You get to use it for free for 1 year.
We hope you'll try.
Not even 1 year.
Now.
Because
Additionally, Game Chat supports the Nintendo Switch Parental Controls app, and different settings can be adjusted. For example, whether parental permission is always required when a child wants to use Game Chat to play with their friends.
We'd like to introduce another new experience you can share with family and friends.
Okay.
On Nintendo Switch, even if you just have one game, you can pass a Joy-Con controller to a friend and play together.
Yeah.
On Nintendo Switch 2, you can play together locally on multiple systems using just one game.
So they got DS download play back. Remember DS download play? So they're finally bringing back DS download play, but with the Switch game.
With
Okay.
Game Share. As shown here, even games that require multiple screens can be played if one person owns a compatible game.
Right, so we basically get DS download play. Pepperidge Farm remembers, yeah.
With Game Share, you can temporarily share compatible games with others who also have Nintendo Switch 2 or a Nintendo Switch system. You can share a game with up to 3 other systems at a time. Game Share also supports online play with other Switch 2 systems, and you can use it with friends via Game Chat, which we showed earlier. Game Share can only be used with compatible games.
So far it's only these games. Whatever they say is allowed, you can use it with. If it's not, then you can't. Okay.
This feature is planned for several titles, starting with a free update for Clubhouse Games 51 Worldwide Classics on Nintendo Switch. Game Share support is also planned for select games exclusive to Nintendo Switch 2, so we hope you'll look forward to it.
Up next, we'd like to show you the Nintendo Switch 2 system itself.
Okay.
Please take a look.
Bigger screen, yeah?
At 7.9 inches, Switch 2 has a bigger built-in screen. Here's how that compares to Nintendo Switch. The
Yeah.
system's thickness remains the same.
I mean, the same thickness means it's a bit annoying to hold, though.
With approximately double the pixels compared to Switch, you can enjoy games in greater detail on the 1080p screen.
Yeah?
The screen supports up to 100.
Keep in mind, they say up to, not that you're gonna get it. They said up to and only in compatible games.
120 frames per second, allowing for smoother gameplay in supported titles. The LCD screen is more vivid and supports HDR, providing more contrast between light and dark areas
Well,
of
yeah.
the images. The all-new Joy-Con 2 controllers connect magnetically. Strong magnets keep the controllers firmly attached to the system.
Yeah, where have I seen this before? Oh yeah, what was it? This thing. You could also detach these. There's even a mouse function in with them. Where's the thing where they detach them? Except that one's a lot more comfortable to hold because it's bigger. And it actually can be gripped. So yeah, there's the mouse version. You can use it as a mouse thing too. Yeah, Lenovo Legion Go. Literally the same mechanism right there. Right, it's literally the same mechanism.
Detach your controller easily by pressing the release button on the back.
Yeah.
The SL and SR buttons are bigger for greater comfort and control when playing with a Joy-Con 2 held horizontally.
You gotta be on extreme copium to ever use a controller like this. like what the fuck are you doing with your life? if you're using it like this.
The left and right sticks are now larger.
I actually didn't mind the size on the regular Switch for the analog sticks. Maybe because my hands are smaller. I actually didn't care about them being bigger.
Each Joy-Con 2 controller can be used as a mouse to play with compatible games. Both the left and right Joy-Con 2 support.
That does not look comfortable to use as the mouse, though. That does not look comfortable to use as a mouse. Like, what the fuck is this grip? What the fuck is this weird-ass grip? And then if your hand is bigger, you can have, like, you can have the ZL and ZR buttons digging into your hand. That does not look like it'll be comfortable. And also, don't forget, like, there's just random analog stick there. Like, here's the other thing, right? Imagine you're a parent. Here's the thing, right? Imagine you're a parent, you buy your kid a Switch 2. And they're gonna be using it, they're gonna be using the controller like this. Right? Imagine you probably don't have a mousing surface or whatever. Right? And they're gonna be playing it in the living room like this. Right? In docked or whatever. Or they're playing it in the dining table in the kitchen or whatever. You know, they're sitting down on the chair. Maybe have a nice glass table or a nice marble stone table or whatever, or your coffee table or whatever, and they're moving this piece of plastic across. It doesn't look like there's any like rubber things at the bottom when they showed us the other side of it to help it slide along. Can you imagine how many tables or floors are going to be scratched? Outside of like the carpal tunnel 80% world record speed run, I can imagine all the parents going out and complaining and freaking out that their kids are destroying their furniture and their floors. I can imagine it already. Right? Because the kids are not going to know better. Right? Like, think about it. You have like the bare plastic scratching against the other surfaces. Right? Like, there's a reason why at the bottom of your mice, you know, you have like that mini rubber thingy there, and it's raised a bit up. Right? There's a reason why like our mice are like that. Our computer mice are like that. There's a reason why, and still then, even over time, wear and tear, they become thinner over time, and yeah, the actual bare plastic housing of the stuff there can actually scratch against some surfaces. Here's the thing. Do you actually expect kids to understand this? We're talking about children here. Do you think they're gonna understand this? Do you think the parents buying this for their kids are gonna understand this? We live in a bubble, okay? Where we can talk about this and we understand this. But the parents of the children, they probably are just like, this will shut up little Timmy or whatever. Here you go. Here's your Switch 2, whatever. Right? They're not even gonna think about it. The kids, they're gonna be, you know, they're too young or too dumb to figure this out too. They're not gonna think about that. They're too focused on trying to, you know, play Mario Kart or whatever. You know, that's what they're gonna be thinking about. Not how they're gonna destroy their table or their floors or whatever other furniture or surface. But yeah, it's going to scratch. I can already see it happening. Well, we'll see, you know.
Work mouse controls. By adjusting the audio balance between the ranges, sounds from the built-in speakers are clearer and more natural in handheld and tabletop modes. It has a built-in microphone, so you can voice chat with friends anytime via game chat. It also uses noise-canceling technology to filter sounds, so your voice...
What kind of noise-canceling technology? What kind of noise-canceling technology? This is kind of dumb when they say this, because they're not talking about how they're doing it. They're just like, oh, we have noise canceling technology, as if that means anything. Right? As if that means anything. Yeah, revolutionary. They reinvented the EQ as well, yeah. They reinvented the EQ, and how the hell are they achieving noise canceling technology? My god, how are they doing that? The way a lot of the typical noise canceling stuff works is they have a microphone to pick up the sound, the stuff of the sound of your surroundings, and then they go play in opposite they basically invert the sound and play the opposite frequency of that over top, so that you basically have the sound waves canceling each other out. That's how they work. But last I checked, the microphone isn't strapped to you, right? You don't have the microphone in front of you. It's on the console, so they can't do that. So how are they gonna block out all the other noise if the microphone is on the console? It's further away from you, and not, not the microphone itself that you're speaking into goes there. They can cancel out, I guess, the audio from other people you're chatting with. That's not a problem, because they already have the sound for that one that they can easily cancel out. But, yeah. Yeah, so it's gonna pick up everything. If it's the same mic on the DS and the 3DS, it'll pick up everything. Yeah, 180 degrees out of phase, doesn't matter, Same idea, yeah, 180 degrees out of phase. Yes, it'll cancel the thing out that way. Whatever. Right?
Voice will come through clearly. Even if you don't have a surround sound system, games can be enjoyed with more immersive, three-dimensional sound, as if it were coming from all around you.
Yeah, this is not new. We've had headphones that can do this since forever. Like, that's not new.
Place your Nintendo Switch 2 however you like with a large, sturdy stand. You can move it freely.
Wait, that's a lot better than the Switch 1 stand, but like, the Switch 1 stand was awful.
Like this.
So it's not a high bar.
In addition to the USB-C port found on the bottom of the system, there's one on top as well.
Okay, so they have two USB-C ports. Okay. That's
It's handy
nice.
for connecting a USB-C camera or charging in tabletop mode.
Yep, finally, after all this time, they actually fixed this problem by putting another port up there instead, where it should have been in the first place.
Nintendo Switch 2 comes with 256 gigabytes of internal storage, 8 times that of Nintendo Switch, for storing your game downloads, save data, and more. Reading and writing data is also faster.
Okay.
Use the Nintendo Switch 2 dock to connect to your TV and enable up to 4K resolution for compatible.
There you go. You got you got another USB port there. They finally put in the RJ45 jack here. Right, what is this gonna be? Gigabit only? It's probably only gigabit. Actually, no, considering Nintendo, they'll probably be like, yeah, here's 100 megabits per second. They'll like cheap out and give you 100 megabit per second port. If they actually do that, that'd be hilarious, because there's like a lot of networking gear that you can get these days that they won't even like pick up 100 megabit. If you have like a 10 gig, if it takes like gigabit, 2.5 gigabit, 5 gigabit, 10 gigabit, they won't even have the 100 megabit mode. Some network switches and stuff don't even support that anymore, which is kind of funny. But yeah. No, the Switch didn't even have one. The Switch didn't have one. It didn't. You had to buy an external dongle. But like any third-party dongle would work. Any third-party like Ethernet dongle would work. Yeah, it was Wi-Fi only. Switch 1 doesn't have this port. I have a dock. I have a Switch 1 dock. Because I have a Switch 1. Well, I have 2 of them.
Compatible games. HDR is also supported in TV mode.
Yep.
The Nintendo Switch 2 dock has a built-in fan that keeps your system cool. This
Okay, cool. They added another fan.
helps keep performance stable. On Nintendo Switch 2, you can play Nintendo Switch 2 games, as well as compatible Nintendo Switch games. Physical and digital games are supported.
Uh-huh.
As you just saw, Nintendo Switch 2 isn't simply an improved Nintendo Switch.
Yeah, true. And NVIDIA DLSS hallucination. No, they'll do the thing, right? They'll do like multi-frame gen. They'll make your upscaled 720p 30 FPS into 4K 60 with multi-frame gen and DLSS. Surely. Until it's probably like more like 20 FPS in the base one that they'll be working with. And they'll upscale it all the way up.
Redesigned the system from the ground up and packed in lots of new gameplay features.
I mean, to be fair, 720p has good integer scale for 4K. Right? Because, like, it's 9:1 between 4K and 720p. Right? Like, 4K resolution is literally just a 3x3 grid of 720p. That is like what 4K resolution is. Yeah, 3 to 1 per axis, yeah. Like, they could do easy integer scale for that.
And to help players better understand the Switch 2 hardware, we're currently developing this game. Mr. Kawamoto!
Hello. My current location is actually inside the game itself.
Okay.
This is Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour, exclusive to Nintendo Switch 2.
So a tech demo?
I'm standing over here. Okay, everyone, join me inside the game. There are a lot of...
Yeah, it's 2 to 1 because, yeah, exactly. 4K is literally just 4x 1080p. Yeah.
question mark icons here.
And we
Let's
can
examine
just
them.
see it. Whatever.
This sign reads, "Where are the magnets?"
Okay. We can see where the magnets
Joy-Con 2
are.
controllers attached to the system with magnets. And those magnets are inside the system.
You don't
The SL
say.
and SR buttons on the Joy-Con 2 are made of metal. So that's how they attach to the system. A magnetic circuit is formed between them so they won't easily detach.
Yeah, that's how magnets work.
Through examining signs like these, you can discover all sorts of secrets about Nintendo Switch 2. Another example, the Joy-Con 2 controllers have mouse controls. And when combined with the gyroscopes, you can even do something like this. You can adjust the position of the golf club and aim for the cup by rotating the Joy-Con 2. By combining the mouse controls and gyroscopes, things like this are possible. There are secrets to discover even as you're playing minigames and tech demos. Some of the secrets range from the unique features of the system to tiny details you might not notice until they're pointed out. There are plenty. Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour will launch as a paid digital game on the same day as Nintendo.
What? I'm sorry, what? They want people to pay for their tech demo? Again? I'm sorry, what? Why? I remember when the fucking Steam Deck came out, Valve made one too. Valve made a Steam Deck tech demo. It was called Aperture Desk Job. This is the Steam Deck demo. It was free. The tech demo for the Steam Deck. We're using the trackpads and everything. The gyroscope, the microphone, and everything. Right, this thing is literally free for everyone. This was made for the Steam Deck to showcase Steam input and everything like that. So though like anyone can play it with any controller, like there's a way to do that. But like yeah, this is like literally free. Aperture desk job. This is freaking ridiculous, man. Like, yeah, you can obviously tell. You know, these are the Steam Deck trackpads as the fucking, the sticks on the Steam Deck. Oh yeah, screen here. We got the buttons, right? The face buttons, the D-pad. The L1, R1. You got the triggers over here, right? You got back buttons here as well. You got the freaking menu buttons there. Like they even put like this little thing to show where the speakers on the Steam Deck is. And the little thing there. But like, yeah, this is literally the Steam Deck tech demo thing to like showcase the things you can do with it. And they turned it into a fun little you know, Portal little Aperture Science themed little mini game thing. You're like, you play through it for like 2 hours or whatever. Like, this was free. Right? This was free. They want you to pay a fucking actual game price for a tech demo. Absolutely ridiculous.
Nintendo Switch 2. So please check it out if you're interested.
Now, I'd like to share some more information regarding Nintendo Switch 2.
Okay.
This is the game card for Nintendo Switch 2
Yeah.
cards.
They made it red.
It's the same shape as Nintendo Switch game cards.
Same shape. Wait. Big brain. You guys know about these? Big brain. What if this works on the Switch 2? You put your Switch 2 games on this. Imagine, big brain. You get one of these, you put it on your Switch 2 games. They also have the thing to dump your games. They like, there's a guide here on how to dump it, whatever. But they also have the MIG dumper. This thing. Imagine you can go dump your shit for your Switch 2. You put in your MIG flash. What do you mean they're banned? They could probably issue like an FPGA firmware upgrade to this as well. Like, the thing is, this thing is done with an FPGA board. But yeah, you can just buy these, man. You can literally go on like AliExpress and just straight up buy one. You could just straight up buy the things, man. Sure you can. You just gotta be a bit more creative. They'll find a way. They'll find a way, but yeah, you can buy them. It shouldn't be hard. Just start looking on Chinese websites to buy them from. China's got you covered. Even with the tariffs. They just don't sell them on the original name. They have to rename the thing. You should still be able to buy them.
But it's now red, and it has much faster data reading speeds. Next up is additional storage. Switch 2 will only work with micro SD express cards.
Yeah, here's the thing with SD express cards, man. How much are SD express cards again? Like, what is this? Is this SD express? 1 terabyte. Is this SD express? Oh, let me check the pinout on this. Can we even see the back of the card? No, this is not SD express. That is not SD express. That is not it. Yeah, like, you can see the pricing of SD Express cards, man. This is on sale, you know, SD Express, 512 gigabyte SD Express. Alright, this is Canadian pricing, sorry, I can go to, like, CA.PC part picker. Like, why can't they just put in an M.2 slot? Alright, let's say I want to buy an SSD. We can go start new. Alright, so we'll go storage, SSD. You know, let's say we're going for like 2230, 2242, 2260, 2280. Like, what? You can buy 2 terabyte 990 Pro. This thing is like way too overkill for fucking games. This is a PCI Express 4.0, SSD. I don't know why you would buy this thing for gaming though. This thing has like a bunch of other shit on there that you don't need. If all you're gonna do is play games. The 990 Pro, that's like the higher end Samsung drive. Let's go for price per gigabyte. Right, we're talking about NVMe drives here, right? Right, like you get like this silicon power 2 terabyte drive, $132 Canadian. Right, like you can like these are like just SSDs that you could buy. You know, you get 4 terabyte drives for the same price. Oh, true. That's Compact. That's CF Express. You're right. You're right. Is the wrong one. My bad. Nope. Those are not micro SD Express. Like, nobody buys them, man. Nobody fucking buys micro SD card Express. Even for people working with camera gear, they still use regular, like, SD cards. Like, cause like nobody fucking buys them. But SD Express has its use, but dumped its biggest advantage. Oh boy. Completely ignored by the camera industry. It finally has a use case. For the faster transfer speeds. Touted by the SD thing, yup. They're rounded with the E thing on the following. 150, 300, or 600 meg. This is fucking, like, here's the thing, right? This is SATA 3. This is just SATA 3 speeds. What the fuck? Fuck, we don't even need an NVMe drive to compete with this. The fastest SD Express. There are SATA SSDs that are this fast. We're on freaking SATA 3 or SATA 6 gigabit speeds with this thing, man. This is like SATA SSD speed. Not even NVMe. Yeah, you can have an M.2 that only does SATA and it's still faster, yeah. The laptop I talked about that I had, back when the Switch came out, I had a SATA, and a Kingston SATA SSD. It was still, like, it still had transfer rates of 1 gigabyte per second, I think it was. Or something. Like, it's still faster than, the 600 megabytes per second. For, like, for its read speeds. Like, there are standard SD cards with a slightly faster than 100 megabytes per second, but, like, it doesn't matter. Like, yeah, like, that's the thing, right? Nobody fucking uses SD Express. It's a Nintendo, man. It's 6 gigabit, which is a little bit faster than that. It's similar though. But yeah, it's gigabit, so it's binary units. Yeah, that's the thing, right? But like, here's the thing: SATA SSDs weren't limited by that. SATA SSDs could be faster than that. They were. If we're talking about SATA SSDs, they still connected through the PCI Express. They did have there were faster ones. I remember like back in the day, Intel had like one that was like an Intel branded one that was like 1.2 gigabytes per second. Like 10 years ago, that was like an enterprise drive. That was SATA. Yeah. But yeah, like that's the thing though. It was its whole mess, but like yeah. But like the thing is, like they had enterprise SSDs back then before NVMe that was just using SATA over PCIe. But like the other SATA Express thing was dumb. Because people were because like you couldn't hot plug them. Unlike traditional SATA drives where you could hot plug. You couldn't really hot plug them. And then that's like one of the reasons why they didn't catch on. You couldn't really hot plug. Technically you could, but it was completely optional and nobody supported it. So like nothing caught on. And nobody used it. Right, like in theory it's in the spec, but nobody uses it. Yeah, microSD Express also not backwards compatible, yeah. Like, yeah, they're announcing cards, you know? They're actually announcing these things because now, you know, people are gonna buy this shit. Because now you actually have someone that's gonna buy them. Because the camera industry said, fuck no. But like, $200 for 1 terabyte. You could, like, that's US dollars, right? 200 USD to CAD. You know, that's 300 Canadian. I can literally buy 4 terabyte NVMe drives that'll just run circles for the price. Like, let's say the Silicon Power drive. What's the speed on this one? Silicon Power UD90. We should probably specify the 4 terabyte one. Or, you know, we'll just go look on their website. Because sometimes the higher capacity drives are faster. Because they have an extra chip. Specifications. What do they got here? 5 gigabytes per second. Read is 5 gigabytes per second. Write is 4.5 gigabytes per second. This thing's literally gonna run circles. And it's cheaper. And this is 4 times the capacity. Yeah, this is a PCI 4.0 drive. And yeah, their QLC sustained speeds will crater still. Like, it's still, man. NVMe protocol is still like, with like Gen 4. You can still use the DRAM cache via your system's memory. You don't need to have it on the board. But like, yeah, like still. The SD card won't even have that. The SD Express, because of how tiny they are. You'll have the one memory chip, no DRAM cache or whatever. Yeah, fucking, you didn't even need, PCIe 2.0 would have been an option. Even PCI 2.0 would have been an option, man. Not even 3.0, 2.0. These aren't gonna be more power efficient, though. They're not gonna be more power efficient. That's the thing.
They're a different type of SD card and will make high-speed data transfers possible.
This is
Please
dumb.
note that regular micro SD cards used for Nintendo Switch will not be compatible.
Yeah, because the pin out is completely different. They won't work. They're physically different in terms of the pins.
Additionally, to transfer data from Switch to Switch 2, you can log into your Nintendo account to use the System Transfer feature. With this feature, you can transfer save data, digital games, and more. We're also releasing a new Pro Controller. It has a C button, which launches Game Chat, and on the back, there are new GL and GR buttons, which you can use to assign existing button controls.
At least they're finally adding grip buttons. But they still don't have analog trigger. What the fuck? Why don't they have analog triggers? They could have a fucking GameCube. A virtual console. Where's their analog triggers?
In addition, an audio jack has been added. We've introduced a few new features, and after today's presentation, the official Nintendo Switch 2 website will go live. There will also be an Ask the Developer article on the website, where the three of us will talk about the development of Nintendo Switch 2. We hope you'll check that out as well.
And now, the Nintendo Switch 2 launch date. Nintendo Switch 2 launches on June 5th. We're very much looking forward to the day when you all get to experience it, so please wait just a bit longer.
Now, broadly speaking, on Nintendo Switch 2, you can play 3 types of games. The first type is Nintendo Switch 2 games.
No shit.
These games take advantage of the performance and features of Switch 2. The second type is compatible games that were released on Nintendo Switch. Nintendo Switch 2 Edition games are the third type. Some games that were released on Switch will receive upgraded versions that offer things like improved visuals, unique ways to play on Switch 2, and more.
Okay.
Now, I'd like to show you the Nintendo Switch 2 Edition of Super Mario Party Jamboree. Please take a look.
Super Mario Party Jamboree is getting an upgrade on Nintendo Switch 2. The upgrade expands on the base game and adds new features, including mouse controls,
Okay.
audio recognition, more expressive rumble, and gameplay that uses a camera accessory, all of which can be accessed on Switch 2. Let's check out 3 new and updated modes. First up is Mario Party mode. With a single camera, up to 4 players can join the festivities. You'll be able to see each other's faces as you play, so you can experience all the reactions and emotions in real time. Or 4 friends can take the party online. Up next, it's Bowser Live, a mode where the livelier team wins. Bowser will bring you on stage 2, hit blocks to collect the most coins, guide an RC car with your voice, go, and compete in other minigames using full body movement and sound. Finally, take a ride on the mouse-controlled carnival coaster. With the safety bar lowered and secured, you're off. Go! Use mouse controls to shoot down enemies while you feel the bumps and rumbles of the coaster.
Okay, you got an on-rail shooter here?
When you enter a pipe, a minigame will begin. There's a bouldering game where 2 players each control an arm, and one where you shake a can of spray paint and quickly tag objects. Enjoy the thrill of these intuitive minigames. How quickly can you reach the station? From minigames that use a camera, the built-in microphone, mouse controls, and rumble, the biggest party yet is getting even bigger. Super Mario Party Jamboree, Nintendo Switch 2 Edition, plus Jamboree TV, launches on Nintendo Switch 2, July 24th.
Okay.
Nintendo Switch 2 players who already own Super Mario Party Jamboree can upgrade to Nintendo Switch 2 Edition plus Jamboree TV by purchasing an upgrade pack.
Yeah.
Please look forward to a new Mario Party experience, where you can see
Sure,
each
they
other's
can buy an
reactions
upgrade
while
pack.
playing. Let's continue presenting some more Nintendo Switch 2 Edition games.
Yeah, Breath of the Wild,
Nintendo
and then
Switch 2
Tears of the
editions of The
Kingdom.
Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild and The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom
So that you can finally play them at an actual playable frame rate, instead of 20 seconds per frame.
feature enhanced resolution and frame rates, and also support HDR, which makes the image more vibrant, so you can play with smoother, higher definition graphics.
Or you could just play it on an emulator and do the same.
Plus, you can get even more out of your adventures in Hyrule using Zelda Notes. This new feature can be accessed via the Nintendo Switch app on smart devices. It's a game-specific service that's exclusive to the Switch 2 editions of these titles.
Okay.
For example, it can help guide you to various locations, like shrines and Koroks you haven't found yet.
So they get
Guidance activating.
So they put an interactive map.
Proceed north.
Okay. with voice navigation. Sure.
Or you can share your creations using QR codes and send them to another player to create in their game. We hope these features will make your adventures even more enjoyable. In Kirby and the Forgotten Land, you'll be able to enjoy an additional story exclusive to the Nintendo Switch 2 edition, along with improved graphics and frame rates. This story takes place in the Forgotten Land after being struck by a powerful meteor that's causing some mysterious changes. We hope you're looking forward to Kirby's new adventure. Metroid Prime 4 Beyond will have both a Nintendo Switch and a Nintendo Switch 2 edition.
Okay, Metro Prime 4, sure.
In addition to standard controls, you can use mouse controls for
I should
intuitive
play it one
gameplay
day,
on
the
Switch
Stanley
2.
Parable.
Plus, you can explore the immersive world in 4K at 60 frames per second, or enjoy smoother action in Full HD at 120 frames per second. Choose from these two modes, both of which support HDR, based on your preference and playstyle. Plus, Pokémon Legends ZA, which is scheduled to launch later this year, will not only receive a Nintendo Switch version, but a Nintendo Switch 2 edition as well. By taking advantage of the power of Switch 2, you can enjoy your adventure in Lumio City.
Basically,
with
the
enhanced
only way you
resolution
can
and
actually
frame
play the Pokemon game and not have it look like shit. Rip.
The Nintendo Switch 2 edition games you just saw will be available as both physical and digital versions. And if you already own the Nintendo Switch version of a game, you can play the Nintendo Switch 2 edition by purchasing an upgrade pack. We hope you're looking forward to these Nintendo Switch 2 edition games.
Next, I'd like to introduce a brand new game featuring mouse controls with the Joy-Con 2 controllers.
Okay.
Please take a look.
That still does not look comfortable. Okay, we got racing wheelchairs, guys. So we got wheelchair basketball. Stream playback. Yeah, another tech demo, and they're gonna make you pay for it. Okay. But why would you play basketball like that? You know, if they made it so like you had a giant mech arena and you were in mechs instead, and you were using the thing to move your mech around to then shoot the basketball in the net, that would at least be a lot more interesting to look at. But watching people in wheelchairs do this is kinda You know, the wheelchairs is kinda boring for that. Yeah, the Pokemon game, yeah, had terrible playback, yeah. What do you expect, Matt? His game
In
for
Drag and Drive,
Pega.
you'll use both Joy-Con 2 controllers as mice to intuitively pull off various moves.
Yeah, this is kind of boring for that, man. Why a wheelchair? Honestly, like, if I was designing this, I would have put this, like, in a giant fucking battle zone with mechs. Maybe have, like, a bunch of destroyed buildings and stuff and whatever. And then have you moving around, dribbling the freaking basketball with your mechs. And then you go in and, like, you jump or whatever, and you dunk the ball with your mech. That would have been a lot more interesting to look at than these wheelchairs. If I was to design this, I'd probably do that.
We hope you're looking forward to a new twist on 3-on-3 matches using dual mouse controls. Next, here are some games from our publishing and development partners coming to Nintendo Switch 2.
The Ultra Deluxe version of Stanley Parable for the extra content. Where they probably pay. Let me guess, they poke fun at you for paying more? Is that it? Is that the joke?
I have long observed the lands between. This world is in dire need of repair.
Alright, Elden Ring?
You can see them, can't you?
Yeah.
The rays of grace
Okay.
that guide you through your burden.
Oh, that's cool, I guess. People can play Elden Ring on there.
I have no doubt you will become Elden Lord. May you take the throne.
Hey, I'm
Yeah,
Greg Kasabin
cheap
from Super
re-release,
Games.
yep.
Here to say that Hades 2 is coming to Nintendo Switch 2. Our first ever
Okay.
sequel introduces the Princess of the Dead, an immortal witch out to vanquish the sinister Titan of Time. You'll battle beyond the underworld to the ends of the earth, getting to know dozens of characters from Greek myth in a story that reacts to your every setback and victory. It's the kind of game you can quickly pick up and play whether you're experienced with the original or not. Look for more about Hades 2 later this year.
Why are you linking me things about Elden Ring? I already have Elden Ring. Why the fuck would I buy a Switch 2 to play Elden Ring? Heck, I have a Steam Deck. I can just play Elden Ring on my Steam Deck if I want to play it portably. Heck, there's cloud services that have Elden Ring. I can use my same PC version of Elden Ring to go play Elden Ring on my phone via a cloud service. Like, it's not like being able to play Elden Ring on a portable device is anything new. People have been able to do that for like 2+ years. 2 to 3 years. Yeah, you can extend it to like 3 years almost if you add cloud versions. It's not anything special.
こんにちは、カプコンの中山です。我々がお届けするタイトルはストリートファイター6です。本体
Make sure not to misspell deck, yeah.
を持ち寄っての対戦はもちろん、任天堂スイッチ2
No, I don't. What is this? Oh. Wow, that is really fucked up. That is fucked up. That is really fucked up, man. Nintendo Switch 2 key game key card. Game key cards are built different from regular game cards because they do not contain full game data. Instead, the game key card is your key to download the full game. After it's downloaded, you can play the game by inserting the game key card into your system. And they're gonna be putting it in physical packages? And they're gonna want you to pay more for a physical cartridge, aren't they? Versus it digitally. This is extremely cursed, man. The game is not on the game key card. You'll have to download it before you can play. And then when you insert the thing, instruction will be displayed on the home screen. You must have enough free space on your system memory or micro SD express card to install the game. This just makes it sound worse and worse. The more we go in, you're just making the Switch 2 sound even worse. It only gets worse. What the fuck? Well, I already know what I'm gonna re-upload this video with the title. What title I'm gonna use. It just keeps getting worse. Or I can be like, Nintendo Switch 2 Direct was awful. It only gets worse the longer you pay attention and the longer you see what goes on. It only gets worse.
だけの新モードもあります。ソフトは通常版の他に総勢26キャラクターを収録した Years 1-2 Fighters Edition の2バージョンを
Okay, this is Street Fighter, whatever. They got Street Fighter amiibos. Cool.
Initiating Arsenal boot sequence. Weapon safety mechanism confirmed. All operating at normal levels. Testing data link with spine. Normal. Commencing launch.
After 2 long wars where our freedom was restricted,
Well, you're just making it sound worse, man.
Finally be liberated from humans.
It only gets worse.
New equipment and money. I'm for sale and you're buying.
Rebels! Thanks for the warm welcome!
This planet will be ours.
The Sovereign Axiom, the Trinitas, has almost completed a weapon that was...
Yeah, you said, like, here's the thing. The longer this goes on, the worse it gets. You tried to say it wasn't bad or whatever, too. Or it wasn't that bad. Right? As you're trying to downplay something. But if anything, it's far worse than what I would have thought. It's far worse.
Created to destroy all humanity.
No! Because we're in the middle of a war. Don't you get it?
I won't just stop you. I'll tear you apart!
Alright, what game is this?
Bring hope to our lives.
Alright.
Don't they?
Okay. Daemon X Machina,
Hey, this
sure.
is Joseph Forrest from Hazelight. I'm super excited for Split Fiction to come to Nintendo Switch 2.
Split Fiction,
The game
okay.
is a story about friendship. You play as Mio, who writes sci-fi, and Zoe, who writes fantasy. Together, they get trapped in their own stories, and it's up to you and a friend to help them break free.
Yeah,
Let me
okay.
tell you this, if you like It Takes Two, you're gonna love this one, trust me. And of course, you'll be able to play Split Fiction on the day Switch 2 launches.
At EA Sports, we're bringing fans together across the world, both on the pitch and on the gridiron. We're excited to announce that EA Sports FC will be coming
Yeah, I
to
don't care
Nintendo
about
Switch
this
2.
stupid
Madden
sports
NFL will also
game.
be arriving on the Nintendo platform. EA Sports, it's in the game.
Hi, I'm Alan Q from Avalanche Software. We are bringing Hogwarts Legacy
Hogwarts
to
Legacy.
Nintendo Switch 2.
I thought it was
Enhanced
running on the
graphics and
regular
seamless world
Switch.
transitions.
Just an enhanced version,
You'll be
okay.
immersed in the Wizarding World like never before. And the new mouse controls on Switch 2 give you even more ways to experience the adventure.
Yeah, okay. Cool,
Discover
don't
the enhanced
care.
magic when Hogwarts Legacy launches on the same day as Switch 2.
Captain, is that mic supposed to be on?
Pro Skater 3 and 4, okay. I remember as a kid playing a lot of Pro Skater 2 on the PlayStation. Though I have not played a Tony Hawk game ever since then. Yeah, I don't know. I just know it was on there. They got SpongeBob in here? What? Sure.
Hello, this is Christian Elbadam from IO Interactive.
Like, that's the thing, right? Yeah, but here's the other thing, too. The Steam Deck is literally cheaper. The Steam Deck is also cheaper. Right? And the thing is, right? You buy a game on Steam, you also get it to use on your other device, on your other computers or whatever. At the same time, a lot of cloud gaming services like GeForce Now, Boostroid, or whatever else you use, if you use one, they also can just access your Steam library. So like a game I bought there too, that I bought on Steam, I also get access to it there. And if I wanted to, I could play those on my phone, or I could just open a browser or install the app for that cloud service and play it on my Steam Deck. Right? Like, it just gets worse and worse the further we go in. But yeah, hi there, Jose.
We are bringing our flagship title, Hitman World of Assassination,
Oh,
to
okay.
Nintendo Switch 2.
Cool.
As the best assassin in the trade, Agent 47 does everything he can to
Yeah,
accomplish his
Hitman,
mission.
cool stuff.
And how each mission progresses will vary depending on the player's imagination. Our ever-expanding game will release on the same day as Switch 2. Plus, we are excited to bring another familiar agent to the platform.
James Bond? We got James Bond or something? Yeah.
James Bond. The world's favorite spy is coming to Nintendo Switch 2, so stay tuned.
Okay.
The story of light and shadow that never fades is reborn. Bravely Default returns, remastered in high definition.
Okay.
Featuring the Brave and Default commands that help you control the flow of turn-based battles. Change and customize jobs to build out your very own party. Enjoy your adventure with upgraded features and enhancements. and all you.
Do they have a high speed mode? Fuck, with a lot of these games like this too, it's like, if they don't have a high speed mode, over time it's like, eh?
With unique ways to play. Square Enix presents the classic fantasy RPG.
But like, yeah, I just don't really care for this Bravely Default whatever.
Set foot in Luxembourg as a warrior of light once more.
Like, I'm too spoiled by like Falcom games having high speed modes, even on their Switch versions of their games. The fuck, even Tokyo Xanadu has a high speed mode. Like has a fucking high speed mode, and that's an action game, not a turn-based game. Okay, Yakuza? Okay. Yeah, Yakuza 0, cool. Yeah, but like... Yeah, so far we're not really impressed by anything. Yeah, I get the feeling a lot of these games are not going to be actually on the physical cartridge, but they're going to make you pay more for the cartridge. So it's like, what's even the point? Like, this just gets worse and worse, man. Like, if I'm not even gonna own the actual physical copy of the game, why the fuck should I even buy it in the first place on the Switch, too? Like, just buy it on fucking Steam or whatever, and play it on a Steam Deck or whatever handheld PC, right? Lenovo is literally releasing a version of the Legion Go that's going to be like at the similar price point as the Switch 2. Right? Except you get a full fucking computer there instead. As well. So it's basically just the Nintendo first party games. Yeah, here's the thing, right? You know, in the past couple of years, the amount of time I spent playing either of my two Switches, like maybe like 3 to 4 days a year for the past couple, ever since I got my Steam Deck, like I just don't use my Switch at all anymore. And it's like, what? The only game that I see on my Switch 2 that's like, that I would end up playing, really? It's like, do I care enough to play the Kirby expansion? The Kirby Forgotten Land expansion? Or the Pokemon Legends game? That's it. Like, everything else is like, yeah, whatever, I don't care. Right? So it's like, okay, play on, like, it's like I get one, it's like I get like 4 or 5 days of use out of it. Like, that's how much use I would get out of it. Like, I'd play it for like 4 or 5 days, and then I'm done. Right? Like, that's like my realistic use case. It's like, I just do not care. And like, a lot of the other third-party games that I would play, I would just get the PC version and play it on my Steam Deck if I wanted portable, or play it on my actual fucking computer.
We'll have more games to show from our publishing and development partners, but for now, we'd like to show a game being developed in collaboration with Nintendo. Please take a look.
Alright, Koei Tecmo. What is this?
When the Zonai, who descended from the heavens, joined hands with the Hylians, who dwelled on the surface.
Is this like another Hyrule Warriors game or something?
But in time, a terrible evil arose. A war was fought to vanquish this evil, one which future generations would call the Imprisoning War.
Perhaps you truly have traveled back in time.
So that's Hyrule Castle?
Yeah, Hyrule Warriors, I guess.
This really is the past.
Yeah, it's Hyrule Warriors. I don't really care. It's just another licensed Warriors game. I just don't care. Man, what happened to like our old style like Zelda games, man? I miss it. Like I miss how the older Zelda games were, especially the 3D ones, man. Right? Like Zelda games aren't what they used to be ever since Breath of the Wild. Now we get like we've also been getting a bunch of these freaking licensed things as well. Yeah, I don't care about fucking Zelda lore. Do you actually care about Zelda lore? Like I don't give a fuck about the lore. Like personally. I never did. It's not like the freaking Zelda games really made much sense between them anyways. That's why like they have like that whole messy ass timeline where everything's like they tried to vaguely make sense of it all and connect everything. Hey, you're the weird person to actually care about the lore, but like, it's fucking Zelda, man. Exactly, you're not gonna buy it just for the lore, exactly. But like, yeah, I don't care. Hyrule Warriors licensed, whatever. Cool.
That was Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment. It's being developed by Koei Tecmo Games, with support
Yeah, you
from
might as
Nintendo.
well just read a book if that's all you wanted.
We hope you're looking forward to the untold story of the imprisoning
If all you wanted is lore, just read a
which took
fucking
place
book.
in Hyrule long ago.
Yeah, they don't even need hardware,
And
exactly.
now, some news about Nintendo Switch Online. You can continue to enjoy Nintendo Switch Online on Switch 2.
Yeah.
And with Nintendo Switch Online Plus expansion pack, you can enjoy a new membership benefit exclusively on Switch 2. Please take a look at this.
Yeah, this is the GameCube one, right? That you guys been talking about? Yep.
Nintendo Switch Online Plus expansion pack will be getting a new classic game library exclusive to Nintendo Switch 2.
Yeah, except here's the thing. GameCube controllers, these are analog triggers that go into a digital click at the end. The Switch 2 Pro controller does not have analog triggers from what we saw of it earlier. Like, what the fuck? You can support GameCube, but you don't put analog functionality in your controller? What?
Nintendo GameCube, originally released in 2001. Here are the titles that will be available at launch. A Legend of Zelda game that looks like a cartoon come to life through cell shading.
Oh yeah, and by the way, your phone could probably play this game. You know. Yeah, you miss when Nintendo's emulators were actually better commercial ones. Remember? No, here's the thing, right? Nintendo's emulators are kind of Pepega. Oh, where was that clip? Can we find that clip? Can we find that clip of when I played Kirby 64 on the find that clip on the Switch emulator? It should be under videos. Clips. This is seen to be. This is like years ago. Where was it? Where was that old clip? Oh, yes. Remember when we kept soft locking when I played it?
Exactly. But you guys have the button too, right? There should be a clip button.
Back when I had short hair. God, their emulator was so terrible.
Kirby got stuck again.
Their emulator on the thing, they wanted you to pay for like the Switch Online expansion pass to like do the thing. Their emulation was terrible. I remember like the Zelda ones on there, they were like memes about how scuffed it was too. Which is like really sad because they worked perfectly fine on the virtual console on the Wii and the Wii U. The games worked perfectly fine. Like the virtual console for the N64 on the Wii and the Wii U was perfect for what they needed to do. They worked really well. I remember using it a ton back in the day on my Wii. They were like actually good. And then the Switch Online one is just terrible. With the accuracy and stuff. for the emulation. It's like, what the fuck happened? Like, what the fuck? Right, the Virtual Console and the Wii and the Wii U, yeah, you don't have, like, the crazy save state stuff you can do in the new Switch Online stuff, right? But they actually worked, and they worked really, really good. Like, really, really well. And then now it's like Pepega. Yeah, the 3DS GBA emulator for what it was usable. If you've ever got to experience that with the Ambassador program. Right, but like, yeah.
Pulling the wind using a mysterious baton, Link set sail on an adventure across the Great Sea. The legend.
You know, I don't understand why don't they just like give the Wii U version of Wind Waker instead? Because like you can't use the Game Boy multiplayer thing, right? No way they cooked the Tingle Tuner. No way they got the Tingle Tuner working in here, right? The Tingle Tuner, if you ever messed around with that. Because like, on the original Wind Waker on the GameCube, if you also had a GBA and a GBA link cable for the GameCube, you can plug it into the second controller port, and you can use the Tingle Tuner in there. Yeah, I know you. I know about that, the swapping, the ROM thing, and the things there. I've seen stuff on that one. But yeah, it's a whole other thing.
Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker. Transcending history and the world.
Oh yeah, this is the Soul Calibur game where you can play as Link, isn't it?
Tale of souls and swords.
Yeah, they have Link there.
In this 3D, weapons-based fighting game, each fighter comes equipped with a different weapon, and Link from the Legend of Zelda series enters the fray. Soul Calibur 2. Experience a world of white-knuckle racing at speeds of over 2,000 kilometers per hour.
The last F-Zero game we ever got, right? GX.
30 machines will put it all on the line in death-defying races. Featuring the series' first machine customization and story mode, get ready to experience F-Zero GX. In game.
Oh yeah, how they did Four Swords Adventure? Oh yeah, I actually... have you ever played Four Swords multiplayer before? Four Swords Adventure? I remember playing with my brother back in the day, because we did have 2 Game Boys and 2 link cables. Because you needed to have 2 Game Boys and 2 link cables for the GameCube to play multiplayer Four Swords Adventure. I did play that back in the day as well. Yeah, forget it. That's just a track. That's not the actual F-Zero game. Oh, but yeah, it's kind of weird. But yeah, yeah, soundtrack is good though. Yeah.
Games that support multiplayer, up to 4 can play together locally or online. Enjoy these classic games with clearer image quality and higher resolution than the original releases. You can also check the controls for each title and customize them to your liking. More titles will be added in the future.
Okay, Pokemon XD. I mean, that's cool. So far, like the real standout is Pokemon XD. Alright, Pokemon Colosseum and Pokemon XD.
Nintendo.
I wonder, will that like connect? Will that connect with like Pokemon Home? Like, will you be able to connect your Pokemon Colosseum and XD with Pokemon Home? What about like the Jirachi bonus disc? Can you like get Jirachi from it? Will it give you the special one to get Jirachi? Right, the Jirachi bonus disc? Or like, can you get like imagine you can go purify your Lugia, your Shadow Lugia from XD Gale of Darkness, transfer it to Home, and then you can have Lugia with the, with Psycho Boost, Deoxys's move. Right, because for some reason, purified Shadow Lugia gets Psycho Boost. Right, which is just like Psychic type Draco Meteor.
Nintendo GameCube, Nintendo Classics, the Switch 2 exclusive game library coming to Nintendo Switch Online Plus Expansion Pack launches the same day as the hardware's release. And a dedicated controller designed after the original GameCube controller will also be released.
Will this have analog triggers? Or will it be Pepega and be digital only?
It can connect wirelessly and also has a C button to quickly access game chat.
What about the triggers? Is it gonna be analog or not?
The Nintendo GameCube controller, exclusively available for Nintendo Switch Online members, will also be available the same day as Nintendo Switch 2.
Whether you're familiar with the games or haven't played them before, we hope you're looking forward to Nintendo GameCube, Nintendo Classics. Of course, you can continue to play select games from the systems shown here on Nintendo Switch 2. Okay, let's see some more games from our publishing and
You
development.
put your entire one, yeah. Don't have to care, just buy and consume. True. Don't ask questions, just to consume product and then get excited for next product. Alright, more Deltarune, I guess, for people who like that. Never really paid attention to this thing, but hey. If you like it, then there you go.
Hi, I'm Randy from Gearbox. Borderlands 4,
Hi,
our upcoming
Borderlands 4.
flagship Borderlands game, will launch on Nintendo Switch 2. Borderlands is back. Loot and shoot your way through a world filled with wild enemies and outrageous weapons.
Okay.
We're still in development, and it's already the most ambitious Borderlands game we've ever made. Borderlands 4 will launch in 2025. We'll be sharing a lot of the game in the months ahead, and there's more from 2K on the way.
Hi, I'm Dennis Shirk from Firaxis Games. We're releasing a Nintendo Switch 2 edition of
Civ
Sid Meier's
7.
Civilization 7.
Okay.
In Civ 7, you'll establish an empire and guide your people throughout the
I mean,
original
hey, you get to use a mouse.
With the new mouse controls, players can enjoy a more intuitive gameplay.
So now I won't feel like shit to play it on a console, I guess. But you can't use the mouse while handheld and holding it in your hand. You need like a Steam Deck if you want to use an actual mouse cursor while holding the entire thing in your hand, in handheld.
Experience. Civ 7 launches on the same day as Switch 2. And if you already own the Nintendo Switch version, you can experience mouse controls on Switch 2 by purchasing the upgrade.
But you gotta buy the upgrade
And
if you want to do that.
Even more news from 2K.
Of course.
Hi, I'm Lionel Jinx. And I'm Ben Bishop. Our final announcement for today is that WWE 2K...
No, Civilization is not a mobile game. No, it's not. Civ is not a mobile game.
It's coming to Nintendo Switch 2.
Plus NBA 2K as well.
We can't wait to see you in the ring.
Yeah, who cares about sports games?
4 kids find this old
They're just like recycled the previous game with a roster update anyways.
Off they went armed with nothing but youthful enthusiasm and a profound lack of preparation. Boom! Terrible at steering a raft. Let's slay some trees. Awesome! You nailed it! Hook, line, and sinker.
Huh?
Tastes amazing, doesn't it? Really have started to master this survival thing. Next stop, the top. Ha! Nicely done. Well, I think that's everything. Let's set sail. This time, for home.
Hi, I'm Gabe Crooks from Dodge Roll. Here's the first look at Enter the Gun.
Oh, true. Civ 7 is a mobile game if your name is Hulk and you use a laptop as a phone, or you pay for GeForce Now and you bought the game on Steam so you can play it on GeForce Now on your phone. Then sure. Then it's a mobile game. Right? Because, like, I can load in, like, you can load in cloud games on your fucking phone. Or, like, on Boostroid or whatever. Because I'm pretty sure Boostroid has it, too. But you need to buy the game on Steam first or whatever to do that.
Gungeon 2. Dodge countless bullets and aim for the Gungeon's depths in our roguelike shooter sequel. Now reloaded in a new 3D art style. You can expect some fan favorite elements to return. We're still working on the game, and we're excited to share more with you in the future.
Okay, what's this thing? Right, because so far we just see CGI trailer. What is this? Starseeker, Astroneer Expeditions, next year or whatever.
Hello, my name is Adam Badowski from CD Projekt Red. We are delighted to bring the immersive
Cyberpunk,
world of the dark
yeah.
future to Nintendo players for the first time. Cyberpunk 2077 is an open-world action-adventure RPG set in Night City. Thanks to Nintendo Switch 2, you can transport yourself to the city of dreams at home or on the go. Get ready to meet unforgettable characters and discover engaging stories when Cyberpunk 2077 Ultimate Edition comes to Nintendo Switch 2 on launch day.
Yeah.
こんにちは。
I already have
スクエアエニックスの
Cyberpunk on
マ
Steam
ルコで
though.
す。
I can play it on my Steam Deck. Whatever. It feels like 9 re-releases, 1 original game. Yeah, pretty much. Oh, and it's just Final Fantasy VII Remake. The game is shit though.
スイッチ2で
I remember when I played Final Fantasy VII Remake, man. The further I got into the game, the more I would hate the entirety of the main cast. I was even cheering for the villains on stream when I was like playing it, remember? I was just straight up cheering for Cloud and friends to lose. Because of how insufferable they were. Like there's the more it went on, the more I started, the more and more I would just start hating Cloud, Tifa, and the rest. I was just straight up cheering for the fucking bad guys. And then whenever the play fell, man, I was like, yeah, that's what you fucking deserve. This is also gonna be one of those cards. It's not even gonna be on the cartridge. Nice. Even less of a reason to even bother. Even less of a reason.
ファイナルファンタジー7リメイクインターグレードを発売いたします。本作はミッドガル脱出までを描いて
And it's the first part of the game. You don't even get the full remake.
20
You
年
get
以
the
上の
first
時を経て
third.
再創作された新しい FF7 を体験いただきます。スイッチ2で展開する FF7 リメイクシリーズにぜひご期待ください。
Yeah, it's a real 5 cry, yeah. Yeah, digital only, yup. But yeah, it's just like, oh wow, they even get the Ubislop one that was like really bad. But yeah, it's just like, okay. I thought the Switch already had Fortnite. Yeah, I'm not surprised if Star Wars is on one of those cards. But like, why would you even bother? It's fucking Ubislop trash.
Shown a lot of games so far. The next game will be the last from our publishing and development partners. Please take a look.
I give you my blood. I give you my life. Turn a wheel and transport him to a night of moonlight, to humanity's
What is
only
this? Over 20 and I don't care for any of them. over 20 and none of them caught my interest. Is this the Duskblood thing I heard about? Like, that's cool and all, but like, whatever. Integer underflow. You mean overflow? Wouldn't it be overflow? Oh, you know, yeah, you're right. Underflow, you're right. Right, because he went below in the negatives and goes back. Big brain, yeah, integer underflow. Yeah, it'll probably be cool and all. Not worth the Switch 2 to play it though.
Close your eyes and contemplate now the moon, as befits the soon to depart.
I pray that you are able, carrier of blood. The moon tears will flow for one. And one alone.
Yeah, a giant frog with breasts. Yup. They had that.
What you just saw was a brand new game by From Software. We'll be publishing a creator's voice article where the game's director, Hidetaka Miyazaki, will share more details about the game, so please check it out when it's available. That's all from our publishing and development partners. We'd like to thank the developers who appeared today,
They still got
as well as
7
our
minutes
publishing and
left.
development partners who prepared footage for this presentation. In addition to what you saw today, our partners are working on many games coming to Nintendo Switch 2. We'll showcase more games in the future, so we hope you're looking forward to it. Next, please take a look at this.
Alright, what are you showing us? Alright, there's a star. Oh, a new Kirby game, okay. Nah, this is Kirby. Okay. Oh, this is literally just Kirby's Air Ride. So Kirby Air Ride remake, I guess. Yeah, just Riders, okay. Sequel to that old GameCube game? I mean, yeah, makes sense. It's fucking Kirby. Of course.
Kirby Air Ride, which originally released on the Nintendo GameCube system over 20 years ago, is getting a brand new game. We hope you're looking forward to Kirby Air Riders, directed by Masahiro Sakurai. Next is our last trailer for today. Please take a look.
I don't know. Kirby's Air Ride was basically a giant open map where you would have to go around grabbing a bunch of stuff and then you would go into a race, right? That was like the trial mode. I think it was city trial. And you could do things like you could get like various different upgrades and stuff like that. I mean, that making it into an open world isn't too far-fetched for like Kirby Air Ride, but yeah, it's just a racing game. It's just a Kirby themed racing game. The controls are a bit different because, like, for some carts or some of the vehicles in Kirby's Air Ride, you had like weird different stats and different like turning properties and stuff like that. If I remember correctly, I forgot what the names are of some of the vehicles, but I remember for some of them you had to basically stop, pivot in place, and then you would launch yourself every time you wanted to turn. Like, they had like very varying like degrees of like vehicle behavior with how they controlled and steered and stuff like that. And then like the way your items work, it's like Kirby power-ups, except they go away after a while. But yeah, you know, like you have your typical Kirby stuff. There was more modes in the original Kirby Air Ride. Yeah, it was cool for what it was. But yeah, they never really, it never really got fleshed out enough though. Had some cool ideas back then. Alright, what's this? New Mario game? Or something? Probably Donkey Kong, right? Okay, it's Donkey Kong, now he's a miner. Alright, we got open world Donkey Kong, I guess. Oh wait, they got 2D stuff too. Alright, Donkey Kong Bonanza, okay. Wreck-It Ralph, but not as Donkey Kong, July 17th.
That was a brand new 3D platforming action game starring Donkey Kong, called Donkey Kong Bonanza. With incredible strength, smash through enemies, walls, the ground, and just about everything as you demolish your way through a massive underground world. More details will be shared in the future. We hope you're looking forward to it.
Thank you for watching so far.
To recap, Nintendo Switch 2 launches on June 5th. Finally, here are the hardware options that will be available at launch. We'll release Nintendo Switch 2, as well as a bundle that includes a digital version of Mario Kart World. For more details, please check the official Nintendo Switch 2 website, which goes live later today.
We've covered a lot of information, but that's all we have to share for today.
Yep.
You'll have to wait just a bit longer for launch.
Change region, Canada.
We're very much looking forward to everyone being able to experience Nintendo Switch 2. We appreciate you joining us today. Thank you very much.
Wait, why does it say it's a wrong line thing? So I go click buy now, how much are they gonna charge for it? Remember how much is the pricing? Oh wait, it like scuffed the linking to the website. Oh here, Canada English, that's why. Right, so how much is it? Did they not even say here? Learn more. $700 Canadian, 630. This is before taxes. If I go on Steam. I don't know why the hell you would buy it off Amazon when you can buy it off of Steam. Actual Steam Deck cheaper, man. And then there's the OLED there. That gives you 512 instead of 256 gigabytes of storage. You get a carrying case too. Right, it comes with a fucking carrying case as well. They got a dock if you really want one. You can also just use the Steam Link app. And just connect everything over internet, whatever, ethernet, whatever you want. You can use a laptop dock with this thing. Heck, you can even get an extension cable and plug it into your Switch dock. And it would still output. Right. Right, like this thing is cheaper. I wouldn't buy another one personally because I already have one. Don't need another one. I already have a Steam Deck. I've owned one since it came out years ago. This is Canadian dollars. Right, this is in Canadian dollars, which is like how much in US? Right, $4.99 US dollars, $8.50 Canadian. This is before tax. $4.49 US dollars, $6.35 Canadian. I mean, probably not, unless I can get it subsidized by you guys. Probably not. There's not, like, anything I really want to play on it anyways. The other thing is, like, for literally all the third-party games, I wouldn't buy any of them on Nintendo's platform anyways. I would just get them on Steam or GOG or Epic Game Store and play them on my Steam Deck that way. Like, I wouldn't buy them on, Nintendo stuff. It makes no sense when I could just buy them the PC version and play it on my Steam Deck too if I wanted to. At the same time too, if I'm traveling, I'm still gonna take the Steam Deck around. This thing's a lot more comfortable to hold anyways, despite the massive size. The fact that I can just grip it and change how I hold it, depending on if I want to use the, which buttons I want to use and whatnot. But yeah. Like, that's, like, the thing, man. There's, like, what? Like, 1.5 games that I'd maybe play on the Switch 2, 1.5? Considering the price, hella not worth. Right? Like, it's hella not worth. And then there's, like, the whole thing about the game pricing being, like, really fucked up. Right, like, that whole thing. Do they go over it on the Canadian site, the game pricing? Because it's, like, fucked. We go to games. Do they tell us the price? New games. Yeah. Are they not gonna tell us the price? And then we have the stupid game key cards where the game is not even on there. Which is just even more fucked up. What's even the point if it's not even gonna be on the cartridge? Like, what even is the point if it's not even gonna be on there? Like, that just defeats the whole purpose. Because you're still gonna have to download and install the game. Like, what even is the point? What is the actual point, man? Like, no.
So we had another event from Nintendo
All right,
today
how about
around
this
the
one?
Switch 2 after their big direct yesterday that, when it ended, certainly left a lot of people confused, and we've pretty much been scrambling since then to figure out a lot of the stuff for ourselves, especially when it comes to pricing and what games are actually on the cartridges, and it's sort of been all over the place.
Any tough
which
pill, yeah.
I'll get to a point about Nintendo a bit later.
No, literally the other day, like $115 was trending on Twitter. For Canada. because digital game
really
price.
annoyed me so far since this direct happened.
Because
But
80
there
US
does seem
dollar
to
in
be
Canadian.
confusion around price point,
And that's
for a
still before
certain game,
taxes.
and a ton of backlash. So much so that there was the treehouse that happened, and it did not go well for Nintendo at all. So much so that many outlets actually wrote about what was being said in the live chat. For this
let's
thing.
see.
We're gonna go over all
Let's
that.
see,
Here. So
let's
if you guys
go.
enjoy the video, hit that like button, subscribe.
Let's
if you're
go.
new.
Let's see.
So first, let's solve one point here. Something that's been going around. People seem confused, or
Mario
at times
Mia's
maybe
not
just
okay.
pushing information that doesn't seem to
Alright.
be correct. Now, that has to do with Mario Kart World. It seems like many people believe that the game is $90, just like in the US. I keep seeing this going around. It's $90 physically, and then it's cheaper digitally. But at this time, Mario Kart World, as there are many press releases that have been pushed out there, it's just $80 digitally and physically. Trust me, in the US it is. And I'm not really sure why a lot of people believe right now that I see online that $90 is somehow involved with that. I think it started because there was an article or report that was written by Insider Gaming that was citing a listing from a different region, and they then took it maybe and just pushed it at, I think $90 was in the headline. Either way, it spun out of control, but Mario Kart World, $80 physically, $80 digitally in the US. That said, it's not the case everywhere. And I think it's important to note that this is usually how it works out. Different regions have different pricings, and at times, it's crazy to hear what some people have to pay in different parts of the world compared to the US for these games. So one example in this case, this is over on VGC, and they did confirm with Nintendo that Mario Kart World will cost, as I mentioned, $80 in the US, or £75 for a physical
75
copy.
pounds
The
down.
digital version will be cheaper in the UK.
It's
and they have that
67.
at 67 pounds.
So, like, the thing is, in other countries, it's literally going to be like this. Physical, more expensive than digital.
Basically. All right. So, when I see that, I go, okay, that's where that part comes from.
Yeah.
Right, where they're like, okay, it's different pricing in terms of physically versus digitally, and this is an issue. Nintendo hasn't provided an explanation for the discrepancy in prices at all. And that, I think, is one of the more frustrating things right now that is leading to a lot of confusion around pricing. Nintendo does not seem to want to talk about pricing at all. And they just kind of leave it for the internet and consumers try to figure out on their own. And it is very spotty. Like, there are images of Walmart listings going around that just look like pricing is all over the place. Like, really, it's anyone's guess as to what something like Final Fantasy VII Integrate is going to cost. I'd like to think that ends up being, we'll say, a $60 game, but there's a good chance it won't even be on the cartridge, which is another thing we're dealing with. Some games, apparently like Cyberpunk, are going to use a 64GB cartridge. The entire thing will be there. But then we hear Elden Ring is going to be a game key. It's like, all right, so who knows
9 more
what
billion
you're going to get when you go and buy it at retail at this point. So a lot of things Nintendo really needs to clear up, I believe, with this whole thing right now. It's just, and the system comes out in 2 months. So they might want to get on that soon. It just seems like they were in a rush to get out of that direct and forgot that there was a whole section about pricing, and I don't know. Like, when you look at the current Switch, when they did that presentation, I mean, they flashed the pricing on screen. They mentioned region free. They went really in depth about all of these things that were more consumer facing when you actually go to buy the device. So I don't know. It was weird. They talked quite a bit about the technical side of the Switch 2 and not much about what matters when you get to the register to actually get the system. Okay, so with that at least clear, right now, as far as I've seen, we have one $80 game, and that's Mario Kart World. There are bundles out there for these like Switch 2 enhanced versions where it's like, oh, it's $60 the base because we never lowered the price on this game, which is Nintendo. They really don't. And then there's $10 or $20 on top for the DLC that we're adding with the enhancements, and that's a whole thing on its own when it comes to having to pay for the enhancements. So we have like Mario Party Jamboree is $80 with this quote-unquote 60-20 bundle as one of them. I think Kirby is same thing. So that is, again, poor messaging from Nintendo because it's an $8 game. So it's right now the only new title that's $80 is Mario Kart World. Okay.
Yeah.
Got that all cleared up. Okay. So from there, though, because of all this stuff that's going around right now with Nintendo, they have their treehouse, which I went through, and I'm jumping around checking these things out, and there are some really cool things happening there. The GameCube section was awesome. Like, some of those GameCube games look great, but the entire time, especially when they showed Mario Kart World, the chat was a little preoccupied. So this is over on Nintendo Life.
Okay, what did they say?
As I mentioned, many places decided to cover this. Drop the price, screamed Nintendo fans during Nintendo's
Drop the
Treehouse
price
Live
good.
broadcast. And I noticed this the entire time. The chat, I mean, was getting crushed. Drop the price, like over and over, got the big exclamation yield sign looking things there. Lower the price of the games, drop the price. Whenever Mario Kart was there, it was all about this. But there were other ones, like you know what's funny is I know Mario Kart World is like the egregious one for a lot of people because they have now set the mark for $80.
Yep.
And we go, oh, of course. It just gets more and more expensive. But the one that I still like look at and go, really? Is that as the welcome tour? Because when it was being shown, I think many of us thought it was a pack-in.
Yeah, I thought it would have been too. The welcome tour, paid tech demo, like what the fuck?
It was an interactive manual. And then we come to find out, there's word going around right now that the game is like 10 or 15 bucks, or the interactive manual, whatever, welcome tour. And in my mind, I'm like, do you really need to charge 10 or 15 bucks for that? Like, it seems weird to not just have that as a pack-in, to add more perceived value to the system when you first turn it on, especially since it walks you through how to use the system and all the extra features, and it's pretty cool. You know, it seems like a fun little thing like Astro's Playroom. So now it's kind of that sense of, wait, I have to pay for the instruction manual, kind of. It's felt like a lot of nickel and diming. So, you know, I don't necessarily disagree with the sentiment when I see this. It's like, oh yeah, well, yeah, that'd be great if they dropped the price, wouldn't it? Nintendo, however, as many of us know at this point, are extremely stubborn.
Yeah.
So much so that it's kind of rubbed off on people to where if they decide to do something that's not great for consumers, like, I don't know, shutting down the eShop for the Wii U and the 3DS, when they announced that, for example, a lot of people were like, it's too bad, but what are we going to do? Like, that was kind of it. Wow, Nintendo really has just worn people down with how stubborn they are to just be like, well, that's it. What are you going to do?
Yeah.
And in a way, they're not necessarily wrong.
And that's one of the other reasons why I'm like, do you really want to buy those freaking digital shit on Nintendo? Do you really want to buy those cartridges where the game is not even on the cartridge? Those game key cards? It's like, do you really want to
save that energy? Because Nintendo really is
like no.
that when it comes to, I'll say, like online pushback, or just like a lot of the loud, a lot of the noise that happens online. Typically, they put their head down and they go forward, and that's kind of it. But here's the thing: they have actually gone through situations, one in particular that's like infamous, where they thought they had the price right, and the market immediately pushed back on it, and Nintendo had to take drastic measures. So, again, people are saying we can't afford $90 for Mario Kart. Good news is $80. Okay, in the U.S., sure. But when I see this dollar sign, I'm like, okay, well, it's 80. But that out of the way, Nintendo had to do this with the 3DS, and I think this was an interesting situation and one to bring up for this, because it actually came down to, like, it came down to sales, initial sales that happened. So, like, for example, here, this was after their financial briefing back then in 2011. If you remember, the 3DS launched earlier in the year, so we got an earlier look at it. But we found out that they had sold, like, 710,000 in 3 months. And that's not great for a new handheld, a new system in general. They were coming off of the tremendous success of the DS Lite, and they're like, whoa, this $250 handheld, maybe it is too expensive.
Exactly. Then, they showed nothing they showed is worth buying. Exactly.
Their DS sales were down as well because they were trying to get people to move to the 3DS. The Wii sales were down. Everything was kind of just down for Nintendo. And right now, if you think about it,
and they ask you for so much, Mom. The fucking Steam Deck is cheaper. A fucking Steam Deck is cheaper. Like, what the fuck? Alright, and then, like, they want you to pay for the fucking tech demo. The Steam Deck is literally cheaper. Like, that's the other part, man. The Steam Deck is literally cheaper. Right? And, like, that's the thing, too, right? A lot of the third-party games, where the hell are you gonna buy it? You gonna buy them on your Switch? Or your Switch 2? Or are you gonna buy them on your Steam, on Steam? Or on, like, on PC so you can play it on your Steam Deck? Right? Because you have access to GOG as well as Epic Game Store on the Steam Deck. Right? You can use the Heroic Games launcher to get those games.
They have one system. They technically have the Switch, but like that's slowed to a crawl in terms of sales. So sure, if people come together and say we're not buying
Yeah,
the Switch
it's
2,
just the dog
that
shit
could
business
get
at the end of the
Nintendo to
day.
react,
Yep.
similar to what they did with the
Offer
3DS,
no
where
better
3DS
product, but downgrade
only went
version
on
of them.
sale
Yep.
earlier this year for $250, but as of August 12th, it'll be slashed all the way down to $169.99, $170.
Like, it's really funny, too, when they're, like, using the stupid SD Express slot. Like, not even the camera industry wanted to use that stupid thing. They kept using regular SD cards. Or they adopt, like, here's the other thing, too, right? Like, some of the professional cameras, like, for video, they don't even use the, like that thing, too, right? They'll have, like, a portable SSD that you plug in. Like, some of the, like, the cameras, like, the higher-end, like, film cameras that you can get, they won't even, like, they won't have an SD card slot. They'll straight up have the, like, an SSD slot. They'll have, like, an adapter board cartridge where they get an M.2 SSD, an NVMe drive, or compact flash. Yeah, but they're probably now more leaning towards having not SSDs, SSDs instead. They're gonna be like, they're more SSD based, right? Like they're like, fuck no, we're not using SD Express because it's a stupid product. It's a stupid standard. The connector and stuff like that for it is more expensive and more complicated. It's slower than the faster methods that are more cheaper, like that are cheaper and more readily available, right? And like with the people using cameras, they go through them a lot faster. They fill them up, they'll keep an archive or whatever. They'll probably buy more, so they go through them really quickly. For like a lot of people doing that type of stuff, right? They would rather buy SSDs, compact flash cards, or just regular SD cards for a regular photo camera. Yeah, that's in Canada. That's in Canada, man. Yeah, that's in my country. That's literally in my country. Oh, where is the thing? Right here, $700. The one with Mario Kart World is $700. This is Canadian. Steam Deck page, Steam Deck OLED is cheaper. Yeah, it's in Canadian dollars. $689 for Steam Deck OLED. Oh, here's the best part too. The Steam Deck, they have a tech demo game, but it's free. And you can even play it on your regular computer. If you don't have a Steam Deck, you can still play it. It's just, you just search up Aperture Desk Job on the Steam store. Anyone can play this. Aperture Desk Job. This is the Steam Deck tech demo. It's free. Oh yeah, here's the other thing, it's an OLED. This is an OLED screen. The Switch 2 is LCD, this is OLED. HDR OLED. It comes with a carrying case as well, by the way. All Steam Decks come with a carrying case. They all come with a carrying case. Every Steam Deck owner has a carrying case. Like a protective carrying case. Right? Like, this thing is fucking cheaper. That's like the other sad part, man.
They took, what, 80 bucks off of that? That's quite a bit. Now what they decided to do was hand out, they made like ambassador systems where they would give you, like they had 10 Game Boy Advance Virtual Console games, for example, that they threw on there. NES games, stuff like that. So they did at least try to make it up to the people who spent that money immediately, early adopters. Now, would the Switch 2 go through this? Because I have seen people say, hey, just boycott the system and then not buy it. Look, here's the thing. I think I'm going to say the first year of the Switch 2, I think it's kind of decided already, as weird as that sounds.
Yeah.
I think the Switch 2 will have zero problem selling in the first year.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
It'll sell out. I think basically however many Nintendo ships will move off the shelves, if not necessarily just by regular people buying it, but also resellers and scalpers trying to pick them up and then flip them.
Yeah.
All of that, I think, is basically a
scalper market.
The years that I'm more interested in right now, in terms of like sales for the system, would be year 2 and 3. Because when I see the pricing that they have right now, the $450 system, in the realm of PC handhelds, with the specifications that they've named, the screen, the NVIDIA chip that NVIDIA put out a press release, and it does sound quite impressive with what they've jammed into it. It's actually priced about right. Technically, it's a bit below what the market value is currently if you look at what Asus puts out and what Lenovo puts out and MSI.
But they're forgetting the Lenovo Legion Go S, which is going to release at the same price. And the Steam Deck is literally cheaper. They're also forgetting about that.
It's actually pretty good, especially since it comes to the dock and stuff. Those handhelds, you buy a dock separately. You get the idea there. So my thing is, coming off of the Switch, one of its strong suits is it's an affordable family system.
Here's the thing as well, though. The new Pokemon game, the other one, Pokemon Champions is going to be on mobile. You can play Pokemon Champions on your phone when it comes out. You don't need a Switch for Pokemon Champions if all you care about is the battling part. You don't even need Switch or Switch 2 for that.
System, so much so that they got the Switch Lite out at $200, which much easier to buy multiple systems, say at holiday when you're trying to do gifts. It's like, oh, you have 2 kids. Well, guess what? You get 2 Switch Lites at $400 total, and then you get a $50 game and a $50 game. Wow, that's the price of the then $500, we'll say, PS5. It makes sense for them to go that route, give each kid their own system and a game. And it's like, boom, Christmas taken care of, or something like that.
Okay.
So this is a bit different. Like, me personally, I'm not looking at this and going, oh, well, yeah, this is obviously what I would get for the kids at Christmas time. It's like, no, it's $450, and they're probably going to eventually break it or something. Like, would you really trust an 8 or 9 or whatever year old with this Switch 2? And then they're like, oh, we want all these games, and oh, wait, they're 70 and 80 bucks constantly. Not so much. So I almost wonder if the price point that Nintendo has currently would end up pricing out a large portion of the current Switch audience.
Yeah,
like
probably would.
And in a way, that is the audience that would kind of work to keep momentum going after year 1, when the early adopters, that more enthusiast buyers that are like, yeah, well, I wish it was 600 with all the really cool specifications in there, once they're kind of taken care of and they have their system, will the mainstream step in with the audience that is more inclined to buy around the holiday season?
Yeah, I don't know about that.
The kids and stuff, and I just don't think that's there right now. So Nintendo would probably have to figure something out when it comes to the price point, like 2 years in. Maybe that's with a Switch 2 Lite, and they figure it out and they get this thing down to, I mean, it sounds weird, but down to $350, down to that OLED model. So that's their challenge right now. But I think currently they're probably not going to go through this 3DS situation because they learned this quickly, like in the first 6 months or something. Oh, okay, we're dropping the price. Will that happen with the Switch 2? I wouldn't count on it.
Not in the scalper meta.
I mean, a couple of months, the system will be out, And we'll find out how sales are very quickly from
You'll have
Famitsu sales
scalpers
charts
scalping
or
it, so they'll
Circana.
sell
There's a
out
lot of ways
regardless.
we can at least find out if they're selling out of their consoles, and then we'll have an idea as to Nintendo and if they have to react quicker than they were thinking they'd have to. So interesting stuff. Let me know what you guys think about this down below, especially if you were someone who tuned into the Treehouse. Were you surprised to see some of the pushback that was happening there in that chat? Because I mean, it was constant and it was just fully spammed. I'm a little surprised they left it on as long as they did, and we'll see if they leave it on tomorrow for another outing with the Treehouse. Thanks guys for watching, and I'll see you next time.
But yeah, there we go. Right? It only got worse and worse the more time that goes on. But like, yeah, it is what it is. Right? What was like the thing? Legion Go S? There's this one, but then there's gonna be another one that's gonna be even cheaper. Wait, they raised the price? The fuck? What happened? It's probably tariffs. That's probably why. They ended up raising it last minute because tariffs. This is with the Z2 Go chip. It's probably just for the US though. Where it's like that. It'll probably be at the lower price outside of that. It's probably why they raised it last minute. Oh, but yeah. It is what it is. Alright, do you guys want to see the Nintendo shills defend the Switch 2? Here, we can go look at this one.
Nintendo's greed knows no bounds. I mean, this goes without saying. This company, after all, at one point was selling you cardboard for a hefty price.
Yeah.
And telling you to have fun with it and play with your imagination.
Play with your cardboard, yeah.
Have a good time, you know, wail away.
This is cardboard.
Yeah, betcha you have fun with it.
Yes, I know what you're thinking, Frit. That example is getting old. At the very least, Nintendo puts out bangers, and you're right. Nintendo does put out bangers.
Sometimes.
I love new Super Mario Bros. Iteration 1000 just as much as anyone else. I love that they've completely abandoned Chibi Robo and don't do anything with him anymore. But there's a reason my relationship with the Nintendo Switch never worked out. And that's because every time I booted it up to see what was on the Nintendo eShop and I got one look at the prices, I shut it down faster than Sony shut down Concord. However you feel about Nintendo's pricing, there is one thing we can all agree, and that's that they absolutely should be discounting these games over the years, and they don't. As a matter of fact, they charge you more for them in the coming years than when they initially released, because that's just how Nintendo operates.
But just because we're bereaved doesn't make us sad.
And they have continuously been supported, and those bad habits of theirs are very influential to other gaming companies. Let's not kid ourselves. Sure, you could say, hey, it's not a big deal, you just don't have to buy Nintendo products, and shut your mouth, and you're right. The problem, however, is Nintendo's decisions are gonna quickly become every other gaming company's decisions. Once they see Nintendo get away with $90 games, that's going to affect those of us who aren't Nintendo gamers, because other companies are gonna see that they can get away with it, and they're going to commence charging you $80 to $90.
Don't go away, man. Come on, this affects all of us, man. Our basic freedom.
You see, we make it our business, even though we're not Nintendo customers, because one way or another...
I'm just gonna double check something real quick. But yeah. Well, I'm a bit late to the party. Oh, okay. Okay, cool. I can go edit this while we do that. I'm quickly...
This is going to affect the rest of us. And the way certain consumers are just willing to surrender and give up and pay the price Nintendo is asking for, well, it deserves ridicule, and that's what I'm here for, because there's lots of that going on right now. Just say you're gonna buy your product, and I don't care. Try and shame us or emotionally manipulate us into not saying a word. Bad move. Welcome to Fratanga Plays. Like, comment, share, and subscribe right now, because I have got a shipyard's worth of corporate shilling that I very much want to address, because people really need to see why the gaming community deserves what comes to it. Fair warning, there's going to be some familiar faces you probably like in this video, so try not to get too upset. I know it's not easy to watch some people you respect corporate shilling, but when it's done this egregiously, I can't help myself, even if it cost me subs. Oh boy, I can't wait to get dressed, hop in the Fireboard, drive to the video game store, stand in line, and buy Donkey Kong. I will be sitting out that $80 Donkey Kong.
Oh, so that's how you're gonna play it. You gonna do this? Okay, fine. That's all I needed. That's all I needed for him to do that, and it became personal with me.
How old are you? Because if you're old enough to have played NES or SNES, you remember that games used to cost whatever Nintendo, Sony, or Sega felt like charging. Final Fantasy III cost $80 in the early 90s, and that wasn't at all uncommon. Oh my god, Razor Fist is back at it again, or on this channel we call him Razor Simp. Clever, I know. You can credit me in the comments. I don't understand how someone that poses as so anti-authoritarian, anti-government is so pro-corporation.
Yeah,
it makes
it's dumb.
absolutely no sense to me when it comes to Razor Fist's character, but that's neither here or there. What we need to focus on right now is how wrong he is in his statement. I don't know how someone who has gamed as long as he has is such a tourist when it comes to gaming history. No, Sony was not charging you NES or SNES prices, or even Sega Genesis cart prices. Games like Phantasy Star 2 were retailing close to $100 back then. Same with games like Earthbound. That's because the manufacturing costs of a cartridge were far more expensive. Do you know how much Final Fantasy VII retailed at launch on the PS1? $50. And that was 3 discs. Why? Because it was significantly cheaper. These companies weren't price gouging you. It's just that a video game cartridge contained its own goddamn circuitry inside. And by today's standards, to have even less excuses, since most games are digital. Not to mention, there's a wider availability these days, and that's thanks to digital keys. There's an endless amount of them. Video game distribution costs have been cut down significantly ever since even the mid-2000s. And back then, games were about, what, $50 on average? That didn't change for quite some time.
Yeah, some of them are favorite Nintendo on console. They were like $40. Some were even 30 and 20. If I remember from back then. I remember seeing stuff like, you know, back in the Wii era, like Nintendo game was like $30, $40 on the Wii.
Time. Video game companies just started to understand that just because things cost less to distribute doesn't mean you have to charge people less. And we let them get away with it because of people like Razor Fist. Let's not forget, games back then actually had the games on the disc or the cartridge, but history is quickly lost on
used
Razor.
to have them there.
But even then, with all that to consider, why would we want to go back to those prices? Who would want to be paying up to $100 for a game in 2025? Why would you when we had it so much better even a decade ago? It makes no sense. Hey, it was what we were paying back then. Hey, it's not what I want to pay now. Not with the fact that I know most games aren't on the discs or complete or have pieces of content that are missing and will be repackaged as DLC. Hell, some of the content that comes on these discs these days is locked behind a paywall. So of course nobody wants to be paying up to $90. There's no justification for it. On top of that, Nintendo games look 10 years outdated. They are very well-polished games, yes, but I can name you a bunch of well-polished games that aren't asking for $90. Game.
But then there's also the Pokemon games on the Switch, which yikes. Alright, we all know how those turned out. Very big yikes.
Games that are either equal or greater in quality to Nintendo games that aren't charging Nintendo prices. So why Razorfist wanted to run to the defense of Nintendo like a total cuck is beyond me. But it wasn't just him, because then his homeboy, Geeks and Gamers, comes in saying, yup, that's why I'm personally not bothered at all. Oh, really? Really, Jeremy? Then explain to me something. Is this you? A Nintendo Switch 2 plus Mario Kart World bundle, which includes the system and a full game download for the exclusive Mario Kart World game, will launch on June 5th. You guys aren't mentioning prices for a reason. Well, mixed signals here, Jeremy. What are you doing?
They need more time in the oven. Yeah, it's. Yep, Nintendo Delulu fan. But the other thing too, the pricing is so fucked that for people literally buying a Switch 2, if they're living in Australia, it will literally be cheaper for them to get a plane ticket to Japan and just buy it on the cheaper Japanese yen pricing in Japan and then take a flight back home than it will be for them to buy it in their home country. Because like the way they typically price it is like, for a lot of the stuff in there is like really not great from what I've seen and heard. Like, if you thought the $700 Switch 2 in Canada was bad, shit's even worse for them in Australia. Shit's even worse. If you thought that was bad, it gets even worse.
Minute. Here you are calling out Nintendo on their pricing, and the next you're defending it under Razorfist's post. Why? Is it to seem cool in front of your other YouTube friend? Is that why? You'll...
taxes, but also currency thing. Oh, that's why. It'll be much cheaper in Japan. Right here. Games will also be cheaper in Japan. Oh, they're selling 2 versions of the Switch. They're gonna have a Japanese Switch and then multi-language one. That's what they're doing in Japan. Holy fuck, they're actually not making it all languages now. They're actually artificially like adding restrictions. Like 50,000 yen, right? Right? That's 341 US dollars. Right? So Japan gets like actually okay price. Rest of the world get fucked. They actually doing this, man. That's what it's gonna cost in Japan. The rest of the world is that one. The Japan only Switch 2 created to be affordable, yeah? That is actually crazy, man. Massive price difference. Like, that's the funny part though, man. Australians can literally fly to Japan to get one for so much cheaper. Oh, good morning to you. I'm gonna upload my Nintendo Switch 2 Direct thing later, to YouTube. I just finished recording that. It's really fucked. I actually watched the whole Nintendo Switch 2 Direct this time. For once, I actually watched the whole live stream thing of those. We reacted to it. The longer it went on for, the worse it became. It only got worse and worse. From games not even being on the cartridges, I'm selling you literally blank cartridges, to like weird fucked up pricing. Like for Australians, technically speaking, they could take a plane, fly to Japan, get a Switch 2 and fly home, and it would be cheaper than buying a Switch 2. Like buying one in their country. Technically, they could do that. With how fucked up the pricing is. Well, that one will be re-uploaded as a video at some point too. But like... No, but like, you think about it, like, it is actually that fucked up. The pricing is that fucked up. Taking for people living in Australia, a plane ticket to Japan to go buy a Switch 2, and then get another plane ticket to get back home is gonna be cheaper. That's the funny and sad part. Yeah, and then multi-language one, they're charging even more, man. 70k JPY. So like $480. Yep. This is like actual crazy fucked up things that they're doing. The longer it goes on for, the worse it gets. Well, I mean, yeah, it's of course it's not that expensive if you're already living in Australia to go over. The fucking Steam Deck OLED is also cheaper than the fucking Switch 2 in my country. I can get a Steam Deck OLED. Like, what the fuck? I can get a Steam Deck OLED. Like, if that isn't fucked up, I don't know what is. If that isn't fucked up. But like that, like, they're also charging for a tech demo. They want you to pay for the welcome to our tech demo. It's not even included. You gotta pay extra for the fucking tech demo. Yeah, and you have to use SD Express, which nobody fucking uses. Go and try to buy an SD Express card. Like, go and try to buy an SD Express card right now. It's an old standard, but nobody uses it because it's stupid. Camera makers are like, just use a regular SD card. They're way cheaper. Or, you know, like, for higher-end cameras, use a fucking M.2 SSD. They literally make enclosures that are just an adapter board for an M.2 SSD. For, like, the higher-end video cameras that they use for, like, filming and stuff like that. They use SSDs instead for recording. Because it's a lot faster for the raw... Because, like, the raw footage they're recording is going to slam the drive. And they need much, much higher capacities. I don't fucking know. Nobody fucking uses SD Express. They could have just put a fucking M.2 SSD slot and called it a day. So, like, the SD Express cards are going to be stupid expensive for, like, the price per gigabyte. Like, it's literally gonna be, like, 8 times the cost per gigabyte. And you're gonna be getting SATA SSD speeds. Not even, like, NVMe drive speeds. No, you're gonna get SATA SSD speeds. Like, you could buy an SSD that plugs into a SATA port on your board. And you're gonna be getting, like, similar speeds to what the fastest SD Express cards can give you. In theory. Yeah, I don't pay attention to the Pepega Crunchyroll crap, man. I don't know, I didn't look. It's whatever, man. Crunchyroll's a joke. They literally reduce bitrate quality on a lot of their shit as time goes on in their back catalog. So you end up paying more for worse quality than pirating. You have things like that. You have other crazy BS going on with them. But like, yeah.
Criticize Nintendo, but when Razorfist
Alright,
defends the
back to
prices,
this.
you're there simping and cucking? One minute you're saying you're not personally bothered by the prices, the next minute you're trying to call out Nintendo for hiding the prices, which would make no sense because I thought you weren't bothered by them. So, of course, I pointed it out to him, and his immediate reply to me is, "These gender-confused freaks are mad at me when I'm too negative and mad at me when I'm too positive. Mental illness."
Am I so out of touch? No, it's the
Shrooms. Yes, what a high IQ response from you, Jeremy. Genius. Just say you don't care about the prices and don't pretend to care for clout, okay? That's my only request. Why you wanted to shill for Nintendo and then put on a face like you just didn't shill for them a few minutes ago is cringe. And not being bothered by it is a problem. You are the problem. And you're supposed to be like one of those dudes that's saving us with Gamergate or something. I don't understand why the motherfuckers that only buy games when there's a Steam sale feel compelled to talk about the price of games.
Just standing up for my rights as a consumer.
Did you eat paint chips before you typed this? Like, you're making Geeks and Gamers look like Bill Nye by comparison to you. Was that a compliment these days? Anyway, mofos that buy games on Steam when they're on sale, we do that because we know what the actual cost of the game is. When you're looking for good prices, you know more about the value of a game and the cost than someone who just buys everything day one. They have no concept of value, no concept of pricing or cost. They are mindless consumers. I don't know how anybody could try and slight somebody who buys things when they go on sale. That is the best way to be shopping as a consumer. If you're buying everything day one, you're the biggest idiot on the planet. None of your products are guaranteed day one to be functioning right anyway. On top of that, most of the content won't even be included until some special edition. And when you buy those special editions on sale, you're getting a far better value than the idiot who bought everything day one and then purchased all the add-ons as they came out. I can't believe I even have to explain this. I'm losing my mind here. When did gamers allow themselves to be graped so hard? Why was it in the 80s and 90s we as little kids worked to save up money for the $100 game when that probably translates to $150 to $200 to...
Here's the other thing that they forget. Here's the thing. In the 80s and 90s, right? Here's the thing. Right? You buy it like for a bunch of other shit in the 80s and 90s. You wanted to buy a TV in the 80s and 90s. That's like a year's, maybe 2 years worth of food, groceries. Right? You go buy that in today's money, right? It's more like 2 to 3 weeks, maybe 4 weeks of groceries is the price of that brand new TV. You know? Like, that's the world we live in now. Food is fucking stupid expensive now. So, like, the thing is, the things that people could actually save up for, would actually put money aside to save up for, right? You know, the luxuries, at least the things that you needed in your day-to-day life was cheap as fuck. Nowadays, you know, it's like the luxuries. It's like, how many of these luxuries does it cost to make up 1 month's rent? Or like, you know, how many weeks, no, not even how many weeks food. Like, sometimes it's fucking cheaper than a week's worth of groceries. Right? But like, the wages that everyone has not scaled accordingly. So, like, nobody has fucking money because they're spending it all on things that they need to just survive. Because, like, a week's worth of groceries is like $200. You know, rent is like $2,000, $3,000 a month. That's the problem. No one can fucking afford to save. Because everything's too fucking expensive now. In the wrong ways. You have no money to put aside. Like, people making, you know, $100,000 a year today, they're literally living worse than people working for minimum wage in my country. Right, where like, in the area I live in. They're living worse than people making minimum wage where I live in the 90s, by comparison, like 30, 40 years ago. They lived better lives with minimum wage income than people making 6 figures a year today, because of how fucked up everything is. Especially with the higher income, you'll be pushed into an even worse tax bracket. No, everything is fucked up, man. And then we have the tariffs coming to raise it even higher for what we're actually going to be paying. And then, of course, we get taxed on top of that after you actually do buy the thing. So you're paying taxes upon taxes. Right? Like, and that's the thing that, like, they also don't consider and factor in. Right? Because it's like, oh, it's only like, yeah, on one hand, it's like, yeah, okay, this is like a week's worth of food. Or like, I can buy 2 of these for a week's worth of food. But you also barely have the money to buy the food. And that's where we are today. Yeah, you heard you like taxes, so I put some taxes inside your taxes. Inside your taxes. Inside your taxes. Inside your taxes. Right? That's why, like, they're missing the point. But then again, they of course they're fucking stupid and lack brain cells. We can tell with, I assume this is a fucking Genshin clip or something over here. So dumbass gacha gamer that can't use the fucking brain. Like, it's just fucked up, man.
But today, we as adults now complain about the 80 to 90 price tag. It's a fascinating thing to consider. We all expected the price to go down, which is why we welcome digital downloads, but they never
did. They went up, yeah.
Did. Now there is a loss of physical media. Guides don't even come with them anymore for physical. Truth be told, I'm unsure how I feel. I don't know why I used to scrunch my nose more at prices, and yet today I feel really apathetic. Maybe because I don't buy games at the rate I used to, because there isn't as much for mainline popular IPs I look forward to anymore. I don't know. It's a curious thing to consider.
Women.
Mrs. Gaming Journalist of the Year. Back at it. That's right.
Okay.
I didn't know. At Side Scroller's real Game Awards, it was Savvy who won Journalist of the Year. And this chick doesn't get anything right half the time. Listen, just because you're a woman don't mean I'm gonna be nicer to you. I don't think that Savvy here understands people are paying more for digital games now than they were for physical games then.
Yep. We are paying more. But I can go on fucking Steam. We can go look up the game I literally returned like a week ago because the game was fucking defective when I tried to play it. 2 weeks ago. Like, what the fuck? The fuck is this? $91? What the fuck? game unplayable too. Right? Don't forget. Oh, they lowered the price now. It's not even the finished game. The first 1/3 of the game. Oh, don't worry, $160 you can buy in a pack, a bundle pack, with the second part, and then the spin-off. Oh wait, no, not even the spin-off, the digital upgrade. You can buy the combo pack with the digital upgrade of the second part of the game. $160, not even the full game. In this nice discount bundle, like what the fuck? This game is old as hell too, man. Came out before I was born. Well, before I was born. Like the original game.
The big difference maker. You owned what you had back then. And that's because what was in those cartridges was one-of-a-kind, unique software that was hard to manufacture and had to be very, very, very well polished because you didn't get a second chance back then. Nowadays, you're paying more for something you physically can't hold in your hands and is less complete and has add-ons and expansions. Basic things like unlockables for games today are sometimes put behind a paywall, even though that info exists for the digital product. Back then, all the unlockables, all the levels, all the content you wanted was in the product. You should be more pissed off now than you ever were back then. This tweet makes no sense. I don't understand why the shilling must commence. I rarely use this word, but this is the most boomer take I've ever seen. There is less physical media to own. The games are of worse quality and they're expensive and you're apathetic towards that? Why? That makes no sense. Because chances are you're working even more now as an adult than you were as a kid for these products. Talk about a tweet that said absolutely nothing. What a dumb take. Last but not least, the final video to wrap it up. The channel Sungran Studios. I've actually watched this dude's content a couple of times. He's actually great. Not a bad person. Not even a bad content creator, but that doesn't make one immune to a bad take. And believe me, this video is one giant bad take. I'm not going to watch the entire thing and do a pause and play recap. I only want to highlight the parts of the video that really rubbed me the wrong way, because I understand what he's trying to do. He's trying to give a rational, level-headed, non-emotional take on the situation with Nintendo raising prices. And that's admirable. I can respect that. The problem is that the video relies on playing into people's emotions to the point he kind of uses Iwata's death to play into your emotions about these price hikes, and that doesn't sit right with me because the discussion shouldn't factor in such emotional subjects like that. So he starts off the video right here talking about inflation and showing you how that translates to the price hikes we're having now. And that's about as, you know, informative as it gets. Going from here, he starts to try and play the sympathy card.
Inflation is simply part...
No, because inflation does not apply to everything the same. How do you explain egg prices in the US, man? Does this match, do the egg prices match inflation? No. These fucking dumbasses using inflation calculators don't even know what they're trying to compare here. But they're also not comparing against everything else too. You know? Like, they're completely ignoring everything else around it. Inflation doesn't really work that way. Not quite.
of our world. It is always there. I will level with you. It sucks. Dollar values increasing are unpleasant.
No, inflation is a good thing to keep an economy moving forward. The problem is when nothing is scaled accordingly. Because the problem is if you don't have inflation or you have deflation, you incentivize people to hoard their resources and hoard their money. which ends up resulting in people being discouraged to spend, because it's like, if you have $5 today, but if you don't use the $5 today, it'll be worth $5.50 tomorrow, and then if you don't use it for like another week, it'll be worth like $10, and then it's just gonna keep going up like that. You're not gonna spend it at all. And what ends up happening there is, well, you're going to lose jobs because you're going to have lower production. There's going to be lower demand of everything. So that's also going to suffer too. And it's just going to like, create this big knock-on domino effect. The inflationary rate is actually safe if everything follows what the rate of inflation is and scales accordingly. There's nothing wrong with that. However, with the pandemic stuff, when that happened, it went up at a much higher rate from that. But at the same time, not everything was fixed and adjusted accordingly. Same time, the cost of producing certain things doesn't exactly match the rate of inflation either. This is just a blanket term across the board. Which is why it's like you should never just use it like this without adding context to everything around it. It is fucking stupid. Right? Because it also wouldn't explain why, you know, people in the States are paying like $7 for a dozen eggs. Well, up here in Canada, I can go buy 30 eggs for basically $5 US in a tray. Right? Like, it doesn't really work to represent that. It also doesn't work to represent why it's like, oh yeah, minimum wage here where I live is now like almost $18 an hour, but like rent for like a 1-bedroom apartment is like $2,000-3,000 plus if you're lucky. Today, you know, and it's only gonna get worse. Right? Like, the thing is not gonna scale accordingly for them either. Like, that's other stuff to consider. Or like why now it takes like to go buy groceries, I'm spending like $200 a week on groceries today, when like 10 years ago I was only spending, you know, half of that. Less than half of that even on some weeks. Like, what is that inflation rate then? Over 10 years, that's more than 100% rate increase. Which is drastically higher than this 3.2%. But then, like, same time, wages 10 years ago was like, minimum wage was like $15 an hour. The minimum wage did not rise up to match that over 10 years. You know, this is an 8-year period over there. This is not even a 10-year period. This fucking guy's a clown. This guy's a fucking dumbass. Trying to talk about inflation like this.
So, why does inflation happen? What does this mean? If companies do not increase their price values to keep up with inflation, they significantly decrease their profit margins and put their company on track to guaranteed bankruptcy.
Not necessarily. Because things like production costs can go down. Costs of materials can go down. With more automation, that can go down too. Don't forget, like, the actual scale of the output on how much they're selling. Right? You look at the fucking TV market, man. It's a great, the TV and the monitor market. Looking at the prices of that should be a great example of that. You know, like, you wouldn't be, you wouldn't have, like, 4K monitors that you could buy for, like, $300. And some of them even support high refresh rate now. At, like, that price point. If, they would just keep raising the prices to match the inflation value. Right? Especially when those monitors first came out, like, 7-8 years ago, with those refresh rates, they were, like, over $1,000 plus. Now you can get them, like, $300-400 price range. Right? Like, that don't make sense. You know, that TV I talked about earlier, that we had for 19 years before we finally replaced it, It was $1,000 for this 1080p 43-inch Sony Bravia TV. And then literally just like a couple weeks ago, we went in and we replaced it with this LG 4K 50-inch TV that supports HDR, right? Which that TV didn't, right? It's bigger, right? Like bigger from 43 inches to 50 inches diagonally. It's a bigger screen. And the price was like what? Like 500 Canadian or something we were able to get it for? Like, less than half the price, and then when you adjust for inflation, like when you adjust for the inflation that he likes to spew out, we basically paid like 20% of the price, but got like a 4 times higher resolution screen and HDR support, and the screen is bigger. It doesn't exactly match. It's why you can't really just use it like that without looking at everything else as a whole. It's just a good guideline, but it doesn't describe everything else. It's not like the hardware stuff went up in price. At the same time, the chips themselves in the manufacturing, they get physically smaller. And you know what happens when they get physically smaller? When they're actually making them from the wafer in the factory, they can physically produce more from the same wafer. Right? Like, he's like trying to oversimplify and trying to make assumptions for things that aren't exactly going to reflect how the shit works. Right? It's the same thing. I remember when I built my last, not my current PC, but the computer I built before the one that I'm currently using today. When I was buying RAM DDR4 memory for it, I remember like 16 gigabytes of RAM was like $200. Today, if I want to buy literally double the speed on DDR5, that 16 gigabyte kit of DDR5 memory is like $100 Canadian today. And it's double the actual bandwidth of the DDR4 kit I bought 8 years ago for a 16 gigabyte kit. Right? Like, that's the thing. Right? Where's inflation? Why? Surely with inflation, that newer, faster one would be way more expensive, but it's not. It's not. The price is cheaper. Price go down. Right? It's like, gee, I wonder why. Right? Like, this fucking dumbass. This stuff doesn't reflect every market the same. Generally in the tech space, a lot of like the chip stuff, especially for storage and like just system memory, right? We're talking like just RAM pricing. The shit goes down drastically over time. They don't go up despite inflation. The only reason why GPU pricing its stuff is fucked up is because all the chips are being allocated to people willing to spend 10, 20, 100 times more for the same chip because AI in data centers. That's why. You know, if you're NVIDIA, like, why would you sell someone a 5090 that you price hiked to $2,000 when you can sell it to some business that's gonna buy 100,000 of them for like $10,000, $20,000 each? They're willing to spend 10 times more per unit, and they're gonna buy hundreds, if not thousands of units. If not tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands to fill up a data center. Like, who are you gonna sell to? And that's part of why the GPU pricing's all like this, and why we have all these shortages. Like, I'm gonna give you this, but I'm gonna tell you this. I bet NVIDIA does not have these GPU shortage problems for their enterprise customers buying them en masse to put in their data centers. They don't have the shortage. They're just allocating all of them to them. Yeah, and then there's all this thing too, like the assets of appreciation and depreciation. The tech space, everything is depreciation. Everything depreciates. Like that's why the fucking arguments on inflation is completely stupid. They make no sense. At the same time, if we're talking about like physical cartridges, the physical cartridges of games back in the NES, SNES era, they had full-on other stuff on the boards. Some of them would have an actual battery. Some of them would have an extra microcontroller and a microprocessor built into them. Like, especially for things like F-Zero on the SNES. It literally had a separate dedicated processor and extra memory built into the cartridge on top of the actual board to control the actual power going into the pins, into the actual flash memory chip that was on the board, or the ROM chip. I don't know what kind of chip it was, and stuff like that. They were physically significantly more complex than just a cartridge you put into your game console, where you can't even read or write. You can't do anything but read from the cartridge, read the data on it, and that's it. You just have the pins connected to read what's basically a glorified SD card. Heck, the storage in your phone is literally just an SD card, but soldered onto the board. If you're wondering what eMMC stands for, which is what they used to abbreviate this the actual storage chip on your phone's board, it just means embedded memory card. And it's literally just the same thing they put into regular SD cards. It's just a fucking SD card. Right, and again, like, those things are cheap as hell. You look at hard drive pricing. Hard drive pricing, SSD pricing. You know, when SSDs first came out on the scene, you know, like, in the mid-2000s, right? It's like you wanted, like, a 60 gigabyte SSD, you'd be spending, like, $200, $300 on a 60 gigabyte SSD. Nowadays, that $300 can get you a fucking 4 terabyte SSD and a really fast one with a DRAM cache. On PCIe Gen 5. You could get that in, like, today's money. Right, or like, if you look at, again, it's like, you start looking at the other stuff in the tech space, right? And yeah, like AMD with their CPUs, right? The 9800X3D is same price as last gen from 2 years ago, 800X3D. Same thing with the 7950X3D and the 9950X3D. They both released at $700, right? The 9950X3D is faster than the 7950X3D, right? Still $700. They didn't raise the price for the newer product. They kept it the same as the previous one. The reality is they could even lower the price if they wanted to, because they're making crazy bank off of those. The actual cost to produce the freaking Ryzen CPUs is really low. I remember reading an article of back when they released the I think it was the 64-core EPYC CPU. Like, it cost them only like $120 to manufacture one of the EPYC 64 core CPUs. I think this was back in like 3rd gen Ryzen era, but like, yeah, like a Ryzen 3000 era. The EPYC equivalent, the top end SKU there. It was like $120 is what it cost AMD to produce. But they would sell the chip for like $8,000. $8,000. They're making bank. And they did it because they have literally no competition. They're getting the 9950 X3 Uwu edition. True, we need the Uwu edition. Nah, we need the Uwu edition, and you need to also get yourself the Yestin card, the Yestin Waifu edition. The Yestin Waifu edition, 9070 XT, right? You gotta get yourself one of those as well. The Uwu edition. The Uwu PC. You gotta make yourself the Uwu PC.
If Nintendo does not increase their prices to keep up with inflation,
they don't need to increase their prices. Same time, typically a lot of these console makers, they sell their game consoles at a loss. Because they make up for it in the software sales by a lot. This guy is a fucking clown.
The way the rest of the world is doing, then the quality of the products will be worse.
Yeah, the quality, man. Nintendo doesn't even put the Nintendo seal of quality on their games anymore. Remember when Nintendo games would have the badge of Nintendo seal of quality? That hasn't been a thing in a while. They haven't used that thing in a long ass time. I think the last time I saw it was back in the Wii U era. The Nintendo seal of quality sticker. The game dev cost, well, that's its own other problem, man. But that's a skill issue. That's a skill issue with these game devs. Alright, they weren't crying about this shit 30 years ago, 20, 30 years ago, 40 years ago. That's their problem, not ours. At the same time, you know, cost of living stuff messes its own other problem there. But yeah.
Significantly. If they do not price their products accordingly, it is the developers who will suffer. They will have to work harder and be paid less. I think you are old enough now to understand.
But yeah, in general, people are worse off. Exactly. Shrug div regarded how they quit, yeah.
And it is the developers who make the games that you enjoy.
You see, that part right there matters to me because he opens up the video letting you know he is also a game developer. And of course, you don't want to see game developers hurt, right? So of course, if you don't want to see people like him out of a job, Nintendo must adjust for inflation. They just have to. Ignoring the fact that we already know, even when
they're selling entertainment good that people can't afford, yeah. That too.
Games succeed, even when they fail, companies let developers go regardless. There are layoffs. When it comes to Nintendo, that's not really the case, but at the same time, Nintendo's budgets never go over 150 million like other developers. We know Nintendo is not solely adjusting for inflation here. They're trying to make even more money. They don't have inflated game budgets. They don't let developers go.
We have the fucking Scarlet and Violet. You see the fucking Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, man, where they're just really Pepega. It'd be more lenient if we knew the money went to good use. It's not. Exactly. It don't go there.
Hardly. So, you know, trying to make this a concern for consumers is disingenuous. Nintendo as a company is nowhere near close to bankruptcy. I mean, if the Switch 2 fails, they can still keep going for another few generations. It all goes to lining the
pockets of the executives.
Fine. We know this. To suggest that they have to inflate prices or they're gonna go out of business, yeah, I don't think so. This includes online subscriptions and fees and accessories. The Nintendo brand is a license to print money. This feels more like a personal justification on your part for Nintendo raising prices than a logical conclusion.
The cause of inflation is simple and complicated all at the same time. But what it comes down to is this. The world is changing. The world has always changed, and it continues to change. I want to speak with you, my fellow gamers, on a personal level. 8 years ago, the world was very different. There were many people here 8 years ago who are no longer with us.
And here it comes. Oh no, this part of the video is I really can't believe he tries to pull this off. Listen.
People who can no longer share the excitement of video games with us. People we can no longer laugh with, share a meal with, run through the rain to get back to the car with. 8 years have passed, and those people are gone. I grew up inspired by these games that hardworking, talented, and passionate people.
You mean like 2 people worked on this one game here?
people made. For us.
Yeah.
For you. And for me. And I worked.
Cue in the emotional soundtrack. Cue in the emotional soundtrack.
Yeah, every 60 seconds in Africa, a minute passes. Exactly.
Oh, he's really trying
Every 60 seconds in Uranus, a minute passes.
to play into your emotion. He wants you to tear up. Oh, God. I gotta admit, though, he does it very well. He knows exactly when to cue that music.
Yeah, exactly. What the fuck is this fake-ass paragraph speech?
For people. There were people in the industry that I wanted to work side by side with. So I could say, I am here. Let's make something beautiful for other people. But the world kept moving. The world kept changing, and by the time I was able to make commercial games, someone I wanted to work alongside with left us.
And there it is, just gross. Absolutely gross. Like, listen,
Yeah.
I don't want to shit all over your own personal feelings when it comes to this video. I'm sure you meant everything you're saying, but you should have thought about this. I mean, rest in peace, Iwata, all right? It's been like, how long? 10 years? And he's still not forgotten. And yes, may God rest his soul. But still, gross. What does Iwata's passing have to do with unjustified price hikes?
Exactly.
Okay? You think because Iwata passed away and that gets us a little emotional, you're hoping that'll get us to see that these price hikes aren't that severe and there are more important things like helping developers stay employed? You're talking to consumers, not other developers. That might work with other developers. It would have been a great presentation on stage, but here with us, it's like you're shilling right before our very eyes, even if it's unintentional. I'm sorry, but Iwata's passing doesn't make $80 or $90 look better. No, I will not be understanding, much less paying a company like Nintendo more money for games so they can proceed to take that money and spend it on trying to take down fan projects or other games I love like Power World. I'm sorry, but what this really seems like is you trying to play the sympathy card and placating people while defending corporate greed in the same business field you're involved in. You know, that doesn't come off well.
So I understand you feel angry.
Oh, God. Oh, God, that was gross. And he then turns to look at the image of where Iwata was next to him, the emotional blinking. I'm sorry, but this is not the time and place to be playing this card.
It's not the time and place.
Is what I would say. If you wanted to make a video talking about how much Iwata meant to you and how much you love being a developer and how hard it is, yeah, but to incorporate all of that into a video about unjustified price hikes, not good. Not good, my dude.
I understand you feel resentful, but there was a man who I know would not want you to feel that way. There was a man who would have wanted you to feel excitement and joy. A man who worked hard to create something beautiful for us to care about, for us to believe in. If Satoru Iwata was here with us today, I just know he would know what to say to make people feel better.
See, but people aren't trying to feel better.
Yeah,
okay?
they're not trying to feel better,
as nice
exactly.
as that is, the sting can still be felt in your wallet. No, people aren't looking for someone to cheer them up about this. That will have the complete opposite effect. That just kind of riles people up more. And I don't know why you're trying to pull that off. Wouldn't it have been easier to just make a video saying, this sucks, nobody should be in favor of this, let me give you a few reasons why we shouldn't pay that much, but instead you're just trying to tell people if Iwata was here, things would be different? I don't think so. I don't buy it.
I don't buy it either.
But he isn't here with us. And so it's up to us. You, me, those of us who remain. It's up to us to find a way to carry his legacy forward, proudly, with a smile on our faces and confidence in our steps.
Yeah, most people are not economically in a position to be able to do that. I hate to break it to you.
They're not. Most
yeah,
people
no,
are
that's
not.
where we end it. No, I'm sorry. Listen, Sun Grand, I understand this video was meant to calm people down about the price hikes, but you really don't need to calm people down, okay? We have seen the video game industry make changes overnight thanks to enough outrage. We have seen our voices make the 3DS go down in price. We don't have to pretend like we're happy or joyous about this. And you don't have to bring in a deceased person to make your point. This video was meant to play into emotions in a very manipulative way. I mean, maybe you guys may not see it. You might get upset at me for being critical of this video, but I encourage you to watch it through if you're someone who's not happy about Nintendo prices, and you will see how it comes off. I don't understand why there is anybody out there defending this. We don't need to defend this. We need to make our voices heard, not drowned out, and we don't have to surrender and roll over. Gamers deserve better, and we don't need a video playing into our emotions to make us forget. Make your voice heard. Be loud, obnoxious, never shout out.
Be loud.
Make these companies
Extremely
annoying
loud.
to the point that they have to change things, because that's how we've done it in the past. Of all the people, though, I take less offense to Sungrad's video because I know he just wants people to not be so tilted. But this is one of those rare occasions where it's perfectly okay for everyone to be tilted.
Yeah, everyone should
like,
be tilted.
comment, share, and subscribe if you so choose to. And I'll be seeing you in the
Yeah,
next
people
video.
died, so therefore games must go up in prices one hell of a day. Exactly. Exactly. What the hell does all the 8 years even mean? Like, it's just... no. Just no. Oh, but yeah. I'll have it uploaded soon. What was that game that we'll try to play tomorrow on stream instead? Probably. Because I'm gonna end it, I guess we're gonna end it here. This one, the Genshin X RuneScape clone thing. Fusion clone. We'll try it on stream tomorrow. We'll probably come up with a funny title for this. To at least give it a look and see how it is. But yeah. Great. This is just where we'll end it then for the night. Because I need to get some sleep. We've been live for anyways, like how many hours? Let me double check. What? 6.5 hours. I'll get the Nintendo React thing re-uploaded on YouTube later today, or like later, and then the day after I'll re-upload the Booba Genshin story thing being bad one. So I'll get that re-uploaded as like the clip re-uploaded on the YouTube channel as well. But yeah, right. From now on, I'm at least slowly trying to like re-upload parts of the stream as like actual videos. That's it though, as usual. Thank you guys all for stopping by. Hopefully I can see you guys again next time. You guys have a good day or night or whatever. I'm gonna go get some sleep. Okay then. See you guys. See ya.